Chapter 324. Xia Mingming was surprised when she heard from Yushu that Jing Chun was the famous Taoist in Anling City not long ago. Yushu told her about the friendship between Jing Chun and the ninth prince. She told her everything she could. As for what Xia Mingming thought, she didn't care. When it was dark, Xia Mingming reluctantly said goodbye to Yushu. She sneaked out when her father went out to visit friends today. If she was found late, she would be grounded for a few more days. Yushu knew that Xia Jianghelong didn't like her, so she told Xia Mingming not to mention her in front of her father. After seeing Xia Mingming off, Yushu and Lin Fu said goodbye and went home. Today she didn't see Shui Rui for a whole day. Yushu guessed that there was a big case in the Supreme Court. Otherwise he wouldn't have left in such a hurry yesterday. When Yushu got home, she went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room first. She saw Bai Ran sitting on a small chair beside the bed, holding a book in her hand and reading to Yu Xiaoxiu. She was satisfied and walked over. "Don't read it. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." When Bai Ran saw Yushu coming back, he quickly stood up from the chair and stood aside with his head down. "Daxiu." Yushu nodded to him. She looked at his submissive appearance and turned her attention to Yu Xiaoxiu. She took the clothes at the end of the bed and put them on him. She reached out and touched his head. "How long did you sleep in the afternoon? Are you still dizzy?" Yu Xiaoxiu replied obediently. "I slept for a while after you went out at noon. Fortunately, I didn't faint today." "Sister, where did you go in the afternoon? Did you go to visit my mother?" Look, it was said that the old don't rest, the young don't have a conscience. But her son was much more conscientious than her mother. Yushu said, "Didn't I go there yesterday? I was busy this afternoon. Do you remember your sister? I saw her." Yu Xiaoxiu was surprised. "Xia Mingming? Didn't they say she went back to the south with her family? Why is she still in the capital?" "I didn't manage to leave. I was held up by something." Yushu didn't tell the child more about the inside story. After fooling him for a while, the maidservant came in with the food. Zhao Hui thoughtfully asked the servants to prepare 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, including Bai Ran. Under Yushu's invitation, Bai Ran sat next to the brother and sister in a somewhat reserved manner, eating without saying a word. Yushu was quite satisfied with his behavior. She didn't like to follow the rules, but that didn't matter. She liked people who followed the rules. The next day at dawn, it was rare for Yushu to sleep in. Zhao Hui's little maidservant, Yundo, stood outside her window. She knocked on the window lattice and softly shouted a few times, asking if she wanted to eat breakfast. When she didn't hear any movement inside, she went back to report. Zhao Hui was distressed that she had to run back and forth every day, so she didn't let people call her again. She asked Yundo to prepare a portion of breakfast and put it on the stove to keep warm, waiting for Yushu to sleep. Who knew that she would stay in bed until noon? Yushu slept too much. When she got up, her head was dizzy. After washing up, she walked around the courtyard. She walked to the door of the small courtyard in the west wing, hesitated for a moment, and then lifted her foot to enter. After a winter, the courtyard was no longer the same as when Jing Chun lived here. The trees in the courtyard had a layer of new buds, giving off a faint green color. The weeds in the corner had been cleared during the new year. The pair of red couplets in front of the door was still very new. She pushed the door open and entered. The furnishings in the room hadn't changed much. Since Jing Chun left, no one had lived in this room. Occasionally, when Pei Jing got drunk and stayed overnight, he would stay in the room next door. Yushu walked to the window and looked at the thick stack of books on the desk. Although she had never read these books before, she could recognize the names of the books. These were the Taoist classics that she had picked out from the exchange store and bookstore. At that time, in order to help Jing Chun recover his memory, Yushu had been scratching her head a lot. She casually flipped through the dusty books on the table, and it wasn't difficult to find the biography of Lu Yi. This was the only book that she bought for Jing Chun that had nothing to do with Taoism. It was a story about love between a man and a woman. She still remembered that on the night when he left in a hurry, this book was upside down on the table. In a daze, Yushu recalled that day. It was the first snowfall, and it was freezing outside. She crazily ran out to find Jing Chun, and in the end, she was almost frozen into ice. Now that she thought about it, she was really stupid. For a man, she even risked her life. Was this something stupid she would do? So stupid, so stupid. Yushu shook her head. Although she said so, she didn't regret it at all. She rearranged the books on the table, picked out the biography of Lu Yi, and put it in the drawer. After finishing all these, she went out of the room and closed the door. She took a deep breath, and her mind became clear. When the sun went down, Shui Rui came to Zhao Hui's house to pick him up. The coachman Lao Chui called the new gatekeeper to deliver the message. After a while, Yushu came out. Shui Rui had changed to another carriage today. It looked very gaudy from the outside, and it was spacious inside as well. It was enough to seat 7 or 8 people, but there were only 3 people in the carriage, so it was really a little empty. Oh, I have to mention that Shui Rui brought a manservant with him today, and he was sitting at the corner of the carriage with the curtains drawn. He looked very smart, and he seemed to be 15 or 16 years old. Yushu had never seen the servant beside Shui Rui before. She looked at him a little more. He was just a servant, so Shui Rui didn't introduce his name. He looked at Yushu, who was wearing a beard and had her hair tied up. He touched his forehead and regretted that he didn't remind her to dress up the day before yesterday. Tonight was the banquet, which was appointed by the emperor. It was the first time that Daozi appeared in public. Maybe there would be an imperial edict. None of the female guests dressed so casually. What's wrong? Yushu looked at Shui Rui. The way he looked at her was a little strange. Nothing. How is Xiaoxiu? Is he better? Shui Rui saw that she didn't seem to be aware of it. He shook his head and thought, forget it. He didn't want to talk about her. Anyway, the host of this banquet wasn't someone else. Yushu smiled. He's recovering well. Godfather said that in another 7 or 8 days, he can go to school. That's good. Shui Rui prepared to talk business with Yushu. This was the main reason why he took a detour to pick her up. There are a lot of people going to the Princess Fu tonight. Among the same generation. Those who should come are all here. At that time, there will be many people asking about Daozi's arrival in the capital. The emperor has rewarded you before, so it's not small. There are many people here who know that you have done a meritorious service in escorting Daozi. If someone talks to you at the banquet, you just need to be polite. You don't need to say much to them, especially about Daozi's death on the road. Remember not to talk too much about it. Otherwise, there will be people who have bad intentions towards you. Yushu had long thought that this banquet wouldn't be easy. Maybe there were people who had bad intentions towards Jingchen mixed in. After listening to Shui Rui's advice, she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, I know how to deal with it. Chapter 325. Yushu could still remember when she first arrived at An Dynasty. She was at the Ji family's ancestral home, and felt that the pavilions were very grand. Afterwards, when she strolled with Shui Rui to Prince Xiang's elegant and unique Dingbua pavilion, the Ji family's ancestral home was no longer pleasing to her eyes. Today, when she came to the Princess Royal residence again, the Ji family's ancestral home simply became a rundown courtyard. If one were to use women to describe the Ji family's old residence as a young lady who never left the front door, then the Dingbua Hall would be a graceful beauty. This Princess Royal's residence, which occupied a long street at the foot of the Huanghua, was indeed a beautiful woman with a noble and threatening air. Yushu held the invitation in her hand as she followed closely behind Shui Rui, and entered the entrance of the princess residence, that had just been repainted with gold not too long ago. Seizing the opportunity when Shui Rui was chatting with his acquaintances, she fiercely glared at the row of trees that were over 6 meters tall that were planted around the flower bed in the front courtyard. The crowns of the trees were connected above their heads, and they were lush to the point that they didn't care about the season. They were illuminated by the innumerable flower-winged golden chandeliers that hung above the garden, and they seemed like numerous dragons that had taken form as they circled in the air. She had followed Taoist Qing Zheng before, and had heard of such a precious tree. It grew in the courtyard, and was green all year round. It did not bloom nor shed leaves, but its leaves could attract 3 wealth and gather 4 treasures. Its branches could suppress the 5 evils and ward off the 6 calamities. It was said that even in the face of natural disasters, if one hid under this precious tree, one would be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Because the crown of the tree rarely formed the shape of a dragon, the predecessors called this precious tree dragon court wood. If anyone had such a precious tree in their house, they would wake up smiling even in their dreams, and would probably have to sleep under this tree every day. Yushu concluded that the row of trees by the flower bed was most likely the dragon court wood that Qingzheng spoke of. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She thought to herself, "Good heavens, such a rare treasure is actually placed here to guard the door." After Shui Rui finished talking to the people, he turned around and saw that Yushu was staring in a direction. He looked over and did not see anyone, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Yushu pointed at the row of trees and asked him, "Do you know what kind of trees they are?" Shui Rui raised his head and looked at the huge canopy of trees, his face revealing a trace of admiration. Yushu was shocked when she opened her mouth. "It's the dragon court wood, isn't it?" You recognize it?" Shui Rui only glanced at her with a smile, and then followed the maidservant leading the way into the garden. Yushu rubbed her chin and followed. She wanted to ask him how he recognized this treasure, but then she thought about it. The Shui family was one of the wealthiest families in the capital. What kind of rare treasures had young Master Shui not seen before? Perhaps his family had one as well. "Brother Rui!" Someone shouted from behind. Shui Rui stopped with his hands behind his back. Yushu turned around and saw Feng Zhaomiao running after them. He was not surprised to see Yushu here. He grinned at her and said, "I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been? I heard from Brother Rui that you were injured. Have you recovered?" The young master of the general's mansion had some personal friendship with Yushu, so he was closer to her than ordinary people. Yushu saw him and was also very happy. She raised her hand and showed him her little finger that was wrapped with medicine. She said, "I haven't recovered yet." Feng Zhaomiao did not know that one of Yushu's fingers had been forcefully twisted off by the imperial astronomer's men. From the outside, he thought it was just a scratch on her skin, so he did not ask any questions. Inwardly he thought, "Girls are always so delicate." The three of them chatted, and walked to the door of the banquet hall together. They handed the invitation with incense to the eunuch who bowed in front of the door. They followed the eunuch's loud voice and entered the door. The Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, "Lord Shui is here." The eunuch only read one of Shui Rui's invitation. This was the rule. Feng Zhaomiao was a young master and did not have an official position, so he did not need to read it. Yushu was a commoner, and she was an examinee of the Dian examination. She could only use it to fool the common people. Here, she was not even worth a fart. Yushu squinted her eyes because of the dazzling splendor inside. She looked around and saw the main character sitting at the front and surrounded by a table of people. Jing Chun, who was wearing a white jade robe. She quickly looked at the guests at the other tables, and was not surprised that none of them looked familiar. Jing Chen's table was big and could seat 11 or 12 people. There were still a few empty seats. As expected by Yushu, she and Shui Rui were led by a waiter to that table. Yushu finally got a clear look at the other people at the table. When she was almost in front of them, she recognized a few of them here. Needless to say, the 7th Prince Lu Hao and the 9th Prince Lu Tan. The other two young men with golden hair coiled into a bun were certainly of the imperial generation. Prince Yang's youngest heir, Lu Jiang, and Princess Xiwen were sitting together. One was chatting with Jing Chun, while the other was pulling Jing Chen's youngest apprentice sister. Both of them had their palms open, as if they were reading palms or something. Since the beginning of the banquet, Jing Chun had been sitting like this, listening to their conversation. From time to time, he would look towards the door. When he saw Yushu enter the door, his face revealed a bit of a happy color. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly remembered Lu Tan's exhortations yesterday, advising him not to act too close to Yushu in front of others. Thus he sat still and waited for her to come closer. Shui Rui is late. Congratulations on Daozi's relocation. Shui Rui first bowed to Jing Chun before greeting the princes. He was indeed delayed by official business and came late. Fortunately, no one present wanted to make things difficult for him, and didn't mention drinking as a punishment. They all nodded and intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yushu behind him. Those who hadn't seen Yushu before could more or less guess who this unfamiliar girl was. Yushu and Princess Xuan had some conflict. On the night of the Lantern Festival, they had pulled faces. Today, when they saw each other, Xuan only shot a cold glance at Yushu. Yushu pretended not to see it. There were 2 empty seats next to Lu Tan. Shuirui took Yushu to sit. Feng Zhaomiao scratched his head and looked left and right. He saw that the left side of Xiwen was still empty, so he moved over to sit. Yushu obediently sat down. When she raised her head, she could see Jing Chun. The 2 of them happened to be sitting face to face, separated by a large round table. When Jing Chun saw her raise her head, he cast his warm gaze over. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled at him. She then turned her attention to other places and didn't make eye contact with him. The banquet in the Princess Fu was more extravagant than Yushu had imagined. There were plates of delicacies and nectar on the table. If Yushu hadn't seen the world in Wang Jilu, she probably wouldn't have been able to recognize any of them. The small plates and bowls were all carved from white jade. They were so clear that people couldn't bear to dirty them. Yushu held the heavy jade bowl, afraid that she would accidentally break it. Behind her, there was a servant responsible for serving the dishes. She didn't need to reach out to pick up the dishes, so the servant added a small bowl for her. Unfortunately, she could only pick up 1 mouthful of each dish. It wasn't enough for her to taste. The chatter in the banquet hall didn't stop. The guests took advantage of the banquet to drink and ask each other about some news. Their eyes were all fixed on the main table on the east side, waiting for a chance to curry favor and become familiar with each other. Now in Anling City, there were few people in the court who didn't know that the emperor doted on this nephew who had just been found. Even the Princess Fu, which had been empty for more than 10 years, broke the rules and gave it to someone to live in. This Taoist master's background couldn't be underestimated. Not only was he a relative of the emperor, but he was also the descendant of Ez. He cultivated in the mountains since he was young and learned a lot of skills. Chapter 326. When Jing Chun was still a baby, he was sent to Mount Longhu by the royal family. He had been away for 18 years and stayed in the deep mountains and forests. Since he could remember, he had been taught by his martial uncles and learned both literature and martial arts. He had never done any heavy work, nor did he have time to play. When he was younger, he began to wander in the mountains and forests. Compared with humans, he was more familiar with flowers, birds, and beasts. Listening to Jing Chen's plain and straightforward answers, the people at the table listened with great interest at first, but then they became bored and gradually changed the topic to Jing Chen's journey to the capital. "Cousin, I heard that you encountered some danger on your way to the capital and were injured. Is that true?" The one who asked this question was Lu Jiao, the 8th prince, who was ranked between Lu Hao and Lu Tan. His biological mother was an unfavored noble in the palace. Like the 11th prince, she followed Lu Hao in and out of the palace all day long. Shuirui turned to glance at Lu Hao when he heard this question, and he came to an understanding in his heart. Jing Chun was framed on his way to the capital, and the murderer was unknown. The emperor ordered to keep it a secret, but the investigation was handed over to Lu Hao. Few people outside knew about it. Where did Lu Jiao hear it? He must have been instructed by Lu Hao. Jing Chun had stayed in the palace for a while, but the person he saw every day was the emperor. Most of these cousins had only eaten a palace banquet together once, so they were still very unfamiliar with each other. Looking at Lu Jiao, who was concerned, he hesitated and nodded. After all, he was not used to lying. Jing Chun just made a small movement, but everyone at the table was shocked. They all looked at him with concern and asked at once, "What happened? Where was he hurt? Is it serious? Was it a natural disaster or an accident?" Yushu looked at the people at the table who were fawning over her, and secretly observed their expressions. She secretly analyzed whether any of them had anything to do with the bastards who hurt Jing Chun. This was the main purpose of her coming to the banquet today. As Yushu observed, she found something strange. Shuirui, Lu Tan, and Lu Hao were sitting and drinking. Not only were they unmoved, but why was little Princess Xuan pulling little junior sister Shui Yin to study her palm? As if sensing Yushu's gaze, Xuan turned around and their eyes met. Another sneer. Then she turned her face and whispered something to Shui Yin. Shui Yin raised her head and looked at Yushu for a while. Then she turned her head and said a few words to Shiwen. Shiwen burst into laughter. Yushu looked at her smiling face and didn't know what Shui Yin had said to make her so happy. If Yushu had been sitting closer, she would have been able to hear the conversation between the two of them. Sister Shui, do you see the lady opposite us? Can you help me look at her face? Will she be rich or noble in the future? Miss Yu has a neutral appearance, but she is not destined to be rich and powerful. Oh, sister, in the 10 classes of people that you mentioned to me just now, which class do they belong to? She should be in the 9th class. Pfft, then she is just a lowly person. Shui Yin frowned and didn't answer, but she let go of Shiwen's hand without a trace. Shiwen was too happy. She didn't notice the disapproval in her eyes. The people at the table all knew how to read people's faces. After caring for a long time, they saw that Jing Chen was unwilling to say more. Most of them settled down, but there were also some who didn't know what to do. By the way, I also heard of something. Lu Jiu scratched his head and glanced in Yushu's direction. A while ago, the palace bestowed a reward to a girl who was said to have escorted cousin to the capital. Is there such a thing? Jing Chen liked peace and quiet the most. He had a headache after being surrounded by this group of people for a long time. But when someone asked about Yushu, he concentrated and answered, "Yes, I was in danger on the way. Thanks to a friend who took care of me, I was able to reach the capital safely." Oh, which lady is it? Is she here today? Lu Jiu looked left and right, pretending to be confused. The others looked at Yushu. It was obvious that this unassuming young lady was qualified to sit here with them because she had escorted Daozi. Yes, she is here. Jing Chen didn't plan to introduce her, but everyone knew it. Yushu found that she had become the focus of the table. She put down her heavy white jade shoes and smiled at them. Because there were some sesame seeds on the corner of her mouth, she looked a little silly. "May I ask for the lady's name?" someone asked. Replying to Your Highness, "This student's surname is Yu, and my first name is Shu." Yushu saw that the one asking the question was a prince, so she didn't dare to offend him. Shuirui, who was sitting next to her, was drinking wine and watching her deal with it. "Oh, you call yourself a student? Are you an examinee this year?" "Oh, the imperial examinations don't accept women." "Are you an examinee for the Great Yin examination?" "This student is untalented, but I am an examinee for this year's Great Yin examination." "Oh." Lu Hao, who had been silent for a long time with his wine cup in hand, suddenly interjected. "May I know where Miss Yu is from and which aristocratic family she comes from?" Yushu had heard Shuirui mention the relationship between Lu Hao and Ji Xingxuan. She was wary of this Prince Ning. She paid attention to the traps in his words and carefully answered, "Your Highness, please don't laugh. This student is not from an aristocratic family. My hometown is in the southern wetlands. I only had a master to guide me. Later, we were separated by fate." "Is that so?" Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile. "Then Miss Yu's master is really capable. The disciple he taught is much better than the students of the Imperial Historian's Library." Lu Hao's words caused the eyes of everyone at the table who were originally dispirited to light up. And Shuirui's hand that held his wine cup tightened as he raised his head to stare at Lu Hao with an unfathomable gaze. Someone asked excitedly, "Seventh brother, where did you get these words from? Is this Miss Yu more capable than the people of the Imperial Historian's Library?" Lu Hao nodded. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She guessed what he was going to say at almost the same time he opened his mouth. "Last year, I went to Imperial Uncle's Dingbua house and made a bet with Lu Jiong and the others. The person who accompanied me was the 4th daughter of the former Celestial Commissioner, Right Judge Ji family. I'm sure you all have heard of her reputation. 3 years ago, she passed the Great Yin examination, and this year she took the exam again. She aimed for the title of Great Yi Master. In the end, she lost to this Miss Yu. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Prince if there was such a thing." Lu Jiong was innocently affected. He looked at the smiling Prince Ning, and then looked at the gloomy Shuirui. He answered dryly, "Oh, there was such a thing." Chapter 327. "Miss Yu, this prince invites you to attend the Double Sun Gathering next month. What do you think?" The first person to ask was the fourth imperial prince Lu Si, whom Yushu had met for the first time today. He was also the person with the highest seniority at the table tonight. If Shuirue hadn't introduced him in a low voice earlier, Yushu wouldn't have been able to tell that this fair and tender young man was 5 years older than the 7th imperial prince, Lu Hao. Double sun gathering? Yushu didn't hide the confusion on her face. She smiled apologetically at Lulu and then turned her head to look at Shuirue. Her eyes sent a signal. What's going on? She knew about the double sun gathering. Starting from the 2nd of the 2nd month, on the 49th day of the 7th month, there was a large-scale talent selection in Anling City. But why did the 4th imperial prince invite her? When Shuirue saw Yushu's clueless expression, he secretly frowned. Just as he was about to say something, someone interjected, "Nothing much." Yushu glanced sideways and looked at the 14 or 15-year-old handsome young man sitting next to Lu Hao. She pouted unhappily and said to Lu Si, "Why should I go with 4th older brother? I haven't found a suitable person yet. This year's double sun gathering, I'm also going. At that time you can sit with me at the same table." The last sentence was said to Yushu with his chin raised. The arrogance in his eyes made it seem as if he was giving Yushu a lot of face, and it was up to her whether she agreed or not. Yushu is still confused, but Shuirue's face is a bit gloomy. He turns to look at Lu Hao and sees the troublemaker watching the show with a satisfied expression. Not far away, Lu Tan, who is close to Shuirue, also shows a trace of worry. There were a few people left at the table who had planned to invite Yushu. When they heard this little ancestor open his mouth, they hesitated for a moment and tactfully closed their mouths. As for the excellent King Lu Si, who had been choked, his face revealed an awkward expression. In front of everyone, it was not good to show weakness. He could only summon up his courage and say with a dry laugh, "11th brother, this is your first time participating in the Twin Suns gathering. Just go and watch the excitement. Even if you bring people along, they might not be of any use." He addressed him as 11th brother. This allowed Yushu to guess the identity of this young man. He was the 11th Prince Lu Yi. After hearing Lu Si's words, Lu Yi's face darkened. He squinted his slender eyes and said to Lu Si in a strange tone, "If I don't need them, will you need them?" She did not know if it was an illusion, but Yushu felt as if the entire banquet hall had quieted down. Turning her head to look, she saw that more than 10 tables of people were all staring in their direction. Lu Si's expression could not hold back. He seemed to want to explode in anger, but when he saw Lu Hao beside Lu Yi, he suppressed his anger. His face quickly turned red. This deadlock continued. Jing Chen suddenly spoke. "What's wrong with the Twin Suns gathering? Why did you invite Xiaoyu along?" It was Jing Chen's words. Just as he voiced Yushu's doubts, everyone at the table looked at each other. Only then did they think of this Taoist who had only recently appeared in the capital. He had always lived in the mountains and probably did not know the crux of this matter. It's like this. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing that it was Crown Prince Lu Jiong, they waited for him to speak. "I believe that Taoist has heard of the Twin Suns gathering. This gathering is held once every 3 years. It coincides with the imperial examinations and the Great Yin examinations. Talented people from all over the world gather in Anling City. Often, there are those who were born at the wrong time and did not achieve their ambitions. The imperial court has ordered the Twin Suns fighting ring. No matter if it is a scholar, a martial artist, or a scholar, they can all compete here. Those who come out on top in each category will be able to win the prize." Lu Jiong looked at Jing Chen and saw that he was listening seriously. Then he continued. "In our Duran dynasty, the princes, when the year is right, will have to appear at the Twin Suns meeting to watch the arena. Before the curtains fall, from the people who are participating in the arena, a few people who are most likely to win the prize will be chosen. If they guess correctly, then they can be directly called into the curtains. If there are 2 princes who guess correctly, then they will be called in and asked about their ambitions. That's why when the princes watch the fighting ring, they will accompany the E-Masters to help them find the right person to win the prize." At this point, Lu Jiong's mouth seemed to be dry. He raised his wine cup, and the manservant behind him hurriedly poured wine for him. As he was moistening his throat, Someone at the banquet naturally took over the topic. It is also because of this reason that when the princes attend the twin sons gathering, they will always be accompanied by a large entourage. They will be accompanied by many masters who will give them advice. 2 dynasties ago, there was once a prince who invited 4 masters to give him pointers. In the twin sons gathering, one person won the 8 prizes, causing the others to return disappointed. The former emperor used this as an excuse and ordered that during the twin sons gathering, the princes will only be allowed to sit. There will only be 2 seats, one Qian and one Kuan. Shui Rui's voice paused for a moment as he intentionally glanced sideways at Yu Shu, and then he said, "Only men are allowed to sit at the Qian banquet, whereas only women are allowed to sit at the Kuan banquet. Moreover, those that occupy these 2 banquets can't be officials of the Directorate of Astronomy or officials of the Imperial Court." Hearing this, Yu Shu suddenly understood why Lu Si and Lu Yi invited her to the twin sons gathering. They heard what Lu Hao said and thought that she was stronger than Ji Xingxuan. So they wanted her to sit at the Kuan banquet and help them look at the faces. This was not surprising. The Qian banquet and the Kuan banquet could only bring 2 people. In addition, there were many restrictions. It was still okay to bring a man, but if a woman met the requirements, it would not be easy to find a guest. I see. Then you guys want to invite her to sit at the banquet, right? After listening to Lu Jiong and Shui Rui's explanation, Jing Chen nodded and went to ask Lu Si and Lu Yi. Lu Si and Lu Yi were staring at each other. The former was the first to react and turned to smile at Jing Chen. "That's right. Jing Chen, don't worry. Miss Yu protected you on the way here, so I will not neglect her." Lu Yi snorted coldly and did not say anything. Jing Chen did not reply to Lu Si and turned to ask Yu Shu, "Do you want to go?" Yu Shu naturally didn't want to go. Not for any other reason, but merely based on Shui Rui's expression from before. She knew that this wasn't a good thing. If it was a good thing, then there would have been people fighting over it since a long time ago. How could a nobody like her have a chance? The twin sons meeting is held once every 3 years, so there are very few opportunities to see the arena up close. Miss, you might as well go and take a look. Lu Hao seemed to be calculating the time to speak, so he stopped Yu Shu from saying no. He swirled the wine cup in his hand and said to Lu Si with a faint smile, "Didn't 4th older brother already invite Miss Zhuge from the Imperial Historian's Library to take charge? Let's not fight with 11th brother, and let Miss Yu sit with him." Lu Si's expression froze, but he quickly concealed it. He could use his older brother's identity to pressure Lu Yi, but he did not dare to openly oppose Lu Hao. Even though he was unwilling, he still forced a smile and nodded his head. Lu Yi smiled proudly when he saw this. He turned to Yu Shu and said, "Come to my residence tomorrow morning." Yu Shu pursed her lips and did not wait for the man beside her to speak. She stood up first and cupped her hands towards Lu Yi. She lowered her head and said, "Many thanks for your Highness's favor. However, this student is not talented and is afraid of delaying your Highness's business. Please find someone else." Chapter 328. Many thanks for your Highness's favor, but this student is not talented and is afraid of delaying your Highness's official business. Please find someone else. At the banquet, when Yu Shu was faced with Lu Yi's invitation to the Twin Yang Society, she had tactfully declined because she had sensed the depth of the situation. Even though her attitude was respectful, her unhesitant refusal in front of everyone still hurt the young and spoiled 11th prince's face. Most people saw Lu Yi's unfriendly expression and sat up straight, waiting to watch a good show. Of those who were able to attend the banquet at the Princess Fu tonight, who did not know in their hearts that the Daozi, who had lived in seclusion since childhood, had suddenly returned to the capital. He was greatly favored by the emperor and would inevitably gain some power in the future. Logically speaking, he should be the target that the princes who were about to leave the palace and start their own manners would fight to win over. However, it was rumored that the 9th prince Lu Tan had been cultivating in a Taoist sect deep in the mountains due to his illness these past few years, and was in the same sect as this Daozi Jing Chen. There were also people who heard that Jing Chen had been staying in the palace to accompany the monarch these past few days. Every time he left the palace, he would travel with Lu Tan. From this, They knew that the rumors were not false and that the two were already close friends. Although the princes who had originally wanted to win over Jing Chun were wringing their hands, most of them did not give up on the idea of befriending Jing Chun. Before they came, they had investigated this Daozi in detail, wanting to curry favor with him. However, they knew very little and were worried about where to start. When Ning Wang had mentioned that Yu Shu had once defeated Ji Xingxuan of the Grand Historian's Library in the Art of Yi, they had all sent out invitations. It was all because they valued the relationship between Yu Shu and Jing Chen, and wanted to use her to get close to Jing Chen. Otherwise, with just a nameless minor character like Yu Shu, even with a few good words from Ning Wang and Lu Hao, these shrewd geniuses would not treat her differently. Just now, when Lu Yi had snatched the initiative, the people at the banquet were dissatisfied, but because of some fear, they could not say anything. Who would have thought that this little examinee would dare to not buy Lu Yi's words and throw away Lu Yi's face? If it was someone else, perhaps they would have given face to the host of the banquet and not bicker with Yu Shu. But the one who had been rejected was Lu Yi. How could he be someone who would swallow insults? As expected, Lu Yi slammed the wine cup in his hand down heavily on the table, making a pung sound. He turned to look at Yu Shu and coldly said, "You are full of empty words. You are a woman. If you do not have any outstanding abilities, how could you have escorted Daozi safely back to the capital? I heard that Daozi had met with danger on the way, and was only able to escape because of your rescue. Imperial Father had issued an edict to reward you. Now that I am inviting you to the Twinyang Association, you are saying that you do not have the ability to do so. Could it be that the matter of you escorting Daozi is false? Could it be that you are deceiving the emperor?" As he said the last few words, Lu Yi's eyes shone with a murderous light. He did not care about Jing Chun, the host, and directly attacked Yu Shu. Jing Chun frowned. Seeing Lu Yi's aggressive attitude towards Yu Shu, he was about to say something when Shui Yun, who was sitting next to him, touched his elbow under the table. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. In this moment of distraction, Yu Shu had already respectfully bowed in the direction of the distant imperial city, and left without waiting for anyone else. She said, "This commoner is terrified. To be able to assist Daozi on the way to the capital was due to luck. I do not dare to claim credit for this. However, His Majesty is benevolent and generous and bestowed a reward. If your Highness has any doubts, then..." She raised her head and looked at Lu Yi with a cautious attitude. Half of her face was respectful, and the other half was embarrassed to speak. There was also a trace of craftiness hidden in her eyes. She stammered, That is not something this commoner dares to casually discuss." Lu Yi had used the emperor's favor to find fault. Yu Shu did not stop him. If he wanted to find fault, then let him. As long as he had the guts to question his emperor. If he said that she was deceiving the emperor, then he would undoubtedly be offending his superior. This move of borrowing force to attack force, Yu Shu could not be said to be lacking in eloquence. Just looking at Lu Yi's frozen expression, it could be seen. Everyone present heard Yu Shu's words and couldn't help whispering. Lu Yi's expression was dark, and he was momentarily speechless. He glanced sideways at Ning Wang, Lu Hao, who was sitting on his left. Lu Hao did not even look at him and did not speak up for him. He minded his own business and drank as if the person who had just started this matter was not him. Lu Yi did not speak, so Yu Shu could only brace herself and stand. She had just offended an imperial prince. Although she could handle it, she was actually very nervous. She, this fake ancient person, did not have much respect for the imperial family, but she would not think that she, a commoner, would be able to challenge an imperial prince. Before coming to the banquet, she had done a divination for herself and knew that tonight would not be smooth sailing. She needed to be accompanied by a noble person in order to be safe from danger. Yu Shu's eyes slanted and she glanced at the youth sitting beside her. Coincidentally, that person's gaze also turned over, and their eyes met. Shui Rui held the exquisite and small magnolia wine cup in his hand. Because he was sitting close to her, he was able to see the minute changes on Yu Shu's face more clearly than the others. He saw the shrewdness in the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when he heard about the invitation to her, he was still a little gloomy. Now that he shook the clear wine in his cup, his face became handsome again in the blink of an eye. Since she has no intention of accepting the invitation, there is no need for your highness to force her. If we continue to pursue this matter, it will be unbecoming of us. After all, tonight is a banquet to welcome Daozi. It is not good to get angry. Shui Rui spoke amidst the whispers around him. This attracted everyone's attention. They all thought that eldest young master Shui was going to speak up to smooth things over. They all stopped their discussions to see Lu Yi's reaction. Lu Yi looked at Shui Rui's smiling face and did not dare to act up. He said in a strange tone, "Why would I lower myself to the same level as this unruly commoner?" Shui Rui smiled and turned to signal to Yu Shu, who was still bowing with her head bowed. "There is no need to stand. Sit down." Yu Shu understood and did not foolishly sit down. Instead, she bowed to Lu Yi, regardless of whether he paid her any attention. "This commoner has been rude. Many thanks for your highness's forgiveness." After she finished speaking, she sat down. When she raised her head, she saw Jing Chun, who was sitting far away, looking at her with a worried expression. She secretly winked at him, indicating that she was fine. After calming the small disturbance at the banquet, Shui Rui cleared his throat and said, "It is rare for us to gather together. On such a good occasion, why don't we talk about some interesting things?" Prince Xiang's heir Lu Jiong and Shui Rui were cousins. The two of them had always been good friends. When he heard Lu Jiong's voice, Lu Jiong grinned and continued, "This Anling city is only so big. Throughout the year, there are only a few interesting things. Everyone's ears are tired of hearing it. Since Brother Rui said this, you must have something interesting to talk about. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us." Shui Rui shook his head and declined, saying, "You know that I am currently working in the yamen, and do not go to the tea houses and restaurants much. How can I have anything interesting to talk about? If I want to talk about it, I can only talk about some cases. It is boring to talk about, so it is better not to talk about it." Unexpectedly, Lu Jiong became spirited and said with great interest, Don't. Just talk about cases. I like to listen to this. You are afraid that we will be bored. Do you not know how to pick strange things to talk about? For example, unjust and false cases. Is there any?" Shui Rui pretended to think and said in a low voice, "There really is a case that can be brought up to talk about. However, it is not a case in Jing City. It is in Gan Province, outside of Baili City. Official Shui is really well informed. You can know about the matters in Gan Province just by sitting in Anling." Ning Wang suddenly interrupted with a laugh. Shui Rui paused, as if he did not hear this joke. Seeing that everyone at the table was waiting with interest to listen to him, he continued, "A few days ago, the Supreme Court received an edict to sort out the old cases in the Treasury. 2 colleagues and I accepted this task. After several days of investigation, we really did discover a few cases that had no beginning or end. Among them, there was a strange case that came from Gan Province. The case that Shui Rui was talking about happened in the early winter 2 years ago. In a city in Gan Province, there was a merchant family with the surname Wang. In one night, 19 people in the residence were all murdered. All of them were killed with their throats slit with a sharp weapon. There was not a single chicken or dog left in the residence. It was such a shocking and tragic case of family extermination that the Yamen investigated for 3 months without any clues. In the end, they could only report it to the Supreme Court and hastily close the case. From the case files, when the 19 people of the Wang family were murdered, most of them died on their beds. They lost their lives in their sleep, and did not even have the chance to struggle. Not a single cat or dog in the residence was spared. They were all dead. If it was robbery, there was not a penny missing from the family. If it was revenge, Old Master Wang was a kind person and close to the villagers. He did not have any enemies. From anyone's point of view, the annihilation of the Wang family in one night was an undeserved calamity. After half a year, the Yamen's investigation was fruitless. Unfortunately, the murderer is still at large. Shui Rui finished narrating the case in detail. He ordered the servants behind him to refill the wine and tea. He sighed lightly and did not speak anymore, leaving everyone to speculate and discuss. Ning Wang silently tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He expressionlessly swept across Shui Rui's cultured face, and a thread of wariness appeared in his heart. Yushu saw that the attention of the crowd had shifted away from her. She finally turned her stiff neck and wiped away the sweat at the tip of her nose. She poured herself a cup of thick wine and slowly drank it. It was so spicy that she narrowed her eyes. She felt much better, and was about to take another cup when the place where the wine pot had been placed had been replaced by a purple silk teapot. When she touched it, there was a layer of heat that burned her fingertips. She stared at the teapot that had appeared out of nowhere for a moment, and her brows gradually relaxed. Just as Yushu was sipping on a cup of hot tea, Princess Shiwan, who was at the same table, was looking at her and secretly gritting her teeth. The two of them had quarreled during the Lantern Festival. This little princess of the Xiangwangfu was also on good terms with Ji Xingxuan, and naturally could not bear to see her live a good life. Not long after, the imperial edict was delivered. Following the loud announcement outside the door, a group of eunuchs and servants from the palace rushed into the banquet hall. The person at the front was holding a bright yellow banner. Everyone stood up. Jing Chun and the princes left their seats and went forward to kneel to listen to the edict. The late emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Lu Yu, was filial and kind, virtuous and wise. When she was on her deathbed, she entrusted her only son with her mother's wish, and sent him to cultivate in seclusion. He worshipped the three pure ones for more than 10 years. Today he has returned. Zhen will take good care of him and announce it to the world. He will be conferred the title of Daozi and be bestowed the name Zhuoran. All officials below the 5th rank must bow when they see him. His salary is equal to that of a prince's heir. Moreover, he is specially permitted to walk in the front court. This imperial edict was voluminous and clear. It was to rectify Jing Chen's name, confer a title and announce it to the world. It was enough to show the emperor's love for him. The sound of the imperial edict was still echoing in the richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. For a moment, the minds of everyone at the banquet were spinning. Looking at the tall white figure who received the imperial edict, some were shocked, some were envious, and some were flattering. After Jing Chun had received the imperial edict, the people from the palace left. Following that, a group of guests swarmed forward and surrounded Jing Chun, congratulating him generously. In the distance, Yushu stood behind the crowd and looked at Jing Chun, who was surrounded by people and was getting further and further away from her. Not only did she feel a sense of loss, but she also felt a sense of worry. Chapter 329. When it was almost midnight, the guests who came to congratulate the princess's residents left one after another. At the end of the banquet, the princes at the main banquet table said their goodbyes. Jing Chun got up to see them off after being reminded by the chief steward behind him. Yushu followed behind a group of more than 10 people and walked to the main entrance of the front yard. She watched as Jing Chun, who was originally ignorant of worldly affairs, bid farewell to Ning Wang, Jia Wang, and the others in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. She watched as they boarded their carriages and left. In the end, there were only a few familiar faces left at the entrance. Marshal uncle, cousin, I'll go back to the palace first. Lu Tan looked at the moon. He hadn't built a residence yet, and was still living in the palace, so it was inconvenient for him to spend the night outside. He bid farewell to Jing Chun and Shui Rui and then said to Shui Yun, "Youngest marshal aunt, I'll send someone to pick you up at the Shuangyang meeting." Shui Yun smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you." Yushu listened to them talk. Seeing Shui Yun standing next to Jing Chun, she knew that she would live with Jing Chun at the princess's residence in the future. Yushu uncomfortably shifted her gaze to the Longting wood in the courtyard. She thought that they were fellow apprentices, so they naturally had to take care of each other. "Miss you, goodbye." Lu Tan said goodbye. Yushu turned around and saw him nod at her. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed back. "Take care, Your Highness." Now that it was quiet in front of the door, Jing Chun finally found the opportunity to talk to Yushu. "Xiao Yu, I don't need to live in the palace now, so it'll be more convenient in the future. Don't you want to learn astrology from me? How about I start teaching you tomorrow?" Yushu's eyes lit up and she happily said, "That's great. Then I'll come and find you tomorrow?" Jing Chun nodded. Then I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. Seeing that they were going to meet again, Shui Rui calmly reminded the two of them. Today, the Taoist was conferred the title of Taoist. There are many spies outside. If Shu frequently goes in and out of the princess's residence, it's hard to guarantee that she won't be targeted and get into trouble again. How about this? Why don't you arrange to meet at the Forgotten Machine Tower? That's our own place, and it's convenient for us to act. Yushu thought that it was reasonable and agreed with Jing Chen. She didn't think as much as Shui Rui, so she naturally didn't have any objections. The two of them then changed from the princess mansion to the Wangji Tower. What he didn't know was that Shui Rui was thinking. It seems that Shu hasn't given up on Jing Chen yet. If I let them continue to get along, they might rekindle their old feelings. Since it's inconvenient to stop them, I might as well put them under my nose and watch them. Lao Chui drives the carriage to the door, jumps off the carriage, and hangs up the curtain. Shui Rui urges Yushu, who is still talking to Jing Chen. It's late, and it's cold outside. Let's talk tomorrow when we meet. Get on the carriage first, I'll drive you back. And Jing Chen, then I'll be leaving. Come find me at the Forgotten Opportunity Tower tomorrow. Okay, be careful on the road. Yushu walks in front of Shui Rui and gets into the carriage. After sitting down, she opens the window and looks outside. On the high gate of the princess mansion, there is a row of bright lanterns, which clearly illuminates everyone's faces. Jing Chen and his junior sister are standing side by side under the lanterns. As the carriage moves, their figures gradually get further and further away, blurring into a group. That faint feeling of sadness comes up again. Yushu thinks unhappily. Does this count as a successful retreat? Close the window, the wind is blowing in. A big hand reaches over and puts down the curtain. Yushu rubs her nose, which has turned red because of the cold wind outside. She turns around and looks at Shui Rui. She smiles embarrassedly. She is afraid that he will notice something, so she hurriedly lowers her head and pretends to play with her clothes. She murmurs, "Just now on the table, I have to wash it." Shui Rui notices that Yushu is acting strangely, but he doesn't expose her. He just looks at her quietly. He remembers that when they reunited a few months ago in Autumn Osmanthus Lane, she was still doing fortune-telling at a roadside stall. She was dark and skinny, and anyone would think that she was a tomboy. Since Zhao Hui's family moved from Yiyang, she lived with her elders. Her food and drinks were all taken care of. Her skinny and dry body just gained a few pounds of flesh. Later, when Jing Chen disappeared, she lost weight again. This happened repeatedly. It was not until the end of the Dian examination and the closure of the Ji family's case that her cheeks slowly became round again. It was not in vain that he secretly asked the Forgotten Opportunity Tower to give her a special meal with tonic soup. He is not a young man who has his first awakening of love, but other than his mother and younger sister, this is the first time that he is so interested in a woman. He definitely likes her. Although it is not to the point that he must have her. This little girl who is stubborn and competitive and has someone else in her heart makes him feel pity and worry about her. In the carriage, both of them have their own thoughts. After a moment of silence, the carriage turns around the corner. Yushu thinks of something and clears her throat. She curiously asks Shui Rui about tonight's banquet. The princes are unusually enthusiastic in inviting her to go with them to the Shuangyang group. Shui Rui says with a smile that is not a smile. They have ulterior motives. They are not targeting you. But Daozi. Finishing, he sees that Yushu's face is still a little confused, so he explains a little more clearly. Although not many people know that you were mistakenly taken to the Celestial Commissioner's office that night, but the Ji family's case has caused such a stir. After the incident, the palace has also sent out rewards. Daozi's danger on the road is no longer a secret. He has just arrived and does not have anyone close to him. You, an examinee without any scholarly honors, can sit at the main table tonight with a group of nobles. How can it not be eye-catching? Naturally, there will be people who want to use you to get close to Daozi, or feel indignant, or take out their anger on you. Fortunately, you are clever tonight, and no one has any information that can be used against you. Yushu furrowed her brows and thought back to tonight at the wine table. That 11th prince who had turned against her after failing to invite her. The person sitting next to him seemed to be Ningguang Lu Hao, who is also Ji Xingxuan's flower protector. Yu Shu thought of something and asked, Ningguang and the 11th prince are from the same mother? Xue Rui shook his head. The 11th prince was born in Yanfu Palace and is the son of consort Lu Xian. Because consort Xian's body is weak and sickly, he was raised by consort Xu's side when he was young, and is very close to Ningguang. Xue Rui only spoke up to this point, and did not point out the crux of the matter. Since Yu Shu knew that the two princes were from the same nostrils, how could she not know that Lu Yi's treatment of her was due to Ningguang's orders? She thought about it and was still puzzled. Tonight, it was I who refused to attend the meeting with him, so he took the opportunity to make things difficult for me, and almost accused me of deceiving the emperor. If I were to listen to them and agree to go with him to the Shuangyang group, what would they do? Could it be that they really want me to give them advice at that time? A cold expression flashed across Xue Rui's face and his tone was chilly. If you agree, then your future will be ruined. Ah, Yu Shu asked in astonishment. Is it that serious? Xue Rui did not reply. There were some dirty things in this that he was not willing to tell her in case it dirted her ears. Actually, tonight, it was Yu Shu who had refused early. If she had spoken up a step later, he would have stood up for her and not allowed her to be taken to Lu Yi's fu. Yu Shu saw Xue Rui's expression and was silent for a moment. She said in annoyance, I think that the 11th prince is not someone to be trifled with. I embarrassed him tonight, and he must bear a grudge. Do you think he will do something in secret? Should I be on my guard, lest one day I get caught again and break another finger? Xue Rui detected her uneasiness and his expression relaxed. His voice was steady. There is no need to worry about this. Ningguang is cautious in his conduct. Right now Daozi is in the limelight. He will not allow the 11th prince to act against you. Xue Rui was half lying. It was true that Lu Hao and Lu Yi would not act against Yu Shu, but there was another fate. The corners of Yu Shu's lips jerked. Because of Xue Rui's reassurance, she was much more at ease, but she did not lower her guard. At the corner of the street not far from the main entrance of the Princess Fu, a carriage was parked in the darkness. Watching from afar as the carriages and horses left, the window was pulled down with a schwa sound. Lu Yi turned his head with a cold expression. His two hands were in the golden fur sleeves. He said to the man drinking tea in front of him, We really underestimated Lu Tan in the past. We only thought that he lived in the mountains and cultivated a pure heart and few desires. We didn't think that he was also ambitious. It hasn't been long since he returned to the capital, and he has already found 2 good helpers. Who would have thought that the only son of the eldest princess would be sent to Jiangxi to cultivate, allowing Lu Tan to get involved so early? That's fine. But that two-faced Xueqingbi. A few years ago he was still with 7th brother. Who would have thought that after 2 years of fooling around, he would turn his back on us? Humph. Lu Hao held a cup of hot tea with his brows slightly furrowed. He appeared to have a lot on his mind. He did not know how many of Lu Yi's sarcasm had entered his mind. And that stinky girl who came out of nowhere. Just because she has someone backing her, she dared to humiliate me in front of everyone. Who does she think she is? The more Lu Yi spoke, the angrier he became. He slapped his thigh and said fiercely, She isn't even fit to warm my bed. Tomorrow, I will have her tied up. Lu Hao raised his brows and finally had some reaction. He said in a low voice, Don't be impulsive. Lu Yi said disapprovingly, 7th brother, you are too cautious. Lu Hao knew that this brother of his was impetuous. He was afraid that Lu Yi would not listen, so he put on a stern face and lectured, The Double Yang group is coming. You better behave yourself. Don't spoil things for a woman. Do you understand? Lu Yi nodded reluctantly and said gloomily, I know. I won't touch her. TSK, I really don't know what you are worried about. Even if I really kill a little girl, will that Daozi fight me to the death? Lu Hao shook his head and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of that Daozi who had the heart of the dragon. It was just that there was another person. Gone province. Lu Hao's lips moved, and he silently murmured. His eyes gradually became gloomy. He was thinking about the tragedy that occurred in Gan province that Shui Rui had mentioned tonight at the banquet, and he didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Seventh brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Louis looked at Lu Hao's changing expression and asked in confusion. Lu Hao waved his hand and took a deep breath. He said softly, I am fine. I drank too much and have a headache. Let's go. Stay at my residence tonight and don't go back to the palace. Chapter 330. When Yushu got home, it was already late. Zhao Hui and her husband had already gone to bed. Before they went to bed, they told the gatekeeper to leave a door open for her. Yushu stopped in front of Yu Xiaoxiu's door when she passed by. When she saw that the lights inside were off, she turned to her own room. As soon as she entered, she saw Yundo snoring on the table, and the stove at her feet was almost extinguished. A few days ago, Yushu brought back a few servants from the Institute for Concubines, so Zhao Hui switched her maidservant Yundo to her room. On the other hand, Shen Nanny, who used to do chores, was promoted to be the housekeeper and served Zhao Hui. Yushu woke her up. Yundo rubbed her eyes and quickly got up to pour some hot water on the stove for Yushu to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She took a wooden brush and combed Yushu's hair. Finally, she ran to the kitchen to boil a bowl of hot tea for her to sober up. When Yushu was lying on the bed, she folded her clothes and put them on the cabinet before she quietly left. Yushu actually didn't like being served. She had too many secrets and liked to do things herself. There were many important manuscripts and handwritten notes in her room, and she had to organize them herself to feel safe. To put it bluntly, she was paranoid. Zhao Hui spent a lot of effort to get Yundo to be placed in her room. Yundo, this maidservant, was honest. She didn't know that Yushu didn't like her, so when she was assigned by Zhao Hui, she served her wholeheartedly. She was well-behaved and sensible, which made Yushu feel good in just 2 days. She didn't think about driving her out for a while. Yushu slept like this until the rooster crowed the next day. She got up and went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room before breakfast was served. When Yushu opened the curtain and entered the room, Bairan was coming out of Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom with a basin of water to wash her face. When she saw Yushu, she politely stopped and greeted. Eldest Mississippi. Yushu saw that his clothes were neat and tidy, and he looked diligent. She gently smiled at him and said, Is Xiaoxiu awake? Young master has already woken up, Bairan said. He just washed his face and is sitting down. I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready. All right, you can go now. Yushu went straight into Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom. They didn't try to avoid suspicion. After all, the two of them had lived under the Ji family's roof for a period of time. They had even slept head to toe on the same wooden bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting on the edge of the bed, flipping through a book. He looked up and saw Yushu coming in, so he put the book down. Sis, why are you up so early? You don't have to go to school. Yushu walked over. He took the book in Wei Xiaobao's hand and looked at it. On the somewhat old cover were written the words Herbal Survey in 4 small seal characters. There were pictures and words inside, but it was a medical book that taught people how to recognize herbs and medicines. Dr. He's study was filled with medical books. Yushu didn't find it strange that Yu Xiaoxiu would take it out to read, so she casually flipped through 2 pages and put it to the side. She turned her attention to other things. How are you getting along with Bairan? Is there any discomfort? Yu Xiaoxiu touched his neck and said, No, it's pretty good. Yushu said, Then when your injuries are healed, ask him to go with you to the academy. Bairan has martial arts skills. If someone dares to bully you, just ask him to beat them back. She would rather spend an extra 20 taels a month to have someone by Yu Xiaoxiu's side to look after him. She didn't want what happened last time to happen again. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be pushed off the horse by Shui Wenjia and have his head broken and bleeding. It almost scared her half to death. Sis, Yu Xiaoxiu called out awkwardly. He seemed to feel embarrassed and didn't want Yushu to mention that again. You came back late yesterday, and I was already asleep. Tell me what the princess palace is like. Is it really made of gold bricks and silver tiles? Haha, silly boy, can a house built with gold and silver be lived in? Won't you freeze to death? Yushu teased him, then seriously told him about the style of the princess palace. Speaking of the dragon court wood in the front yard, she felt an itch in her heart. She thought that when she saw Jingchen later, she would ask him for a few branches and bring them back to grow as a potted plant. Yu Xiaoxiu still couldn't believe it. He stammered and asked, "Sis, is brother Jing really the princess' son? I've seen the imperial edict. How can it be fake?" Yu Shu touched his head. "Your brother Jing is now a noble, a relative of the emperor." Yu Xiaoxiu chuckled. He was still young, and his heart was pure. He only felt happy for Jing Chun, and didn't have any other messy thoughts in his mind. The siblings chatted for a while. Then Yun Do was called by Zhao Hui to ask Yu Shu to eat breakfast. Bai Ran brought food into the room for Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu ate breakfast with Zhao Hui and then went out with He Fangji. One was going to the clinic, and the other was going to meet at Wang Jilu. At dawn, Jing Chen practiced a set of sword techniques in the Princess Palace's backyard. His complexion was ruddy, but he was slightly out of breath. Shui Yun, who had been watching from the side for a while, walked forward with a smile. She handed over the sweat towel in her hand and generously praised, "Shi Xiang's flowing cloud sword technique has 90% of my father's skill. If he saw it, he would be very happy." Jing Chen shook his head, but he was dissatisfied with himself. "Before I lost my memory, I couldn't practice for a period of time. I slacked off a lot." As he spoke, he took the sweat towel and wiped his forehead. He carried the sword to where the servants were waiting, took a piece of fur from the tray, and carefully wiped the rusty ancient sword in his hand. Shui Yun stood to the side and watched his actions. She couldn't help but find it funny. This sword does have spiritual energy, but it has no edge. What's wrong with you treasuring it so much? Why don't you find a blacksmith to polish it? Shui Yun's suggestion was good, but Jing Chen was unmoved. "This is something that was given to me, so I should cherish it. What's more, when we practice the sword, we comprehend the Tao. Why do we need an edge?" Shui Yun saw that he had a reason, so she didn't try to persuade him anymore. Then she thought of the unparalleled sword that he had lost on the way and said regretfully, "If second martial uncle knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed, I don't know how heartbroken second martial uncle would be if he knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed." After he finished speaking, he saw Jing Chen's face reveal a remorseful expression, and secretly scolded himself for being too talkative. He looked at the sun and changed the topic. "Didn't you have an appointment with Miss Yu? Quickly go wash up. Don't make her wait." Thinking of today's appointment, Jing Chen's expression couldn't help but soften. He nodded and was about to leave. He had only taken a few steps when Shui Yun stopped him. "That's right, Shi Xiang." Shui Yun wanted to say something but hesitated. She knew that Jing Chen had the intention of passing on the teachings of their celestial master Taoist school to Yu Shu. She wanted to advise him, but she felt that he might not listen. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't blurt them out. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. You should go quickly." Watching Jing Chen walk away, Shui Yun stayed in the same place. She was thinking about when to make an appointment with Miss Yu in private. In the small study room in the rear courtyard of Wangji Building, the maidservant served a few exquisite and special refreshments and then retreated. Yu Shu and Jing Chen sat facing each other. After so many days, the two of them finally had a rare opportunity to be alone. "Are you used to living in the princess residence?" Yu Shu looked at the well-dressed Jing Chen and deliberately asked. In fact, she had already heard from Shui Rui last night that the emperor seemed to have appointed a capable chief eunuch to be the steward of the princess residence. He also assigned a group of servants. Jing Chen's daily necessities were all taken care of by people, so how could his days be bad? I don't have to go through the trouble of applying for a waste token. It's more comfortable than living in the palace. Jing Chen obviously didn't answer her question. More than 10 years of cultivation wasn't for nothing. His foundation was stable, and he was quiet and had few desires. It was difficult for him to be blinded by ostentatious things. He could live a life of luxury and live a simple life. Yu Shu touched her nose and suddenly felt that she had the heart of a petty person. That's good. Now that you're exposed in front of others, I suspect that the group of people who harmed you are hiding in the capital. They may find a chance to attack you again. You should be careful. Jing Chen heard Yushu's worry and comforted her. Don't worry about me. The emperor has already ordered to investigate this matter. There will be a result in the future. Yushu didn't think much of it. She thought that the person responsible for investigating Jing Chen's death was Lu Hao, the Prince of Ning. He took on this task most likely to protect Ji Xingxuan, and might not be doing his duty. After chatting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Jing Chen took the initiative to jump to the main topic. When he still lost his memory, he promised Yushu that one day when he regained his memory, he would teach her the secret skills of Mount Longhu. Now that he had nothing to do, he could fulfill it. Our celestial master Taoism has a total of 7 sections. My master, Huai Xianjinren, came from Full Moon Peak. He was obsessed with the art of stargazing and formed his own sect. Unfortunately, my aptitude is stupid. I only inherited 30% of my master's skills, and didn't understand the Great Path. In addition, I also know a thing or two about the art of reading people. Also, Jing Chen first explained his family's foundation. Yushu heard from his tone that he planned to teach her everything. She was surprised at first and then worried. Is it inappropriate for you to teach me all of this? There should be rules in your sect that some secret skills can't be taught to outsiders, right? Jing Chen's expression didn't change. He said, It doesn't matter. Mount Longhu has many guests every year. Sometimes my master will ask his brothers to teach me a thing or two. It won't break the rules. When I return to the sect in the future, I will report to my master. Yushu thought that since she had learned other people's unique skills, she wouldn't teach it to others and wouldn't cause any trouble for Jing Chen. So she didn't have to worry about this anymore. The two talked for a while and reached a consensus. Jing Chen wanted to teach Yushu a set of stargazing skills that his master, Huai Xianjinren, had deduced. This skill focused on deducing the celestial phenomena and seeing through the mysteries of heaven. It could actually predict natural disasters and earthquakes in the human world, as well as wars and beacons. It could be called a strange skill. Jing Chen roughly explained a small part of it. Just listening, Yushu felt fascinated. A year ago, she learned astronomy and geography from Taoist Qingzheng in Yiyang City. In fact, she only knew the basics and didn't know how to use geometry. That was why she was absent from the Great Yin examination, because she knew her own limits. I will first memorize the general principles and details of the Celestial Divination Manual. I will slowly explain it to you later. When Yushu heard that she still had to wait 2 more days before she could read the strange technique, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Because she couldn't wait any longer, she shamelessly urged him. Then why don't you go back now and copy it? Jing Chen couldn't help but smile. He said, There's no rush. There's still one more thing to do. What is it? Go out and find some usable materials. When I return, I will make an astrolabe for you so you can use it. Chapter 331. Jing Chen said that he wanted to make an astrolabe, so Yushu followed him to buy it. On the way, she inquired about the use of this thing. It turned out to be a miniature star palace, which was used to simulate various star maps to calculate the stars. This was also created by Taoist Huai Xian. It was not difficult to make an astrolabe. There were ready-made carpenters in the princess residence, but they were missing a few materials and parts, so they needed to find them elsewhere. Thus, after the two of them left Wangji Tower, they took a carriage to the market. By the time they gathered everything, it was already late in the afternoon. After checking that there were no omissions, Yushu asked Jing Chen to send her home. The two of them talked on the way and knew that they would be busy in the next few days, so they made an appointment. After the astrolabe was made, Jing Chen would copy the chaotic sky divination, and then send someone to inform Yushu. Tomorrow was the first day of the 2nd month. It was the Zhanghe Festival, also known as the Spring Festival. Most people had to go out to the Taoist temples to burn incense and add oil. In the morning, Yushu heard from Zhao Hui that she was going to the Ascending Cloud Temple outside the city to pray for the safety of her family. Naturally, Yushu had to accompany her. As for Jing Chen, the double sun meeting would begin on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. As the dozi personally conferred by the emperor, He had to appear at that time. The carriage stopped at the He residence. Yu Shu raised her hand to stop Jing Chun, who was about to get off the carriage with her. She said, "Don't go in. Xiaoxiu is probably sleeping right now. Godmother is pregnant and can't go out of the house. You can go in and make her panic." With Jing Chen's current status, people would welcome him wherever he went. Yu Shu was probably the only one who would block people at the door and not let them in. However, with the relationship between Jing Chen and her, he wouldn't care about these common sense. "Okay, you can go in." Jing Chen still followed her out of the car, but he didn't go in. He watched Yu Shu walk over the threshold, and suddenly remembered to ask her to stay. He walked up to her, took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his sleeve, and handed it to her. He said a few more words. "I observed your complexion today. You seem to have lost something. Recently he might have been caught up in some trouble. If you run into any trouble, you must send someone to the princess mansion to find me." Yu Shu took it and played with it a few times. Nodding his head, he did not decline. The next day, before dawn, Zhao Hui urged He Fangji to wake up. She also called for the servant who was guarding the door to boil water for them to wash up. He Fangji only got a beautiful wife in his middle age, so he naturally cherished her. Therefore, when Zhao Hui was pregnant, the couple slept separately. However, they still slept in the same room. He checked her pulse 3 times a day, and inquired about her well-being. This was to ensure that his beloved wife would be able to give birth naturally and suffer less. "It's still early. Foreign, go back to sleep. I'll massage your hands and feet." Doctor He put on his outer robe. Sitting by Zhao Hui's bed, he rubbed her legs through the blanket and yawned. Last night in the middle of the night, Zhao Hui cried out a few times. He did not dare to close his eyes for the rest of the night. Zhao Hui was lying on her side. She had just woken up and her face was a little red. She lifted the blanket and covered his legs. She said gently, "Let's go out early. There will definitely be a lot of people going to burn incense today. If we go late, I'm afraid that the ancestors will hear too many wishes and won't be able to take care of us. Didn't eldest brother say? The results for the Deyin examination are about to be released. I have to go and ask for good luck for our daughter. If there's one subject on the list, then we'll burn incense." He Fangji smiled. "When she passes, I'll prepare a few tables of wine to treat everyone." As the couple discussed in private, Yu Shu had already gotten up. She was sitting in front of the bronze mirror, letting Yin Do comb her hair. In her hand was a scroll of Song Tushue's Notes of Peace. She had spent more than 10 taels of silver to get it from a small shop, but it was just a copy. Song Tushue was the junior supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner 10 years ago. This book recorded the major events of the Yin dynasty in the past 300 years. It was analyzed from a scholar's point of view, and was worth reading. "Miss, I'm done combing. Go and see if Master and Madam are awake." Yu Shu folded the book and placed it on the dressing table. She got up to change her clothes. She had been free recently and could read a few more books. She did not need this little bit of time. Just after breakfast, Pei Jing came to the door with 2 attendants. Although the 2 families had recognized each other halfway, their relationship was not bad at all. Moreover, they had left their homes and did not visit each other frequently. It was inevitable that their days would be lonely. Because Yu Xiaoxiu had not fully recovered from his injuries, he was left at home. He was sensible and did not make a fuss. He only asked Yu Shu to bring back something fun at the gathering. Needless to say, Bai Ran was included. Boys were easy to get along with, so in the past 2 or 3 days, Yu Xiaoxiu had accepted Bai Ran as his playmate. Whenever he had something good, he would share it with Bai Ran. As for Hu Tianer, who he called a brother in the 100 Rivers Academy, he had completely forgotten about him. At dusk, Yu Shu came back from praying outside the city. She was exhausted. She brought some food and toys to Yu Xiaoxiu's room, then went back to her room and lay down on the bed. Because of the festival, there was a market near the Ascending Cloud Temple outside the city. People from the surrounding villages gathered together, and the road was filled with people. Their carriage didn't move very fast. When they finally arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple and got out of the carriage, there were people coming and going. Yu Shu was afraid that the people would crowd Zhao Hui, So she and He Fengji stood on the left and right to protect her. Pei Jing led the way in front. They lined up in the main hall to burn incense, donate money, kowtow to the 3 pure ones, and make a wish. No one knew how Pei Jing got them to stay in the backyard of the Ascending Cloud Temple for a meal. They rested for a while, and only came back in the afternoon. Yushu lay down for a while and fell asleep. She dreamt that a group of people came to her house with drums and gongs, congratulating her for Dian Senior High School, and asking for money. She searched all over her body but could not find a copper coin. She was so anxious that she stamped her feet and woke up. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark outside the window. She heard Yundo's clear voice outside the door. Miss, are you awake? Mr. Shui is here. Please get up." Yushu rubbed her head and turned over to sit up. She wrapped herself in the quilt and said in a muffled voice, "I'm up. Go get a basin of water for me to wash my face." "Yes." Yushu sat on the bed and sobered up for a while. She wondered why Shui Rui came to see her at this time. So she took a hot handkerchief to wipe her hair, and tied it into a simple bun. Then she went to the front yard with her sleeves in her hands. It was early spring, and the thick curtains on the living room's door had been removed yesterday. Shui Rui was sitting and blowing on his tea when Yushu dragged her feet and walked in. She nodded at Shui Rui and greeted, "Big brother Shui, you're here." Shui Rui heard her soft nasal voice. When she came closer, he saw 2 faint red marks on the left side of her face. At first glance, he knew that she fell asleep on the pillow. He couldn't help but smile and said kindly, "Why are you sleeping at this time? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to eat dinner?" Yushu laughed dryly and sat on the chair opposite him. She said, "I walked outside the city during the day. I'm a little tired when I came back. How come you have time to come here at this time? Is there something you need from me?" Shui Rui's gaze stopped on the 2 red marks on her face. He said in a light tone, "Have you forgotten? The double sun gathering is tomorrow. There will be a dragon boat dance on the bank of the Spring Wave River. The festival will be very lively. If you have nothing to do, you can go for a walk with me. I will bring third sister along. You two can keep each other company. Xiaomia will also come." Yushu's heart was moved. She had long heard that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the double sun gathering. She really wanted to go and see for herself. Moreover, there was an annual festival to watch. She couldn't miss it. "Third sister?" Yushu didn't miss it. She asked curiously, "Is it the sister you mentioned to me last time? Her name is Jin Xuan?" She remembered that Shui Rui didn't have many siblings in his family. He only had one biological sister. She was 1 or 2 years younger than him. She heard that her health wasn't very good. Shui Rui nodded with a smile. "It's Jin Xuan. My third sister is very obedient. You will definitely like her." When Yushu heard that she could meet Shui Rui's sister, she was also very happy. "Okay, then I will definitely go. Will you come pick me up tomorrow morning?" As Shui Rui answered, he was calculating in his heart. He'd wanted to let Yushu meet his third younger sister since a long time ago. That child, Jin Sun, had a weak body and he didn't have a temper. As the daughter of the Shui clan, he actually didn't even have a single friend that he could talk to normally. Moreover, Yushu had such a righteous heart, so it would be a good thing if the 2 of them could be on good terms. "By the way, I was in the inner province yesterday and didn't go to Wangji Tower. Did you see Daozi?" Shui Rui asked knowingly. Before he came to see Yushu, he passed by Wangji Tower and asked Lin Fu. He knew that Yushu and Jing Chen didn't stay in Wangji Tower for long before they went out together. He didn't know where they went. Yushu didn't think there was anything to hide, so she told him the truth. Jing Chen wanted to teach her the stargazing skill of Longhu Mountain. In order to make an astrolabe, they went shopping. "Oh, what is an astrolabe?" Shui Rui asked curiously. Yet Jing Chen's actions towards Yushu without holding back in the slightest caused him to feel rather powerless in his heart. He didn't understand why a smart person like Yushu would be so stubborn towards a person like Jing Chen. It seemed that it was because of the other party's rare frankness. On the contrary, he couldn't be completely unreserved towards a person. "Astrolabe, that's..." Yushu roughly explained the usage of the astrolabe to Shui Rui, and in the end, she said in admiration, "Jing Chen's master, that Taoist Hui Xian is truly an exceptionally capable person. If I'm able to learn his ability to observe the stars, even if it's only 10%, it would be enough to benefit me. Shui Rui saw that she was confused, so he said, "It's true. All the officials in the Celestial Commissioner, who can be of great use, are proficient in the art of stargazing. You need to know that watching people is just small, but watching geniuses is the way. If you have the ambition to be a female official in the Celestial Commissioner, it's necessary to understand the art of astrology." Yushu listened to Shui Rui's words and knew what was going on. She sighed and said, "It's a pity that it's difficult to learn that strange art. Jing Chen learned it since he was young and only saw through a little. I don't know how long it will take me to understand it." Chapter 332. On the second day of the second lunar month, the sleeping dragon wakes up in winter. The spring thunder starts to sprout, and all living things come back to life. In the morning, the servants set up the incense table in the west room. Yushu followed behind Zhao Hui and her husband to light incense sticks for the two elders of the Zhao family who had passed away for many years. After paying respect to the ancestors, Yushu went back to her room to wash her hands. She packed her belongings and went to the front to wait for someone to pick her up. Shui Rui seemed to have calculated the time. As soon as Yushu crossed the gate of the courtyard, she saw a double-pulled carriage slowly stop in front of the gate. Lao Chue pulled the reins, and the young maidservant sitting next to him jumped off the carriage and trotted to the steps to call the gatekeeper. Yushu walked over and stopped the maidservant she had never seen before. She walked to the side of the carriage with the maidservant, greeted Lao Chue, and then got into the carriage. The roof of Shui Rui's carriage was covered with glass, and the inside was bright and spacious. There were 3 circles of leather seats, a rosin tea table in the middle, a tea set, and 3 layers of dessert boxes. Shui Rui was sitting in the innermost part of the carriage. He was wearing a bamboo-patterned gauze gown, and his hair was tied with a green polyester jade band, revealing his full forehead. As usual, he looked very ostentatious. Yushu only glanced at him, and then her eyes jumped to the inconspicuous figure on the left. She knew that this was Shui Rui's third sister, Shui Jinxuan, but she still couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't that this Miss Shui was as beautiful as a flower. On the contrary, her appearance could only barely be regarded as delicate. Her skin was obviously unhealthy white, which was caused by the sun that she didn't see often. To put it bluntly, she didn't look like she was born from the same mother as Shui Rui. "Let me introduce. Shu, this is my third sister, Jinxuan. Jinxuan, this is Miss Yu that I mentioned to you before. She is older than you, so you can call her older sister." Shui Rui pointed at Yushu and introduced her to the two. Yushu sat right opposite Shui Jinxuan, and she watched as this young girl kept her head lowered while her hands were placed obediently on her knees, and she didn't move in the slightest. She waited until Shui Rui finished speaking before she quietly raised her head by an inch and revealed a pair of timid eyes that met Yushu's probing gaze. She blushed and quickly lowered her head again. She nervously clenched her fingers and said in a small voice, "You, sister, you." Then her face turned red, and she quickly lowered her head again. A gray rabbit she once raised was just like her, afraid of strangers and timid. Whenever it saw an outsider, it would want nothing more than to burrow into the ground. But no matter how hungry it was, it would only eat the food she fed it. Suddenly it felt a bit of intimacy towards this Miss Shui. It beamed at her and said, "Hello, Jinxu and Mimi." After saying that, she touched her sleeves again. She took out a small colorful bag with 4 corners, stretched out her hand, and handed it to her. "I only knew that I was going to see you last night, so I didn't prepare any greeting gifts in a hurry. This is a little thing I made. I'll give it to you." Although it was a little thing, it actually took Yushu a lot of thought. Last night, she went to sleep in the middle of the night. She racked her brain to make this, and it might be too shabby to give it to others. But it might be just right for this sister Shui. Shui Jinxuan looked at the thing that Yushu gave to her. She first turned her head to look at Shui Rui. Seeing her brother nod, she reached out to take it embarrassedly. It was thin, and she didn't know what was in the bag. She curiously touched it. Shui Rui was also a little curious, so he directly asked Yushu, "What is this?" Yushu said with a smile, It's for fun to pass the time. Then she said to Xue Jinxuan, open it and take a look. I'll teach you how to play. Xue Jinxuan placed the colorful bag on her lap and opened it, revealing a palm-sized, square-shaped paper that was folded with gold sprinkled on it. There seemed to be layers of something written inside, and the word East was painted in red cinnabar. It looked strange. Yushu saw that the brother and sister were at a loss, and she secretly snickered. She reached out for the folded paper, held it in her hand, and flipped it open until it turned into a larger quadrangle. She explained to them, this thing is called East, South, West, and West. Do you see the 4 directions written on it? Put them vertically, and there are 8 sides hidden inside. Each side has a command hidden inside. You have to see if it's horizontal or vertical. Count it a few times, east or west, and the command will be different when you open it. For example, let me guess, count it horizontally 3 times, look at the east side, and follow the command. Yushu put her 2 thumbs and index fingers into the quadrangle, and opened it vertically and horizontally 3 times, revealing the word east. She looked at the command hidden inside, and wrote sing a song, in small regular script with cinnabar. She looked up at Xue Jinxuan, and saw that the little girl's eyes were focused, and her interest was aroused. She didn't hesitate to perform and coaxed her to be happy. Look, I'm the middle command now, and I have to sing a song for you. Cough, then I'll sing a song. Yushu cleared her throat, and under the gaze of the Xue family's brother and sister, she began to sing shamelessly. Pig, your nose has 2 holes, and when you had a cold, you still had snot hanging on your nose. Pig, your ears are so big, and you can't understand what I'm saying. I'm calling you stupid. Yushu sang Pig's song, which was once very popular in her memory. The lyrics and music were hippie, and her pronunciation was clear and exaggerated. Poor Xue Rui and Xue Jinxuan, the 2 people who were born and raised in ancient times, had never heard such a straightforward tune. They were stunned after hearing her sing a few lines. When Yushu shook her head and hummed pig's head, pig's brain, pig's body, pig's tail, they finally couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Xue Rui was overjoyed. On a whim, he leaned over to take the lid of the tea on the table, and gently tapped on the celadone plate to make a rhythm, echoing Yushu's tune. The tinkling sounds were very in tune. With the accompaniment, Yushu became even more excited, and the lyrics that she couldn't remember clearly became fluent. Pig, your skin is so white, you must have reincarnated in a rich family in your previous life. It is said that your ancestor had a rake, and the fortune teller said that he was destined to have a peach blossom. When he saw a beautiful girl, he would laugh and laugh, not blush, not be afraid. Puffed. The younger sister of the Xue family couldn't hold back her laughter. She was afraid of making the singer unhappy, so she quickly closed her mouth. Her cheeks were red and puffed up, but her ears were pricked up. She listened shyly and timidly, and looked at the elder sister of the Yu family with curiosity. After the song, the atmosphere in the car was already very good. Xue Jinxuan even took the initiative to talk to Yushu. Although her voice was still not loud, it still surprised Xue Rui. After all, his sister usually didn't speak much, and when she was anxious, she would stutter a little. It was already good enough that she could reply with 2 out of 10 sentences. Sister Yu, what song is this? She had never heard of it before. It was a strange tune, and she couldn't tell how interesting it was. Yushu casually said, it's just a song sung by our children in the south. You can't take it seriously. Just listen to it and be happy. As she said this, she raised the 4 corners in her hand and said to Xue Jinxuan, I've given the order, so it's your turn. Which side do you want to guess? The atmosphere was just right. Xue Jinxuan wasn't as shy as she was at the beginning. After all, she was still a little childish. She wanted to play with Yushu, so she said softly, then it's north. North side 6 times. She didn't know how to play, so Yushu patiently asked, horizontally or vertically? Xue Jinxuan thought for a moment and said, horizontally. After that, she nervously stared at Yushu's movements. She watched as she folded the 4 corners and opened them 6 times, revealing the north side for her to see. On it were the 4 words divert trouble to others. Yushu laughed and pointed at Xue Rui. Jinxuan is lucky. This is an empty order. The person sitting on the east side wants to drink a cup in her place. It's you. As she said this, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to Shuirui. There's no wine, so let's use tea instead. Shuirui raised his eyebrows and drank a cup of tea cooperatively. He looked at the four corners in Yushu's hand and said with great interest, I'll also try. Vertically 3 times, south side. Yushu nodded. The 8 orders she wrote last night flashed in her mind. She quietly turned the 4 corners in another direction, so that the order was replaced by the other side. She counted 1, 2, 3, opened it, looked down, bit her lips, moved closer to Xue Jinxuan, and showed it to her. Xue Jinxuan saw the words on the top and exclaimed. Then she covered her mouth and lowered her head, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. Shuirui was wondering why they were so happy all of a sudden. He saw Yushu stretch out her hand and showed 3 words behind the south side. You're a pig. He was speechless. Pig, your nose has 2 holes. Yushu intentionally teased him, and she started humming the pig song from before. She stretched out her hand and pushed up the tip of her nose to reveal 2 round nostrils. And it caused Shuirui to be at a loss whether to laugh or cry, whereas little sister Shue's face was filled with laughter instead. The 3 of them played for a while and the carriage stopped on Fujing Street. Feng Zhaomiao got on the carriage halfway. Seeing them playing happily, she also joined in to guess the order. Although the north, south, east, west made by Yushu was simple, the words in it were carefully thought out. In addition to the drinking order, the air order, the laughing order, there was also the general order. Whoever guessed the general order would be able to order the people present to do one thing. There was more than one kind of fun, so they were not afraid of the people who guessed the order. The young master of General Feng's family was a playful person. After he joined them, the laughter in the carriage never stopped. When Lao Chue stopped the carriage near the Spring Lawn River, Feng Zhaomiao was still holding the square paper that Yushu made. He begged Yushu to make one for him as well. He planned to use it to tease other people. After Yushu agreed, he returned the north, south, east, west to Xue Jinxuan. The little girl blushed and took out the small colorful bag that Yushu gave her at the beginning. She put the square paper back and put it in her sleeve pocket. She shyly thanked Yushu. It seemed that she liked the gift very much. Shuirui saw that Yushu and Xue Jinxuan got along well, so he was relieved. He opened the curtain and got off the carriage first. Looking at the crowd in front of them, he turned around and said to the people in the carriage, Let's get off the carriage. There are many people in front. Let's walk there. Yushu jumped off the carriage first. She turned around and handed her hand to Xue Jinxuan. Then she helped the little girl get off the carriage. Feng Zhaomiao was the last one to get out of the carriage. He was still holding half of a peach cake in his hand. He tiptoed and looked into the distance. He said vaguely, There are so many people. It seems that the flower drum has begun. Let's go there first. Brother Rui? Shuirui nodded. Feng Zhaomiao then dashed towards a certain direction like a monkey. Yushu was just about to follow when someone patted her shoulder lightly. She turned her head, and a warm breath brushed past her ear. Third younger sister rarely goes out, so I'll have to trouble you to help me keep an eye on her. Be careful not to let her get lost. Yushu shrunk her neck and made a N sound. She avoided Shuirui and stepped to Xue Jinxuan's side. She held the little girl's hand. Jinxuan, let me hold your hand. Come with me. Little sister Xue rarely got so close to others. Although she was a little nervous, she still nodded and let Yushu pull her forward. Chapter 333. Because of the festival, there are many celebrations on the Chunlan River. There are many folk customs such as fighting for flowers and birds, and burning incense to drive away insects. The most eye-catching thing is the donation from the rich people in the city. On the Long River, there are more than 100 dragon heads flowing in the shallows. Sailors are holding baskets and scattering ash to attract the dragons. There are drums on the shore. People who are interested can go to the river to touch the dragon head and get some happiness. Along the riverbank, there were peddlers selling flowers, fruits, and steamed black and white glutinous rice balls. It was a must to eat a few during this season to show respect to the Lord of the Earth, and to get rid of the bad luck on one's body. Yushu and the others were walking and stopping on the riverbank. After tasting the glutinous rice balls, Two girls stopped in front of an old woman who was selling flowers with a big basket. They were picking out the fresh flowers that were picked early in the morning and still had dewdrops on them. They are not expensive flowers. Most of them are wild flowers that can't be named. However, the fragrance is not reduced. Yushu is in a good mood and picks out two pink apricot flowers. She compares them to Xue Jinxuan's face and puts them next to the bead on her ear. She looks at them and finds that Xue Xiaomei's complexion is much rosier. Xue Jinxuan touches the flower petal on her ear and shyly lowers her head and rubs her toes. The old woman says to them with a smile, "Both of you look good." The younger sister wears an apricot and the older sister wears a hibiscus. It's good to have both good luck and good luck. You really know how to say auspicious words. Then I will buy another hibiscus. Yushu readily accepted his advice and took out a bright red hibiscus, but she did not put it on her head. Instead, she broke off the flower branch and inserted it into the left button of her shirt, turning it into a fake brooch. When Xue Rui saw that they had made their choices, he went forward to pay for them on his own accord. Because it was not anything expensive, Yushu did not fight with him over it. She then brought little sister Xue to another place to look at something new. Feng Xiaomiao disappears as soon as she gets off the carriage. At this moment, she comes out of nowhere and squeezes in front of them. Lotus Room, where is Brother Rui? The word Lotus Room was originally a pseudonym that Xue Rui wanted to give to Yushu. Feng Xiaomiao called her by Yushu's name smoothly. He didn't change it even after he found out that it was Yushu's real name. Yushu just took it as an elegant name and let him be. Yushu pointed at Xue Rui, who was paying at the back. Then she asked, "Where did you run off to just now?" Feng Xiaomiao excitedly told her. The Shuangyang Association has already sounded 12 drums. Someone has set up a stage on the south bank of the river, and they are having a duel. They are fighting fiercely. Shall I take you to have a look? When Yushu heard that there was an arena to watch, she was a little tempted. She was afraid that Xue Jinxuan would not like it, so she turned around and asked for her opinion. However, Xue Jinxuan was the most indecisive one. He hesitated and didn't say anything. It was unknown whether he wanted to go or not. Later, Xue Rui came over and made the decision. The four of them crossed the bridge and followed the crowd to the south bank to watch the martial arts competition. Every 3 years, the drums would sound on the first day of the Shuangyang Association. There were 12 huge drums on the river bank. Around 100 young and strong drummers surrounded them, waving their arms and beating the drums. The rumbling was comparable to the sound of spring thunder. This was to inform the people who had come to attend the meeting that the Shuangyang Association had already begun, and they could show their skills. Facing the spring river, there was a 3-story Cheongyu Tower. The top and bottom of the tower were filled with the nobles of the capital. There were countless tea and wine tables. The most distinguished ones were the princes on the 3rd floor. They were high up and had a wonderful view. Once they lowered their heads, they could see half of the spring scenery on the spring river. After another 3 years, there were a few more princes who were qualified to sit here. Prince Jia and Prince Ning were already of age, and had long left the palace to build their manors. Before this, they had attended the Shuangyang Association twice. The 8th Prince Lu Du had not yet been conferred the title of prince. 3 years ago, he had also sat in Cheongyu Tower. As for Lu Tan and Lu Yi, because they were still weak, this was the first time they had appeared in the Shuangyang Association. For more than 100 years, the Shuangyang Association had accepted all the scholars and martial artists from all over the world. As long as they had a skill, they could try their skills here. They had also set up a 49-day arena. There were literary and martial arts selections, not sticking to a single style. The most important ones were the E-Duel, where 18 great E-Dojos from the north and south sent their masters to participate. There were also the Martial Duel, where 23 dojos and 6 escort agencies sent their masters to participate. Finally, there was the 100 Literary Duel, where scholars and poets gathered. Although they were all to select talents, the Shuangyang Association's requirements were much more relaxed compared to the Imperial Examination and the Great Yen Examination. Scholars did not need to pass the provincial and provincial examinations, and merchants did not need to have a recommendation letter from their masters to have a chance to make a name for themselves. The biggest difference between the two was that one emphasized the examination, while the other emphasized the competition. The two did not conflict. Naturally, there were examinees who participated in the imperial examination and came to the Shuangyang Association to compete before the results of the Great Yen examination were released. It was another good opportunity to gain fame and profit. As for the nobles and the rich who came to watch, their thoughts were different. Who knew which nameless person that caught their eye today and invited to join them would become a jinshi or mastery tomorrow? But these were not the reasons why the Shuangyang Association was unfailing. In the end, the true meaning of the Shuangyang Association was that it was a test for the future successors of the Dan Empire. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, but in the end, only one could become a true dragon. For the country, one must first know how to treat people well. This was a holy teaching left behind by the Dan dynasty's founder, Emperor Anwu. Future generations must not defy it. Therefore, the true protagonists of the Shuangyang Association were not the ambitious heroes on the arena, but the scheming dragon sons in Cheongyu Tower. As the elder brothers, Excellent Prince and Ning Prince each occupied the 2 seats on the second floor with the best view, sitting next to each other. On the arena below the building, the opening event today was a martial arts battle. Martial artists would fight against each other in pairs with all kinds of weapons at their disposal. On the stage, they would first announce their name. Then they would greet each other with their fists and legs. Swords have no eyes. Good. This sword is good. Good martial arts. The people on the riverbank were bustling with noise. Nearby, there were a few layers of commoners watching the excitement. They were extremely excited. Many spies were also mixed among them, waiting for the experts on the stage to take a look so that they could help their masters find out where they came from. According to the teachings of the Zhen sect, all the princes who attended the Shuangyang Association would only have 2 seats next to them, 1 Qian and 1 Kuan. They could be used as strategists or as barters, but they could not be the celestial commissioners' barters or court officials. Therefore, beside every prince, other than the servants who served tea and a guard, there were only 2 people who could offer advice. Excellent Prince Lu Si was playing with a Tai Chi jade lock in his hand. He didn't know how many times he had turned his head to look at the veiled young woman, sitting beside Lu Hao. Lu Hao took a sip of tea and turned to look at Lu Si. He joked. Why isn't 4th brother looking at the arena? Why is he looking at me? Excellent Prince was caught red-handed by him, but he wasn't embarrassed. He simply asked, 7th brother, which family's young lady is at the Kuan table? She looks familiar to me. Lu Hao laughed. I also wanted to ask 4th brother about the 2 you're sitting with. I recognize one of them, Mr. Mingda. Every time I read his articles, I admire him very much. I originally wanted to invite him this time, but 4th brother beat me to it. As for this lady, she doesn't look like someone from the capital. I wonder where 4th brother invited her. Lu Si first heard him compliment the Qian table and felt a bit proud. Hearing him ask about the Kuan table, he didn't conceal anything. He pointed at the table on the right and introduced. This is Lady Qing of the Wenchen family of the Northern Fu. She is the 6th generation successor of the secret script. Just 2 short introductions were enough to show the extraordinariness of the Kuan table. Everyone knew that the south had Xiajiang, and the north had Wenchun. These 2 families with the surname Yi were illustrious. 100 years ago, they each produced a EZ who created a unique technique. That Lady Qing, who was around 30 years old, heard Lu Si's introduction and stood. She bowed to Lu Hao in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. She greeted. Greetings to Ning Wang. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and only nodded his head in return. He didn't reveal an expression of surprise as Lu Si had expected. He turned his gaze back to the matches below. Lu Si sat a bit disinterestedly, but he forgot to inquire who the woman sitting at the Kuan table on Lu Hao's side was. On the other side of Lu Si sat the 8th Prince Lu Du, and on the other side of Lu Hao sat the 9th Prince Lu Tan. Both of them also had people accompanying them. Not to mention Lu Du, on the Kuan table on Lu Tan's side was Jing Chen's Shimi, the female cultivator of Tai sect, Shui Yun. Unlike the rest of the men and women on the Qiankuan banquet, the table in front of Shui Yun wasn't filled with brush, ink and paper, nor was it filled with the 8 trigrams. Instead, There was only an ancient lot pot with nearly 100 pitch-black lot strips inserted in it. It was unknown what they were made of. If one paid close attention, they would find that every time someone changed on the arena, she would watch attentively, draw out 2 slender black sticks from the pot, and calculate with her fingers. After about 10 minutes, she would insert the black sticks into the pot, shake them and mess them up, and then take them out next time. The people present were used to seeing strange people, so they didn't blame her. Shui Yun's movements were not eye-catching, and she was young, so they only thought that she was invited by Lu Tan to make up the numbers. They didn't know the power of the black sticks. There were too many people below the arena. Shui Rui and Feng Xiaomiao acted as flower protectors, one on the left and one on the right, pushing through the crowd and protecting the 2 girls, Yushu and Shui Xiaomei, who squeezed to the front and stood in a good position to watch. When the fighting on the arena was about to get interesting, the first part of it was just some flowery but impractical moves. Just now there were 2 martial artists fighting, one with a 9-inch sword, the other with a scimitar. They fought back and forth. The light of the knife and the shadow of the sword were very enjoyable. Although it was not the first time for Yushu to see a real knife and a real spear, she had never seen a real martial arts competition. As a layman, she was soon dazzled and her blood surged. Like Feng Xiaomiao, she clapped and cheered with a group of onlookers. Because Shui Rui's martial arts skill was not bad, he did not pay any attention to the small fights on the platform. His attention shifted upwards and he stared at the crowd of figures on the top of Cheongyu Building. He could vaguely distinguish who was who, and he plotted in his heart. One of Lu Tan's seats was a junior sister from the same sect as the Daozi. According to what Lu Tan told him in private, she was a junior sister that possessed peerless skills, and the other was an extraordinary person that Shui Rui had personally invited. Chapter 334. Yushu's group of 4 had a good time at the Shuangyang meeting. When it was almost sunset, they reluctantly returned home. They had dinner at Wangji Tower. Yushu thought that she did not plan to go out tomorrow, so she asked Lin Fu to bring the accounts of the past few days. She looked through them and put them back after making sure that there were no discrepancies. Feng Xiaomiao had left earlier. Shui Rui had to send Yushu back first, so Shui Jinshuan was naturally in the car. On the way, Yushu and Shui Rui talked about what happened during the day. Shui Jinshuan listened quietly and smiled without interrupting. When they arrived at Zhao Hui's house, Yushu got out of the car. Shui Rui opened the window and said goodbye to her. He told her that she did not have to go to Taiching Department to look at the results on the 4th day of the new year. He would send someone to look at the results first, and then inform her. Yushu agreed. The Dian examination results were released during the Shuangyang meeting. Starting from the 4th day of the new year, there would be a subject every 7 days. The first subject was Li. She felt that she had no hope of passing this subject, so she did not have the enthusiasm to look at the results in person. Hence, she had to trouble Shui Rui. Yushu waved at Shui Jinshuan in the car and said goodbye with a smile. She turned around and entered the house. Shui Rui closed the window and sat down again. When he looked back, he saw Shui Jinshuan looking at the window with a disappointed face. He thought for a moment and asked her with a smile, "Is your sister you a good person?" Shui Jinshuan twisted her fingers. Because she was not good at expressing herself, she just nodded slightly. Then she lowered her head and said no more. Seeing her like this, Shui Rui sighed and said in a gentler voice, "If you like to be with her, we can ask her out to play another day. How about that?" Okay. Deep into the night. Yushu was lying on the bed with her hands as a pillow. Her brows were slightly furrowed as she thought about how she had been watching the commotion from below the arena during the day. Unintentionally, she looked up at the glazed rooftop and vaguely saw the silhouette of Ji Xingxuan. Needless to say, if that really was Ji Xingxuan, she must have accompanied Ning Wang to attend the double sun gathering. This gave Yushu a headache. Lu Hao didn't look like someone who would be blinded by lust. However, he still kept Ji Xingxuan by his side even though the Ji family had gone through such a huge incident. It had to be said that he was sincere. And Ji Xingxuan was a smart person. With such a backer to rely on, how could he not make use of it? This is not good news. Yushu thinks it over and over again. She always feels that she has a family now. Being stared at from behind by such a deadly enemy, her life is very unreliable. She has to be on guard against thieves and thieves. It seems that I have to make a trip to Yuan. I'll spend some money to hire a skilled fighter. In the future, when I go out alone, I'll have to bring a guard with me. Yushu muttered to herself. She quickly made up her mind to go shopping the next day. She turned over, wrapped herself in the blanket, and fell asleep. Yushu had seen the accounts yesterday. Lin Fu originally thought that she wouldn't come today. Who knew that early in the morning, when he had just changed his clothes and came downstairs, he saw Yushu open the back door and walk in. "Miss Old Lin, good morning." Yushu greeted the fat steward. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, she pointed upstairs and explained, "I'm here to get something." Lin Fu asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I ate on the way. There's no need to prepare anything for me. I'll leave in a while. You can go do what you need to do." Yushu waved her hand at him and went up to the second floor. She used the key to open the door and entered the room she used. Turning into the side restroom, she pulled out a medium-sized box from under the bed. She took it to the table and opened it. Inside the box was her private money. There was a stack of banknotes that she extorted from the Ji family. There were also some bits and pieces that she earned from doing fortune-telling. Although she had used some of it, there was still a lot left. She made an inventory. There was about 1,000 taels left. Yushu took the money bag and put the bits and pieces of silver in it. She folded the banknotes and put them in her pocket. She only left 2 ingots to look at in the box. With enough money, Yushu left from the back door. She went to the street and hired a gray leather sedan chair. She directed people to carry it to the west of the city. The north and south of the city were clearly demarcated. The Qianyuan road that ran through the capital divided the rich and the poor. The east and west of the city were also different. They were also in the west of the city. A little further north was a street of calligraphy, painting, and silk shops, while a little further south was a bustling market. The streets were noisy, and there were many beggars. There were always 2 or 3 beggars on each street. Yushu liked to recognize the way, so she didn't just sit in the sedan chair. Instead, she hung up the curtain and looked all the way. She was looking at the street to see if there were any new snacks that she could buy and bring back for Yu Xiaoxiu to try. Suddenly, she saw a few unkempt beggars chasing a limping clay figurine out of an alley. In a moment, they rushed to the middle of the street, and her sedan chair happened to block their way. The clay figurine that was being chased lost its balance and fell to the ground. The people chasing it caught up and grabbed its hair, and began to wrestle with it. The sedan chair bearers were shocked and stopped. They were blocked by the people in front of them and couldn't pass. "Bastard, how dare you steal food and drink in our territory? Beat him to death." "Who asked you to steal? Who asked you to steal? I'll beat you to death." Yushu's palanquin couldn't move, so she could only watch the scene unfold. The clay figurine that was being beaten was a man. His hair was messy, and his clothes were ragged, barely hanging on his body. One of his hands was strangely holding his head, and he didn't fight back. Instead, he lowered his head and wolfed down the fried chicken in his other hand while the others were beating him. However, the chicken was quickly snatched from his hand by a few beggars. They kicked him to the ground and stomped on him a few times. Then they swore and ran into the alley. The clay figurine didn't make a sound. He struggled to get up from the ground. When he raised his head, he saw Yushu in the sedan chair. The first to be stunned was the clay figurine. Yushu reacted quickly. She recognized the man as soon as she saw the ugly centipede-like scar on the man's unshaven face. She was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. Wasn't this the deputy leader of Automosmanthus Lane's Evergreen Gang? The brother Hai, that Qiu Biao and the others hired to kill her? Why was Qiu Biao and Bai Qing beheaded in public? Shouldn't they be locked up in prison? Just as Yushu was bewildered, the clay figurine panicked and retreated a few steps. He dragged his half-crippled leg and ran into the alley behind him. When Yushu came back to her senses, the clay figurine had already run far away. Yushu anxiously clung to the window and wanted to get out of the sedan chair. She didn't know whether to chase or not. A series of question marks appeared in her mind. A few months ago, that pair of bandits, Qiu Biao and Bai Qing, bumped into her in the capital. When they found out that she was still alive, they were afraid that she would expose the fact that they were colluding with the water bandits from both inside and outside to murder for money, so they tried to kill her. Later on, she asked Xue Rui for help to bring this group of people to justice. The murderer they hired was Brother Hai. Because he injured Jing Chen's hand, Yushu broke 2 of his fingers and sent him to prison. Qiu Biao and Bai Qing were beheaded. She clearly remembered that Brother Hai was also sentenced to 10 years in prison for murder. It had only been a few months. How did he escape? Could he be escaping from prison? However, it seemed that he had been out for a long time. Why didn't she hear anything? Why didn't Xue Rui tell her that he had escaped? The more Yushu thought about it, the more confused she became. She didn't dare to chase after him by herself. She could only remember the route and let the sedan chair bearers carry her away. Yushu went to the supply house alone and carefully selected 2 servants who could fight and carry. She spent a high price of 400 taels of silver to take them away. However, she didn't look for the steward who received Xue Rui last time. She took the contract of selling herself and 2 guards who were said to be the private soldiers of a criminal general. Yushu came out of the supply house. She didn't even sit in the sedan chair. She directly brought the 2 guards and walked back to the street where she saw Brother Hai. "Miss, where are we going?" "Go to the front. I want to catch someone. Help me," Yushu said with a heavy expression. Since she knew that the person had escaped from prison, she couldn't just let him go. She must catch him to prevent any accidents from happening. The 2 newly appointed thugs looked at each other. Because they had been transferred and taught in the supply house, they remembered to obey orders in order to have a better life in the future. They didn't say anything else and followed behind Yushu into an alley. Yushu was sure that Brother Hai couldn't have run far with a limp. Plus, he had obvious features. In less than an hour, they found his whereabouts in the neighborhood. When Yushu led them through many turns and found a smelly ditch, Chu Hai was curled up and coughing under a broken bridge. As soon as he heard footsteps approaching, Chu Hai raised his head in alarm. When he saw the figure of the person approaching, he rolled and crawled to run. But the 2 thugs brought by Yushu obeyed her orders and went forward to capture him. Different from the cowardly Yushu saw on the street before, Chu Hai dragged a limp and fought with 2 thugs alone. After more than 10 moves, he was defeated. His arms were twisted and he was pushed to the front of Yushu. "Miss, I've caught him. What should I do with him?" Yushu stared at Chu Hai, who was neither human nor ghost, with an ugly expression, and asked directly, "How did you escape from the prison?" Ahem. Chu Hai knew that he couldn't break free, so he lowered his head and didn't say a word or answer Yushu's question. Yushu sneered. "It doesn't matter if you don't say it. You are a fugitive anyway. I'll send you to the yamen now." Chu Hai's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head and stared at Yushu. His bloodshot eyes revealed a pleading expression. "I was just paid by someone to eliminate a disaster for them. There is no hatred between us. Cough, cough, cough. I attacked you, but you also cut off 2 of my fingers. So we are even. If you let me go, I swear to God that I will never seek revenge on you in the future. Otherwise, I will die a horrible death, otherwise." Speaking of this, he gasped a few times, gritted his teeth, and suddenly became ruthless. "Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you live a good life." Chu Hai was a man in the past. He had some guts. He was under the control of others, but he still dared to threaten. If Yushu was timid, she might be scared by him. But this woman had experienced death, so she wouldn't be scared by his bluff. Chapter 335. After Yushu caught Chu Hai, she did not bring him back to her home. Instead, she went to Huixing Street in the south of the city. Speaking of which, this small courtyard with 3 rooms was the first place Yushu had settled down after coming to the capital. Later, when Xia Mingming returned to Xiaozhang's home, and Zhao Hui and her husband came to the capital to look for someone, the 2 of them moved over, and this place became vacant. The security in the south of the city was not as good as the north of the city. When people saw someone carrying a beggar on the street in broad daylight, they only looked at it out of curiosity and did not ask anything. Yushu walked in front and led the way. When they reached the entrance of the small courtyard, she put her hand into the gap under the threshold and took out the spare key. She unlocked the door and signaled the two men she just bought to bring Chu-hai in. She turned around and hung the door bolt. The small courtyard had not been cleaned for a period of time, so there was a layer of dust inside and outside. Yushu pushed the door open and entered the central room. She asked them to casually throw Chu-hai on the ground. She touched the dust on the table and dusted her hands. She walked back and forth in the room with her hands behind her back before she stopped. She turned around and looked at the two men who were doubting her. I did not say it clearly in the concubine. The steward there must have told you that I bought you to be the guards of the concubine. In fact, that is not the case. You see, I am a young woman going out alone, so you must be suspicious. I might as well tell you that I am a customer. I am a teacher, so I don't care about the customs. I use the money to buy you back. If I want you to guard the door at night, it will be a waste of your talents. Here is a task for you to do. If you do it well, I will treat you as my subordinates in the future. In the future, I might even help you get rid of your slave status. At this point, the two martial artists' faces were already filled with shock. They looked like they didn't believe her, but Yushu didn't want them to believe her for a while. She just wanted to scare them into working for her. That was enough. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yushu asked again. The two martial artists weren't untactful. One of them was good at reading the situation. He stealthily pulled on the other and stepped forward. Cupping his hands in obeisance to Yushu, he lowered his head and said sincerely, Since I, Zhou, am already Mrs. Person, I will naturally follow Mrs. Lead and follow your orders. I will listen to Mrs. Instructions. The other one was a little simple and honest, but he was not stupid. Seeing Zhou's attitude, he also cupped his fists and said in a low muffled voice, I am Song Dali. As long as Miss takes care of my food, I will listen to your orders. Yushu could roughly guess their temperament from their words and actions. So she was a little relieved. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he pointed at Chu-hai who was thrown on the ground and said, This person has some old grudges with me. You will stay in this courtyard for the time being and help me keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Here is some silver. Take it and eat and drink for the next few days. Throw him into the water and wash him. Change him into clean clothes, tie him up and watch him. Yushu took out the biggest piece of silver in her purse and gave it to Zhou, who seemed to be a bit smarter. After giving a few more instructions, he left the key and left alone. The reason why he wasn't in a hurry to interrogate Chu-hai was because there were some things that he had to clarify before he could interrogate him. Yushu left Huixing Street and went to the north of the city to find a big exchange shop. She bought 2 things and returned home. The sky was already dark and she hastily ate her dinner. She asked Yundo to urge the kitchen to boil water and send it into the house. After taking a bath and changing clothes, she placed the small incense burner she bought in the afternoon on the tea table. She opened a small enamel box and took out a piece of ambergris. She burned it in the burner. In the selected works of Ija, it was recorded that burning ambergris could help the bargainer predict the future. This was also the favorite method of the rich bargainer. Yushu didn't use it in the past because a small box of ambergris was too expensive. She couldn't afford it, but this time she was able to make a loss. Yesterday she saw Ji Xingxuan at the Double Suns meeting, and today she bumped into Chu-hai who escaped from prison. Yushu was very cautious in times of peace, and was very suspicious of the connection between these two incidents. After she returned from the banquet at the Princess Mansion, she was worried that Lu Yi would cause trouble for her. So she used the 6 lines to make a divination for herself. The divination had been uneven and ominous. Coupled with Jing Chen's previous warning, she was almost sure that with her bad luck, she would most likely be in trouble. Unfortunately, her date of birth was not accurate. She couldn't use the rule of time of calamity that she was most familiar with. Her aptitude was limited and she couldn't see through the 6 lines divination. Every time she wanted to calculate the details, she would throw out an empty hexagram. In order to avoid disaster and lose money, she took a bath and burned incense. She prepared everything and asked Yundo to guard outside the door to prevent people from making noise. Then she took out the 3 tong bao coins that she usually used. She sat in front of the table, closed her eyes and devoutly chanted a paragraph of the clear heart mantra that Jing Chen taught her. When her mind was clear and her heart was free of distracting thoughts, she concentrated on asking about the matter. She threw the almost hot copper coins into the silver plate. Once and twice, she dipped her finger into the tea and wrote the hexagram on the table. Until the sixth complete hexagram, a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Then she looked at the hexagram on the table and showed a trace of joy. Success. She didn't waste her 100 taels of silver. Yushu was secretly happy. She knew that it was not the time to be happy. She quickly withdrew her thoughts and focused all her attention on the hexagram that was about to disappear. She had a vague feeling in her heart. She held the teacup in one hand and dipped the other into the water to calculate. It was not that she didn't want to use pen and paper, but the inspiration was fleeting. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to calculate the result when she turned around. It took about 2 hours to burn the small box of ambergris. Yushu finally got a clear sign. She frowned and wiped her fingers in front of her body. She got up and walked to the desk with the fragrance of incense. She grinded the ink thoughtfully and dipped the pen into the paper to write. February 13th, avoid water, fatal disaster. Yushu couldn't sleep the whole night because of the hexagram she calculated yesterday. She couldn't be blamed for not being calm. How many people in this world could lie in bed and sleep when they knew that a disaster was about to befall them? During breakfast, Fengji was the first to notice that Yushu was a little strange. He noticed that Zhao Hui had only taken 2 bites of the food she picked up for her, and observed her complexion. He said, "Don't force yourself if you don't have an appetite. I'll take a look at you later to see if you have indigestion or anorexia." Hearing this, Zhao Hui hurriedly put down her chopsticks and reached out to touch the back of Yushu's hand. She was afraid that Yushu would catch a cold, because she didn't cover herself with the quilt last night. She had been with Dr. He and his wife for the past few days, so she probably knew how to take care of herself. She knew that cold and warm weather alternated, and that it was easy to get sick when the seasons changed. Yushu saw their worried expressions and suppressed the annoyance in her heart. She shook her head at them embarrassedly. "I'm not feeling well. I slept late last night, so I'm a little sleepy now and can't eat." Zhao Hui had a false alarm and patted her. "Don't eat if you don't want to eat. Go back and sleep for a while. Didn't you say that Mr. Shui found someone to look at the rankings for you? When the person comes, I'll ask the maid to wake you up. I'll have the kitchen steam a bowl of egg custard and add a few drops of rice vinegar. Then you'll have an appetite." "Okay, then I'll go back to the room first. Father and mother, take your time to eat." Yushu took the opportunity to return to her room. The bedroom was still filled with a sweet fragrance. She had Yin Do open the front and back windows to let in some air, and lay on the bed with her clothes on. One moment, she thought about Chu Hai, who she caught yesterday, and the next moment, she thought about the disaster of February 13th. She slowly fell asleep. It was already 2 hours later when Shui Rui woke up. Shui Rui had sent someone to check the ranking list, and returned to Zhao Hui's house to pass the message. When Zhao Hui received the news, she sent someone to wake Yushu up. Yushu was woken up by Yin Do. She rubbed her face and sat up. As she put on her shoes, she casually asked, "What did they say? Did you pass this test?" There were 6 subjects in the De Yuan examination. There were 100 people who could enter the rankings for each subject. Those who could pass one of the subjects would be called Teacher E and would be registered with the Celestial Commissioner. From then on, they would have a proper name. If they were lucky enough to pass 2 subjects and make it onto the rankings, they would be called Teacher E and receive a salary from the Imperial Court. Furthermore, if they managed to place first in each subject, the Celestial Commissioner would send someone to their residence to congratulate them, and bring them to the Imperial Court to announce the results. However, this was not the highest honor. Whenever a mighty figure obtained first place in the 3 subjects and occupied the top 3 positions, he would be considered an extraordinary person. He would be personally visited by the imperial astronomer to congratulate him. Even the emperor would have to summon him to the palace for an audience, and put him in an important position. This was truly reaching the heavens in a single bound. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to enter the rankings for each subject in the De Yuan examination. Thus, Yushu didn't have any delusions. She crammed for a few days and studied hard. She was able to stand out from thousands of people in the subject of Li, which was a must-pass for a teacher. She knew that reasoning wasn't her forte. As expected, Yindo stuttered and didn't dare to say it directly. Yushu didn't make things difficult for her. She smiled and put on her shoes, got off the bed, and went to the front yard to listen to the news. When she entered the living room, she saw that Zhao Hui and He Fangji were both seated. However, she didn't see anyone who came to report the news. They must have been sent away. The husband and wife were talking in low voices. When they saw Yushu enter, they stopped. Xiaoyu, you're here. Zhao Hui raised her hand and called for Yushu to come over. She pulled her to sit down and patted her hand. She gently said, "Just now Sir Shui sent someone over. Tai Chingxi has already removed the rankings. He said that only 70 people passed this subject. It's not strange that you weren't on the list." Zhao Hui was afraid that Yushu wouldn't be happy because she didn't pass the test, so she carefully passed the message. Who knew that Yushu would smile and comfort her? "Mother, don't worry. I'm not anxious. I took a total of 3 subjects. Aren't there 2 more after that? Uncle already said that I'll definitely be on the list for mathematics." Unfortunately, mathematics wasn't included in the evaluation of the E-Master. Even if she passed the strange technique, she was still just a E-Master. She couldn't become a Da-E Master. When Zhao Hui saw that her mother didn't care about it, she felt relieved. She smiled and said, "Your godfather said that if you pass the test and become a female teacher, he will give you a banquet in the courtyard for a day and invite a lot of guests." When He Fangji saw that they were chatting and laughing, she knew that there was nothing wrong. She said, "Your uncle said that he will also send someone to take a look. I don't know if he got the news. I will send someone to inform him so that he won't be anxious." Chapter 336. When Pei Jing learned that Yushu didn't pass the first exam, he sent someone to deliver a letter to her that night to comfort her. Early the next morning, he actually came to visit Yushu. In addition to a good horse that was promised to Yushu, he also brought a cart of construction materials and 2 masons. He came to build a stable for the horse. Pei Jing's arrival dispelled some of the dark clouds in Yushu's heart. She circled around the dark red horse that Pei Jing was leading a few times. She touched it here and there. The horse had a good temper. When it saw that she was a stranger, it only snorted twice and shook its head uncomfortably. It didn't kick back and let her touch it. He Fangji, who went out late today, also came to join in the fun. Zhao Hui was afraid that the horse would startle, so she didn't come out from the backyard. Pei Jing smiled as he explained to Yushu from the side. "This is an excellent match between a Great One horse and a Guinan mare. It has been tamed for 5 years at the stud farm in the north. It was originally prepared to be used as a war horse for the imperial court. However, the management of that horse farm wasn't good. These 2 years, the money was tight. So they selected a batch of takeout horses. They were chosen by our Taiheng Chamber of Commerce and ordered. I liked them, so I kept one for myself. I also chose a more docile one for Xiaoyu. It seems that it can be used as a saddle, or a saddle to pull a carriage." Before Yushu could say anything, He Fangji spoke first. "Thank you, brother-in-law, for spending so much money. This horse is a good horse. It will be wasted if it is used to pull a carriage. After a while, when Xiaoyu's hands are more agile, let her learn how to ride." Pei Jing nodded and looked at Yushu with a kind expression. "When the weather gets warmer, I'll find 2 chaperones to accompany you for a few laps. You'll be able to ride it soon enough." Yushu was thinking that with such a good horse as a ride, in her previous life, it would at least be worth 4 laps in a car. After receiving such a big gift from Pei Jing, even though he was her relative, she still felt embarrassed. She touched the shiny hair on the horse's back and said to Pei Jing with embarrassment, "I've made Uncle spend money again." Pei Jing laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and very naturally stroked her head, saying, "What's the matter? Jiujiu only has 1 daughter, and her body is delicate. If I don't have any children in the future, in the end, you and Xiaoxia will have to live in retirement." Yushu saw that Pei Jing had a sigh on his face, and it did not seem like he was joking. For a moment, she did not know why he was so emotional. Although Pei Jing was over 40 years old, his body was very healthy, and Madame Qin was younger than him. In a few years he could have another son, so why was he afraid that there would be no successor? Although she was doubtful, she did not show it on her face. She only followed Pei Jing's words and said, Jiujiu is an elder like father and mother. In the future, Xiaoxiu and I should provide for him. Seeing her attitude, Pei Jing and He Fangji were very optimistic. They smiled and nodded, then went into the inner hall to talk. She was left in the courtyard to get close to the horse. Yu Shu was raising her head to stroke the hair of the new resident, when she heard someone call her. Mississippi. Yu Shu turned around and saw Bai Ran crossing the courtyard door. She stood not far away and passed on a message. Young master heard that Master Pei came and wanted to come out to pay his respects, so he asked me to come and ask. How could Yu Shu not guess what Yu Xiaoxiu was thinking? He said he wanted to pay his respects to Pei Jing, so he must have heard about the horse and wanted to come out to take a look. Thinking that his injury had not recovered, she shook her head and said, My father said that he must not eat in the wind for the next few days. After saying this, she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would be disappointed. She touched the soft hair in her hand and said with a smile, You go and tell Xiaoxiu that Jiujiu sent a horse. I will take it to the backyard later, and let him look at it by the window. Bai Ran obeyed and returned to the room to pass on Yu Shu's words to Yu Shu. Although Yu Xiaoxiu did not succeed in leaving the room, he still happily put on some clothes and went to the window. After waiting for a while, he saw Yu Shu approaching with a big red horse. He was very happy. He studied at Baichuan Academy and had a few classes a month on riding and archery. Seeing some young masters bring their own horses, he was very envious. However, he could only take turns with a few of the sons of concubines who were not well liked by their families to replace the 2 old horses that could not run fast. Last time, Brother Shui had brought him to the horse farm to play to his heart's content, and he still remembered it. Shui Rui had promised him that he would take him there in spring. Unfortunately, he had no prospects and had been injured by Shui Wenjia. He could only stay in the room to recuperate. It was really sullen. Uncle Pei had given his sister a horse. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would have a horse to ride on. Yu Xiaoxiu thought happily to himself. In this child's heart, he had never thought of separating himself from Yu Shu. The 2 of them depended on each other for survival. There was no one closer than them in this world. Sister, when our injuries are healed, I will teach you how to ride. Yu Xiaoxiu said arrogantly. I don't need you to teach me. Your 2 short legs are not even as long as my arms. Grow them for another 2 years. Yu Shu's words mercilessly attacked her brother. You look down on me. Brother Shui said that I ride very well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Yu Xiaoxiu argued with a red face. He was just being polite. How could you believe him? The 2 of them had nothing better to do. One was inside the house while the other was outside. Bai Ran watched from the side as they quarreled. In fact, they were very intimate. He was envious and couldn't help but feel bitter about his life. If his family hadn't been ruined, he would still be the young master of the Bai family and not a servant. Even if he had to continue to endure his stepmother's harsh treatment, he would gladly endure it. Because of Pei Jing's arrival, Yu Shu originally wanted to find Shui Rui to verify Chu Hai's matter, but she could only postpone it for a day. On the 6th day, she went to Wang Jilu, thinking that she could see Shui Rui face to face and talk business. Who knew that after waiting there for a day, she didn't see him. After asking Lin Fu, he said that eldest young master hadn't shown up in the past few days. Yu Shu left a message for him to pass on the message when he saw Shui Rui, and then she went back. The next day, she went to Wang Jilu to wait, but she still didn't see him. On the 3rd day, she came again, but she still didn't hear that Shui Rui had come. This made Yu Shu depressed. Her feet turned in circles. For a moment, she didn't know where to find Shui Rui. Then she suddenly realized that it seemed that it was Shui Rui who looked for her every time. Even if he didn't look for her, she would always meet him. This seemed to be the first time she took the initiative to look for him. What to do? Except for Wang Jilu, she didn't know where he liked to go. Should she go to the gate of the Supreme Court and wait for him? It was not impossible, But she didn't know whether he would leave from the front gate or the back gate. What should she do if she didn't find him? It would be February 13th in a few days. If she didn't figure out Chu Hai's matter, she would be worried. This was Yushu's mistake. She didn't think that besides Wang Jilu and the Supreme Court, there was another place where she could definitely find Shui Rui. Lin Fu saw that Yushu didn't wait for him for 3 days. He guessed that she was in trouble. At dusk, he saw Yushu coming down from upstairs with a sad face, so he came over to offer advice. Are you looking for young Master Xiao? If it's urgent, why don't you go to the Shui mansion to look for him? Even if young master is busy with work, he has to go home to sleep. His words woke her up. Yushu patted her head and secretly scolded herself for being dizzy. She immediately thanked Lin Fu and left. Knowing where to find him, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to visit now. First, it was late. It would be disrespectful if she went to the minister's mansion at this time. Secondly, even though she'd acknowledged Shui Rui as her big brother, she hadn't met the seniors of the Shui clan in the end, so it couldn't be considered as an official relationship. She was just a young lady, and if she boldly went to the young master's house to look for him, she might not necessarily be able to meet him. When Yushu returned home, she washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, she found a long gown and a short coat in the cupboard and changed into a man's outfit. She dressed up well, and wrote an invitation seriously before looking for the way to the Shui mansion. Minister Shui was a civil official. When Emperor Jingzong was still on the throne, he was already a minister of the Imperial Library. Later, when His Majesty succeeded the throne, he also inherited the previous emperor's ministers. He admired Shui Lingnan's prudence and strategy, so he valued him. He appointed him as the Minister of Internal Affairs and promoted him to the right Prime Minister. He also conferred Lady Shui the title of Imperial Consort, and bestowed her with great glory. The minister's mansion had been built for many years and had been renovated several times. From the outside, it didn't look like a mansion that suddenly rose to prominence. There was only a large door in front of the main entrance and a pair of stone lions. There wasn't even a corner door that was open. On the door, there was a plaque with the 2 words Shui Mansion. Although it had been exposed to the wind and sun for many years, it hadn't been changed. This plaque had been scrubbed until it was spotless. It wasn't decorated with gold or silver, but when the carriages and horses passed by the door saw this plaque, they all lowered their heads. Serving the emperor for 6 dynasties and several generations of loyal ministers. How could those new nobles with shallow family background compare to them? Yushu got out of the sedan chair at the street corner. After inquiring that the Shui mansion was in front of her, she walked to the door and confirmed that the plaque on the door was correct. Then she knocked on the door and handed over the invitation, asking to see the eldest young master of the Shui family. Yushu cleverly didn't write on the invitation that she was a sworn brother or sister. She claimed that she was a friend of Shui Rui, and that she had come to discuss something with him. If the eldest young master was at home, she would like to meet him. If he wasn't at home, she would like to pass on a message for him. The gatekeeper of the Shui family didn't say anything. When the gatekeeper saw Yushu dressed as a servant, he politely told her, "The eldest young master has just gone out. There are rules in our mansion that servants are not allowed to pass on a message for the master, and they are not allowed to tell the master's whereabouts to outsiders. If you have something to do, you may come back tomorrow." Hearing this, Yushu regretted that she didn't come earlier. Knowing that she couldn't get the whereabouts of Shui Rui from the gatekeeper, she reluctantly nodded and turned away with a sad face. Walking on the road, she thought that it was not a good idea to delay it one day after another. Chu Hai was still locked in Huixing Street. She couldn't just let him go like this. Since she couldn't find Shui Rui in a short time, it was better to interrogate him first. At most, it was not easy to force Chu Hai to tell the truth. Thinking of this, Yushu quickened her pace. Not long after she walked, a person she knew came out of the gate of the Shui mansion. Chapter 337. Yushu handed Chu Hai over to the 2 guards, Zhou Hu and Song Dali, whom she had bought from the orphanage. They were very responsible, washing Chu Hai, who was as dirty as a beggar, and changing him into clean clothes. They also took care of the wounds on his body. When Yushu came again, Shuehai no longer looked like the beggar from a few days ago. Yushu stood at the door with her hands behind her back, looking at Chuhai, who was tied to a chair and pretending to be dead. She asked Zhou, "Has he been obedient these days?" Before Zhou could reply, Song Dali angrily said, "What's there to be honest about?" This morning, when Big Brother Zhou was feeding him, he secretly broke the rope. He even used his head to hit people, trying to escape. He hasn't had a moment of peace these past few days. Luckily, us two brothers are strong enough to subdue him. Seeing Yushu frown, Zhou quickly lowered his head and said, "Miss, I was careless and almost let him escape this morning. Please punish me." "This is not your fault." Yushu smiled at Zhou and turned to look at the skinny Chuhai. She suddenly said in a cold voice, "It seems that he has too much strength. From today onwards, just feeding him one meal at night will be enough." No matter how pitiful Chuhai looked to Yushu, he was someone who had once wanted her life. He was not worthy of her sympathy. "Go to the door and guard. I have something to ask him." Yushu raised her hand and gestured to Zhou and Songhu. Zhou had tied Chuhai up firmly in the morning, so he was not worried that he would break free and hurt anyone. He said to Yushu, "Then miss, be careful. If there is anything wrong, just shout for me." He then dragged Song Dali to the door. Yushu closed the door, picked up a stool, and sat down less than 5 feet away from Chuhai. She lifted her foot and kicked his calf. She didn't use much strength. Chuhai closed his eyes and pursed his lips. He did not move, as if what Yushu kicked was the stool and not his leg. Yushu pouted. He raised his leg and kicked Chuhai again. But this time he didn't hold back. He kicked Chuhai's injured leg so hard that even the chair shook. Even though he was 7 feet tall, he couldn't help but groan in pain. Hiss! Chuhai suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Yushu. "What are you doing?" To think that he, Chuhai, had lived half his life on the edge of a knife, licking blood to pass his days, but in the end he actually fell into the hands of a little girl who hadn't even grown all her teeth. It was really hateful. Yushu crossed her arms. Sitting with her legs crossed, she faced his angry gaze and said calmly, "I have some questions to ask you. As long as you are willing to answer honestly, I will do as you wish and let you go. You can go wherever you want." How could Chuhai, a felon, escape from prison without anyone knowing? Someone must have helped him in secret. Then who released him? Why did they release him? Did it have anything to do with her? Chuhai sneered. "I'm old enough to be your father. Or are you trying to fool? Let me tell you, you either let me go or kill me. Otherwise, when I get out of here, you won't have a good time." It was like a stone bumping into an iron lump. Neither of them was afraid of the other. Yushu disdainfully said, "With your current crippled virtue, you're a fugitive. Even if I let you go, you won't be able to make any waves." Chuhai's face was livid. Yushu just poked his sore spot. After that narrow escape, his head often ached. He couldn't use his internal force. He only had a little bit of strength left to protect himself. If there was no treatment, he would be crippled for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, his face suddenly became gloomy. A trace of sorrow floated on his face, which was keenly noticed by Yushu. Slowly rubbing her fingertips, Yushu thought for a moment. Her voice softened, and she looked straight at Chuhai. "Tell me the truth. Even if I don't let you go, I will help you take care of your family." On the way here, Yushu thought about it carefully. Chuhai was a fugitive, and it wasn't easy for him to get out of prison. Not to mention running as far as he could. Why would he stay in the capital? After thinking about it, he must have some nostalgia. And in this world, there were only 2 kinds of nostalgia, people and things. Therefore, Yushu was just bluffing. She didn't know whether Chuhai still had relatives in this world. Who would have thought that after listening to her words, Chuhai's face turned gray like wax skin. His eyes instantly turned red. He raised his head and laughed hoarsely. "Ha ha." Yushu stared at the tears rolling down from the corner of his eyes. Her heart moved. Her intuition told her that there was something important hidden in it. She was about to take the opportunity to break it. Unexpectedly, Chuhai opened his mouth first. "Huh. My wife and children have been killed by me. Where would my family come from?" Now I am the only one left. If you want to take care of them, do you want to go to the underworld to accompany them in my place? Yushu's face was a little dignified. It was not because of Chu Hai's curse, but because of the message revealed in his words. His wife and children had died. Were they killed by him? What nonsense was this? Looking at him, it was obvious that he blamed himself for the death of his family. How could he be a person who killed his wife and children? Don't talk nonsense anymore. Chu Hai coldly interrupted Yushu's words. He warned her in a rough voice. I have no grievances with you. I can tell you that my business has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, don't get involved too much, lest you get into trouble. Yushu pursed her lips. She could not tell whether Chu Hai's words were true or not. She wanted to continue the interrogation, but no matter how she tried, she could not let Chu Hai speak again. Yushu could not help but think of the benefits of Xue Rui. If she had his help in the investigation, she would not have to worry about not being able to pry open Chu Hai's mouth, and she would not be so helpless. Helplessly, Yushu looked at the sky that was getting dark. She could only go back and think about it. She would come back tomorrow. Yushu returned to the west of the city. She lowered her head and pondered along the way. When she reached the door of her house, she noticed the carriage parked in front of her house. She was stunned, and surprise flashed in her eyes. She picked up the corner of her robe and quickly walked into the courtyard. She went straight to the front hall where the lanterns were lit. Brother Xue. This voice startled Xue Rui, who was tasting the medicinal tea brewed by Dr. He. He turned his head and saw Yushu rushing in like a gust of wind, staring at him with a pair of fiery eyes. I finally see you. I've been looking for you for a few days. What have you been busy with recently? This caused Xue Rui to be slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He and Yushu had known each other for so long, and it had always been him who stared at her whereabouts. When had she ever taken the initiative to care about his matters? Could it be that the last suddenly had an epiphany? As soon as this thought popped up in his head, Xue Rui dismissed it. He resentfully thought, something must have happened for her to be looking for me in such a hurry. Xue Rui's heart twisted twice, but his expression was calm. He switched the teacup to his other hand and gently placed it on the coffee table. Then he gave an exceptionally amiable smile to Yushu, whom he had not seen for a few days. It's all an errand from the higher-ups, not worth mentioning. But did you come to the residence to look for me today? Yes. Yushu was not charmed by Xue Rui's smiling face. She turned her head and saw that He Fangji was still there. There were some things that were not convenient to say, so she said, Godfather, I have something to discuss with Brother Xue. I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back in a while. He Fangji knew that Yushu would be a female teacher in the future. Unlike ordinary unmarried women as an elder, he did not care about her actions. He nodded and let them go. Then the two went out of the door. Yushu was in front, and Xue Rui was 2 steps behind. They went out of the door and walked a dozen steps to the east. They walked under the shadow of the lanterns hanging on the wall of other people's houses. Yushu paused for a moment and turned her head to Xue Rui and said, Brother Xue, do you still remember Bai Qing and Qiu Biao? Xue Rui said, I remember. What's wrong? Weren't they all beheaded? Why did you mention it? Could it be that there are fish that escaped the net? Speaking to this point, his expression could not help but become serious. In the past, Yushu and her younger brother went to the capital with a group of merchants, but they mistakenly boarded a pirate ship. The leader of the merchant group and the head of the escorting escort were both prostitutes. For the sake of the ship's valuables, they worked together with a group of pirates from the inside and outside, causing the lives of a whole ship's passengers. Only Yushu and the others were lucky enough to escape. Later on, with the help of Xue Rui, Yushu and her brother were able to catch all the evil bandits in one fell swoop. He caught all the evil thieves in one fell swoop, beheaded them and imprisoned them. Yushu looked at him and shook her head saying, It's not them. It's the other one. It's the day we arrested them. Didn't they hire another assassin to chase me to my house and assassinate me? That person died in the hands of Jing Chun and you. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. You're well informed. Have you heard anything recently? What happened to that person? Shuirui's expression changed slightly. He stopped and frowned, saying, "Yes, I was so busy that I forgot to tell you about it." Yushu hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Shuirui said, "That man surnamed Chu committed suicide by hitting the wall in prison. He's dead." Yushu was stunned. Dead? Dead. Chu Hai in prison was dead. Then who was locked in the small courtyard by her? Was it a ghost? Yes, he's dead. Oh. No, Chu Hai was obviously alive. She couldn't tell whether he was a human or a ghost. Shuirui saw Yushu's uncertain expression, so he stopped and turned around. He lowered his head and asked her, "What makes you so panicked?" Yushu licked her lips, frowned a pair of willow leaf curved blade-like eyebrows, and shook her head at him. "That Chu Hai didn't die. I saw him become a beggar on the street yesterday, so I caught him." This time it was Shuirui's expression changed. "Not dead? How could it be possible? I asked someone to keep an eye on Chu Hai. As soon as I heard the news of his death, I sent someone to the prison to check. It was confirmed that Chu Hai died by hitting the wall, and his body was thrown to the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. How could he be alive? Unless..." Shuirui was talking to himself halfway when he suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at Yushu with an expression of surprise and bewilderment as well. Both of them practically cried out at the same time. "Fake death." After a moment of silence, Yushu guessed, "This Chu Hai is really ruthless." In order to escape from prison, he actually came up with a method of faking his death by hitting the wall. I heard from Jingchen that there is a martial art called the turtle breathing technique in Jianghu, which can block the heart meridian. He must have a similar ability, which is why he was able to hide from the prison guards. Shuirui didn't agree or disagree. He thought for a moment, and then came to himself. He frowned and asked her, "You just said you caught him? How could you be so bold? You knew he was a fugitive, but you still..." When Yushu saw that he was going to talk about her, she was afraid that she would be scolded. She quickly raised her hand and explained, "I don't have anyone with me. I went to the concubine's quarters and bought 2 guards to bring with me. Now Chu Hai is locked up in the small courtyard where I used to live. There are people watching over him. I originally wanted to discuss this with you first, but I couldn't find you." Chapter 338. The next day, Yushu took Shuirui to Huixing Street to see Chu Hai, who was locked up in the small courtyard. Shuirui sent someone to inquire about Chu Hai after returning home last night, but there was no news this morning. Like Yushu, he knew very little about Chu Hai. Other than the fact that Chu Hai used to be the deputy chief of the Evergreen Gang in Qiugui Fang, and was skilled in martial arts, he knew nothing else. Chu Hai obviously had some impression of Shuirui, and he knew that Shuirui was in cahoots with Yushu. Chu Hai wanted to trick Shuirui into speaking, so he didn't wait for Shuirui to speak before he said directly, "I'll still say the same words I said yesterday. I won't say anything, so don't waste your efforts. Either let me go or kill me. If you send me back to the administration, then I naturally have a way to end my life." After saying that, he closed his eyes and mouth, making it clear that he would not be persuaded by force or persuasion. Actually, Shuirui had plenty of ways to make a stubborn person open his mouth, but when he recalled how Chu Hai faked his death to escape from prison, he knew that he would have to use some heavy punishment to make him submit. Looking at Chu Hai's half-dead appearance, he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Chu Hai if he wasn't careful, so he gave up on the idea. Shuirui did not ask Chu Hai any more nonsense. He turned his head and gave Yushu a look, and the two walked out together, avoiding Zhou Hu and Song Dali. "Let your people keep an eye on him first. When I get the news, I will find a way to make him talk," Shuirui said. Yushu nodded and had the same plan as Shuirui. So the two did not stay in the small courtyard for long. Yushu left some money for the 2 people she had just recruited, gave a few words of advice, and left with Shuirui. The 2 of them walked to the street. Shuirui said that he was going to Wangji Tower, and asked Yushu if she wanted to have lunch with him. Yushu was worried about the misfortune hexagram she had read a few days ago, and was not in the mood to go anywhere, so she declined. "The results of the Great Yin examination have already been announced, but I still don't know what the results will be like. I have to go back and think about how to make a living in the future. If you are not busy, You can take me to my house. If you are busy, I will go ahead and hire a sedan chair. Sitting in a sedan chair was cheaper than sitting in a horse carriage. These past few days, Yushu had spent a lot of money, and her heart ached for money again. Shuirui smiled. It's not that long. Let's go, I'll send you off. The two of them got into the car. Shuirui first poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yushu. He then asked her, I saw you frowning all morning. If it's because of what I said last night, you don't have to worry. Chuhai's matter is really strange, but from what I saw just now, he didn't seem to be targeting you at all. You just happened to meet him, so why are you worrying? Shuirui could see that Yushu had something on her mind, so he tried to comfort her. After listening to Shuirui's words of comfort, Yushu sighed and shook her head. Big brother, you don't know. That's not what I'm worried about. Shuirui looked puzzled. Then what is it? Tell me, so I can help you solve your problems. Yushu raised her head and met Shuirui's eyes that were full of concern. She was hesitating whether she should tell him or not, but suddenly, she had a small idea to pour out her troubles to the person in front of her. Once this idea came out, it kept rising, like melon seedlings in the field at the end of summer. It couldn't be suppressed. I did a divination on myself a few days ago. If I find out that I'll be in trouble. When Shuirui saw Yushu speak these words hesitantly, he hesitated for a moment before his expression became slightly heavy. He understood Yushu's temper very well. Even though she loved to lie and make up nonsense sometimes, although she liked to lie sometimes, she never made a joke when she was serious. Now that she said such words, she must have predicted the trouble. And it was not small. Seeing that Shuirui didn't interrupt, Yushu raised her hand and took a sip of tea to wet her throat. She gently frowned her delicate eyebrows and said, We have to talk about this matter. When I went back to the princess's mansion to attend the banquet. When I came back, I was worried that the 11th prince would find trouble with me. So I did a divination on myself and knew that I was safe. On the second day of the new year, I saw Ji Xingxuan at the Shuangyang meeting, and I had some doubts. The next day, I caught Chu Hai on the street. Don't you think it's a little strange? Shuirui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really a little coincidental. No wonder she was suspicious. If it was him, he would also be more careful. You know me. I can't live a few peaceful days. If we talk about bad luck, if I say I'm second, no one would dare to say they are first. Yushu's mouth was full of self-mockery, but her face was written with resignation. The corner of Shuirui's mouth moved suspiciously, and he agreed with her words in his heart. I was worried that someone was targeting me, so when I went back, I did a divination on myself. I told you that my 6-line strange art is very accurate. In addition, I bought a small box of ambergris with the help of it. It took a lot of effort to roughly calculate. According to the divination, I'm afraid I'll be killed on the 13th of this month. Shuirui's eyelids twitched. He stared at Yushu's slightly heavy face, and didn't say anything for a moment. On the other hand, Yushu felt a lot more relaxed after she shook out the burden that had been stuck in her heart for a few days. She finished the tea in her hand and gently placed it on the table. She turned to look at Shuirui, wanting to hear what he had to say. Could it be that you made a mistake in your divination? After Shuirui finished asking, he raised his hand and stopped Yushu, who was about to speak. He calmly told her, As for the 7th and 11th princes, I dare to boast shamelessly that they won't do anything to you. At least, they won't do anything during the Shuangyang meeting. As for Chu Hai, you've also seen him. With his appearance, he can't do anything to you. Other than that, you don't have any other enemies, so how could you be killed? I think you're being paranoid. Hearing this, Yushu didn't rush to explain. Instead, she recalled an old incident that happened half a year ago. She lowered her voice and said to Shuirui, Last year, when I went north from Yang City, you knew about the disaster that happened on the way, but I didn't mention it to you. Before the accident, I used the 6 lines divination to predict that I would be in imminent danger. Because I wasn't proficient in it at that time, I was just like you now. I thought that I was being too careful. Who knew that I would almost die there, and I barely escaped. Actually, there's a reason why I'm especially scared this time. It's because the 6 lines divination gave me an ominous divination. It's the same divination that I got on the merchant ship that day. Remembering the night when she escaped from death. The merchant ship that was bathed in blood. The corpses everywhere, the rushing waves and the drowning coldness. Yushu couldn't help but shiver. A shadow gradually gathered in her eyes, and her face turned a little pale. Shoo! Feeling a layer of warmth on the back of her cold hand, Yushu came back to her senses. When she met a pair of black and shiny eyes, her blurry vision became clear again. She took a light breath and forced a smile. At least I've experienced it once. I'm not afraid. But Shuerue couldn't smile at all. Just now, he clearly saw a trace of timidity in her eyes. Seeing her trying to be brave, he only felt distressed. He thought that this girl had to bear so much for others, and who would share the burden for her. Chapter 339. There weren't many people on this road to the west of the city. The carriage was also quiet. Shuerue was thinking about how to help Yushu avoid calamity. Yushu was sitting opposite him, looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window. Her ears were echoing with Shuerue's calm and powerful, "I'll help you." Her gaze swept over his lightly furrowed brows. She knew that he was worrying about her own matters. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say that he didn't need to get involved in this mess, but it seemed that she had already pulled him in. Yushu knew that between her and Shuerue, she had taken advantage of him a lot. After knowing him for so long, she didn't know how much she owed him, but she couldn't pay him back even if she wanted to. She seemed to be used to having someone with ideas to help her. Whenever she encountered trouble that she couldn't solve, he would be the first to think of her. As for Shuerue, whenever she needed his help, when had she ever seen him refuse even once? She used to look down on such a good person, but when she really met one, after a long time, her heart started to warm up to him. In the beginning, she thought that he had ulterior motives. It turned out that he did have some special feelings for her, and he admitted it himself. She still remembered that time when she had the intention to be a couple with Jing Chun, deliberately alienating him, and even disregarding his feelings and rejecting his good intentions. He was very gentlemanly. Not long after, he had an open and honest talk with her, changing the relationship between a man and a woman to that of a brother and sister, which was exactly what she wanted. He said that they were going to be brother and sister, so she called him Big Brother. Sure enough, he took care of her more, helping her both inside and outside, thinking for her. Other than that time when he was drunk at Wang Jilu and took advantage of her, she really couldn't find any fault with this free Big Brother. In comparison, as a cheap sister, she really felt a little guilty. This didn't mean that she had any false feelings towards Shuerue, but thinking about it carefully, she really didn't have any good points towards him. She was worthy of his sincere treatment. Just before today, she had a high-sounding excuse that the eldest young master of the Shui family was of noble birth, and had lived a life of luxury ever since he was born. There was no need for her to care. But in reality, she was the one who didn't care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to look for someone else and not know where to go. Sigh. Yushu secretly reflected in her heart. She felt ashamed and couldn't help but sigh softly. Shuerue heard her sigh and thought that she was worried about the calamity that would come in a few days, so he deliberately laughed. His tone was gentle as he said, "If you are really afraid, I will accompany you on that day. I will not go anywhere, just hide in the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion." Yushu glanced at him and made a decision in her heart. If I can get through this safely, I must pay more attention to this Big Brother in the future. At this time, Shuerue could never guess that Yushu would think of this, or he would definitely laugh. Seeing that Yushu ignored his proposal, he hesitated for a moment and asked in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you mentioned this to Daozi?" "Jingchen?" Yushu was stunned and shook her head. No. As soon as Shuerue saw her expression, he knew that she not only didn't look for Jingchen, but also never thought of asking Jingchen for help. So the first person she thought of when she was in trouble was him. Shuerue couldn't help curling up the corner of his mouth at the moment, but before she found out, he calmly suppressed it. "I remember that Daozi has a adversity blocking stone. Why don't you borrow it for the time being? And wear it on your body. Maybe it will be useful. He didn't want to see Yu Shu and Jing Chen being intimate, but it was related to her safety, so he couldn't be selfish. After being reminded by Shui Rui, Yu Shu remembered that there was still that good thing. She patted her forehead and said gloomily, "Look at my memory, I can borrow it." When Jing Chen lost his memory, the yellow frost stone had been kept by her. Later, she used that small strange stone to trick Ji Xingxuan and her grandson. But during the Supreme Court's investigation of the case, the yellow frost stone was handed in as evidence. After several procedures, it was finally returned to its original owner, and was now in Jing Chen's hands. "Then I'll go to the princess mansion to find him." "No hurry, you won't see him even if you go now." Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu was confused and explained, "Daozi has received the imperial edict, and has to attend the Shuangyang conference. Recently, he has been summoned to the palace to report to His Majesty every 2 or 3 days. Right now, he is either with the princes on the Chunlan River, or has returned to the palace." Speaking of this, he saw that Yu Shu had a difficult expression and said, "Why don't I send someone to the princess mansion to deliver a letter for you? You can go find him tomorrow. You won't find him empty-handed." Yu Shu counted the days. Today was the 10th. Tomorrow and the day after, there were 2 more days. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, so she agreed, "That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Big Brother." Because there was someone to discuss with and a disaster was imminent, Yu Shu couldn't help but feel more confident. After returning home, she didn't dive into her room to do calculations like she did a few days ago. Instead, she went to the backyard and chatted with the pregnant woman for a while. Then, she wandered to the side of the newly built stable with her hands behind her back to visit her beloved horse, Little Red. "Little Red, I'm sorry that you can only stay here and can't go out. When your master's days are stable, I'll take you out for a walk. Come, master will feed you grass. Eat more. When you are strong, you can carry me everywhere in the future." Little Red, who was chewing grass with her head down, heard the noise. She tilted her huge head and squinted at the human who was standing on the other side of the trough and adding grass. She recognized that this was the master who combed her mane every day. So she dawdled over and stuck out half of her head to show goodwill. This was so that she could eat comfortably every time in the future. When Yu Shu saw that this Miss Horse was close to her, she chuckled a few times and fed it with grass. She scratched its neck with one hand and called out, "Little Red, Little Red." She was trying to let it adapt to this simple new name. Although she had been very busy these days, she didn't forget Pei Jing's instructions. She had to take time out every day to get close to the horse and cultivate their relationship. She couldn't just stop eating and drinking because of a bad omen. After feeding the horse, Yu Shu returned to the room and asked Yundo to fetch water to wash her hands. There was still a while before dinner, so she sat at the desk and flipped through a book of Yi Shui. Gradually she calmed down. When she read something reasonable, she reached out to pick up the pen and marked it. However, she saw a ball of little yellow hair under her pen holder. Kim Bao. After Yu Xiaoxia was injured, Yu Shu was afraid that it would get infected, so she took Kim Bao out of his room and placed it in her own room. She remembered to ask the servants to prepare a small plate of food for it, and didn't care about it much. Kim Bao was also happy and unfettered. Except for not going to Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxia's room, it ran around all day long. Yu Shu hadn't seen it for a few days, and it seemed to have become fatter. She didn't know where it was sneaking food. "You little rascal, don't make trouble in the kitchen, you know? If someone comes to me to complain, I won't forgive you." Yu Shu gently poked its little butt with the pen and warned it, regardless of whether it could understand human language or not. Squeak. Kim Bao raised its butt and dodged. Its 2 paws were supporting its chubby chin, and it was too lazy to move. Yu Shu ignored it, and continued to copy until Yundo came in to call her for dinner. After dinner, Yu Shu wasn't in a hurry to return to her room. She sat in the dining room in front of Zhao Hui and her husband's room to accompany them. He Fangji took his wife's pulse as usual. She was 7 months pregnant, and her belly was bulging. Zhao Hui couldn't walk steadily anymore. Other than taking a walk in the backyard with Dr. He's help every morning and evening, she didn't run around at other times. She only got married and got pregnant at the age of 30. At this time, she was considered an old woman, so she had to be careful. She was afraid that if she made a mistake, the couple would regret it for the rest of their lives. Yushu was afraid that her disaster would involve the loving couple, so for the past few days, she used the law of the time of misfortune to predict the future of the people in the courtyard for a month. Zhao Hui even tried her best to predict the day of her delivery. It was safe and there was nothing serious, which made her feel very relieved. Little Yu, your maternal uncle received a letter from the south, saying that your maternal aunt and grandmother will probably be coming to the capital next month. I want to have the people clean up the courtyard next to the house in advance, and arrange beds for your father and I to move there. When the time comes, we'll let the old lady live in this big room. You can choose if there are any good days in the near future. Don't let your fetus get tired. Wait for mother to write a note tomorrow. Zhao Hui urged Yushu like this. The benefits of having someone in the family who knew how to use money were obvious. There was no need to go outside to ask for a teacher to see if there were any big or small matters, such as asking for good or bad luck. It was a small matter to spend extra money, but she was afraid that she wouldn't get anything good even if she spent money. And mother, I know. Yushu had only seen the old lady of the He family once. It was at He Fangji and Zhao Hui's wedding. She remembered that she was a kind old lady who held her hand with a smile, and asked her about her age. She even gave her a new pouch. Yushu was talking to Zhao Hui when she heard Shen Ma call out from outside. She stood at the door and reported, "Go ahead and take a look. Young Master Jing is here to see you." Ha! Yushu stood up, slightly surprised. Didn't Shui Rui send someone to the princess's residence to deliver a letter? Didn't he say that she would look for him tomorrow? Why did he come here first? Lang Zhong, quickly go with Xiao Yu to take a look. Don't be rude. It's so late at night. Don't tell me it's urgent. Zhao Hui urged Yushu. Ever since she found out that Jing Chen was from the royal family, she had become more cautious. She was afraid that she would neglect this important guest. When Yushu saw that He Fangji was about to get up, she stopped her. Father, mother, please rest. I'll go alone. There's no need to be rude. After saying this, she left alone. The He family's residence was small. It was less than 100 steps from the backyard to the front yard. Before Yushu reached the main entrance, she saw Jing Chen standing on the steps with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of coming in. Xiao Yu, why are you standing outside? Come in and take a seat. Yushu walked over curiously. Chapter 340. Facing Jing Chen, who rushed over without any explanation as soon as he heard the letter, Yushu's heart warmed. She secretly thought that she did not treat this silly boy well for nothing. Let's go, let's talk on the side. Yushu saw the two bodyguards following Jing Chen closely, and pointed to a secluded place on the side of the road to avoid being seen and heard. If you really said it, I will have big trouble recently. Yushu stopped and whispered to Jing Chen. I want you to lend me the yellow frost stone for a while. On the first day of the first month, she and Jing Chen met at Wangji Tower to discuss the matter of teaching. When Jing Chen sent her back, he reminded her to be careful and said that her face was strange. It was not a lie. Jing Chen's eyebrows became a little nervous. With a pair of good eyes, he looked at Yushu's facial features and complexion. When he saw a mass of gray covering her nose and gallbladder, he knew that she was in trouble. He wanted to say that he would give her the yellow frost stone, but he could not bring it out at the moment. Seeing his hesitation, Yushu asked tentatively, "What's wrong? You didn't bring it with you?" Jing Chen shook his head and showed a difficult expression. I just gave the adversity blocking stone to Shimmy the day before yesterday. She has a disaster to hide from recently. Jing Chen did not hide it, and confessed the whereabouts of the yellow frost stone. When Yushu heard it, she knew that it was impossible for her to borrow the treasure to hide from danger. Although the yellow frost stone had a magical effect, it could only protect one person. If it was given to her, what would happen to Jing Chen's little Shimmy? The two were silent for a moment. Yushu was the first to laugh dryly. Before Jing Chen could speak again, she pretended to sigh and said pitifully, "Haha, what a coincidence. Forget it, first come, first served." After she finished speaking, she looked at Jing Chen. Seeing that he wanted to say something but hesitated a few times, he finally apologized to her. Yu, I'm sorry. Junior Marshall's sister's calamity was predicted by Uncle Master before she left the mountain. To be honest, she entered the human realm to experience the calamity. In the letter, Uncle Master entrusted me to protect her, and gave her the yellow frost stone to wear. That's why I couldn't give it to you. Hearing Jing Chen's words, even though Yu Shu had already accepted it, her eyes still darkened, and she felt a chill in her chest. She thought to herself, her safety was not as important as the safety of her junior sister. Friends of life and death could not compare to childhood sweethearts. Let's not talk about first come, first served. People's hearts were always biased. She could understand Jing Chen's dilemma. If they were in each other's shoes, if the ones in trouble were Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu, what would she do? What she didn't want, let alone others. However, there are still many auspicious treasures in the princess residence. I'll go back and find them for you. Is that okay? Yu Shu raised her head and looked at Jing Chen's guilty face. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't bear to criticize this honest person. She squeezed out a smile and said, "That's good. You have to find a few more for me. I'll tell you first. If you break them, I won't return them to you." Seeing that Yu Shu didn't blame him, Jing Chen seemed to be relieved. He nodded and asked with concern, "Do you know what disaster you're talking about? Do you know what kind of disaster it is?" Hearing that he only asked now, Yu Shu restrained her expression and said calmly, "Actually, it's not that serious. I'm already prepared. I'm still confident that I can deal with it." "That's good," Jing Chen said seriously. "You know that I'm a sinful person. I'm afraid that I'll bring disaster to you. You should be careful." Although he had the 10,000-year funeral oration of the Dun imperial tomb, and it wouldn't affect his body, he still couldn't rashly move his Dao heart. Once there was love and hate, it would be full of evil. "And I know." Yu Shu looked away from him and pointed to the guards and carriage not far away. She said, "Don't you still have to enter the palace? Go quickly. Don't delay." Jing Chen's mind was purer and didn't understand the fickleness of human emotions. He didn't know that his attitude had cooled Yu Shu's heart. "Okay, then I'll go first. I'll come find you tomorrow." Jing Chen and Yu Shu walked back to the carriage one after another. Before he got on the carriage, he remembered to say to her, "I've copied Shifu's Chaotic Sky Divination book. When the astrolabe is done, I'll send it to you." Yu Shu didn't have the mood to be happy about these worldly possessions. She smiled and watched him get into the palace-style carriage. He was escorted by the guards and left. Turning around, she entered the courtyard. Another night of tossing and turning. The next day, Yu Shu sat at the dining table with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Zhao Hui saw her and said with distress, "You child, how many times have I told you not to stay up too late at night? I know you work hard, but you can't tire yourself out. Your father said it right. No matter how great one's ability is, it can't compare to a healthy body." After talking about Yu Shu, she went to scold Yindo. "You little girl, don't you know how to persuade your young lady? If she suffers at night again, turn off the light for her. Do you hear me?" Yindo looked at Yu Shu and didn't dare to agree. Using the excuse of going to the kitchen to get some soup and rice, she quickly ran out. Yindo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said to Yu Shu, "Look at how smart she is. She only followed you for a few days, and she already knows to look at your face." Yu Shu laughed. "Didn't you ask her to listen to me?" "She's not looking at my face. She's looking at your face." Zhao Hui glared at her. Fortunately, Shen Nanny came in with the food. He Fengji interrupted and saved Yu Shu from Zhao Hui's nagging. As a doctor, health was important. 3 meals a day had to be on time. The He family usually had breakfast around 7 in the morning. Thus, when the servants cleared the dishes, the sun had just risen. Yu Shu went back to her room to catch up on sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, she heard from outside that Jing Chen had arrived. She yawned, got up, and went to the front to meet him. Because Jing Chen had to appear at the Shuangyang Association in the morning, he asked someone to carry the things he brought for Yu Shu to the living room. He gave her some instructions and left in a hurry. This time, Jing Chen had sent a total of 3 rare treasures. One of them was a 2 feet tall guanyin sitting on a lotus. It was said that it was a spiritual item that had been blessed by an eminent monk who had saved the world 2 dynasties ago. There was a long sword with jewels and pearls on its scabbard. It was said to have been equipped by a general who protected the country on the battlefield 100 years ago. Later, it was dispelled by an enlightened master. It was a treasure to ward off evil. The last one was a set of calligraphy set with sandalwood. It was said to have been written by the first Zhuangyuan during the founding of the Dan kingdom. With a stroke of his brush, the once-you star in the sky shone brightly. It was said that the Zhuangyuan was the reincarnation of the once-you star. This treasure was full of righteousness. These 3 treasures were all priceless. They should be the few treasures left in the princess's mansion. They must have been picked out by Jing Qin and placed in front of Yu Shu. But it didn't make a greedy person like her happy. It was fine if she didn't understand it. Just like a person who didn't understand medicine, he didn't know how to prescribe the right medicine. Sometimes, a dose of 1,000 gold was not as good as 2 grams of licorice. It was the same for seeking good luck and avoiding evil. Not to mention the value of these 3 treasures, 2 of them were used to attract good fortune, while the last one was used to ward off evil. Even though it was useful, its effect was minimal. It was incomparable to the yellow frost stone's ability to ward off evil. After using these treasures, she naturally had to return them. Fearing that they would be damaged, Yu Shu carefully moved them to her room. According to the feng shui, she hung the Bixia sword on the south wall, and the Zhuangyuan's calligraphy on the north side of the desk. As for the Guanyin statue, it lay quietly in the treasure chest and was put on the shelf. It was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send a god away. It was better not to look for trouble. Chapter 341. The 12th of the 2nd month was the flower festival. The unmarried young ladies in Anling City often went to the outskirts to play on this day. They brought carefully cut and woven flower paper and colorful ropes to hang on the branches of flowers to pray for the blessing of the flower god, who was in charge of marriage and fertility. He Fangji and his wife moved to the capital for the first time and didn't know the local customs. In addition, Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it was inconvenient for her to go out and socialize. They didn't interact with the neighbors. Therefore, although they had a daughter like Yu Shu, they didn't prepare anything. The 12th of the 2nd test was the day the results were released. However, this test was feng shui. Yu Shu didn't participate in this test at all, so she didn't care about it. On this day, Yu Shu stayed at home as usual and didn't go out. Unexpectedly, when the sun rose, Shui Rui came to the door. Yu Shu, who was about to go back to sleep, had to get up from the bed. She looked in the mirror and adjusted her clothes. She put her hands in her sleeves and moved to the front yard. Shui Rui was invited to the front hall by the maid guarding the door to serve tea. As soon as Yu Shu went in, her eyes lit up when she saw him. Shui Rui's attire today wasn't as luxurious and gaudy as he usually was. He wore a bluish-white silk robe with the lapels on the left and right, and the length only reached his knees, revealing a pair of brown deerskin boots on his feet. His sleeves and waist were tied up tightly with smooth leather straps. His jet black and glossy hair was tied up high and matched with a green and white silk scarf, and a strand of hair scattered down from his temples caused him to have a full forehead, dense brows and bright eyes. As he stood there casually with a hand on the green-sheathed short sword at his waist, every single move he made actually surpassed the heroic and heroic Confucian heroes in books. "Big brother, why are you looking for me so early?" Yu Shu went to greet him. She muttered in her heart, "Dressed so flashily, I don't know where you are going to play." Shui Rui grinned. "I guess you don't know what day it is today. Sure enough, go change into some light clothes. We are going for a spring outing. Jinshuan is outside in the carriage." Yu Shu actually knew that today was the flower festival, but she was not in the mood to go out and wander around. She didn't mention the paper cut and hanging flowers in front of Zhao Hui, but she didn't expect that Shui Rui would come to call her. You also know that I'm in great danger tomorrow, so I don't dare to run around blindly. Besides, I don't have the mood to play." Yu Shu scratched her head and said embarrassedly. Shui Rui saw that her eyes were pale green. It must be because of that disaster that she couldn't sleep at night. Thinking of the purpose of today's visit, he would not let her go. Fortunately, he had already thought of how to persuade him. You have been practicing Yi Shui and have read many books. Don't you understand that life and death are already determined? The principle of not worrying about fate? Let me say something unpleasant. If tomorrow is your doom, and your time is coming, will you die of depression? Or would you rather live a happy life? It's better to be happy than to be worried, and it's better to be open-minded than to be narrow-minded. I thought you were an understanding person, and you've always been free and easy, but now you are stubborn. After listening to Shui Rui's words, Yushu was confused for a moment. She was trembling with fear these days. She couldn't help but reflect carefully. She didn't know how long she stood there, and then she came to her senses. She looked up and accidentally saw Shui Rui with a smile on his face and open-minded eyes. Suddenly, she had a hint of understanding, and her eyebrows slowly relaxed. Although she couldn't be completely happy, her delicate and intelligent face finally recovered 70% of her usual calmness. Big brother is right. The disaster hasn't come, but I'm already scaring myself. Look at me, I'm such a good-for-nothing. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. As she said, she raised her hands to Shui Rui, thanking him for his enlightenment. Otherwise, with her poor state, when the disaster came, how could she have the energy to deal with it? Shui Rui saw that the worry between her eyebrows had disappeared a lot, and he knew that his words had an effect. He didn't try to comfort her anymore. He smiled and walked out with his hands behind his back. Go and change your clothes. We'll wait for you outside. Yushu didn't refuse this time. She went to the backyard and said something to Zhao Hui, and then went to comb her hair and change her clothes. Shui Rui came on a horse today, so he was dressed lightly. Feng Xiaomiao also came with him. The two of them trotted in front to open the way, while the two girls, Yushu and Shui Jinxuan, sat in the carriage behind, drinking tea and talking. This was the second time that Yushu had met Shui Jinxuan. Only 10 days had passed since their first meeting. Shui Jinxuan was still shy and weak. She sat there without making a sound, as if it was the first time that she had met Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu was thick-skinned and patiently got along with this quiet little sister. She talked about some innocuous anecdotes. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Shui Jinxuan made her smile, and called her older sister Yu in a soft voice. There were not only the two of them in the carriage. There was also a little maidservant who served Shui Jinxuan. Her name was Qing. She was 12 or 13 years old, and had a very pleasant mouth, which was the complete opposite of her young miss. Miss Yu, the young miss treasured the folded paper that you gave to her last time very much. However, we saw it and begged several times, so the young miss only let us play with it twice. The rest of the time, we put it in the sachet at the head of the bed and don't let us touch it. When Yushu heard that Shui Jinxuan cherished the gift she gave her so much, her heart was moved. She turned to look at Shui Jinxuan's red face and thought it was strange. Shouldn't the daughter of the Shui family be pampered? She might not be as arrogant as royal princess Shi Wen, but she shouldn't care so much about a small gift, right? Shui Jinxuan didn't know that Yushu was puzzled and felt a little nervous from being stared at by her. She was afraid that she would laugh at her for being stingy, so she lowered her head and explained in a low voice. It's because the paper is thin and brittle. I was afraid that if I left it outside, they would break it, so I kept it. Yushu secretly scolded herself for thinking too much. She didn't want to scare her, so she quickly withdrew her gaze and said in a light tone, "It's not something valuable, so it's not worth it for you to keep it so carefully. I also know a lot of interesting things. I'll give them to you later when I make them." Shui Jinxuan couldn't hide the joy on her palm-sized face. She nodded and dawdled, asking Qing to take a bag behind her. She took out a new magenta-colored pouch and handed it to Yushu with both hands. Her eyes were full of expectation, but she couldn't say what it was. Fortunately, Yushu was a wily old fox. At a glance, she guessed that this was a gift from the east-southwest. But she still asked, "Are you going to give this to me?" Shui Jinxuan nodded shyly. Qing spoke for her master very tactfully. "Miss Yu, this is a flower embroidered by Miss herself." She took the 5-colored silk that was bestowed by the palace and wore it as a fortune coin. There are flower beads on it. Miss Yu should pick a good branch in the spring forest to hang it. When the goddess of flowers sees it, she will definitely like it and miss you to be safe. Yu Shu squeezed the exquisite embroidered pouch in her hand with a happy expression. She thanked Xue Jinxuan and praised her for being careful, which made Xue Jinxuan blush a little. Seeing that Yu Shu had put away her gift, she secretly thought that she wasn't annoying, so the anxiety in her heart disappeared. Xue Rui, who was walking in front, had good hearing. He heard the faint laughter in the carriage, and his mood also improved. He shook the reins in his hand, turned his head, and said to Feng Xiaomiao in a clear voice, "There are fewer people on the street in front. Let's race for a while. Win or lose, we'll do the same. Let's go." Chapter 342. There was a spring forest in the east of the city. It was full of natural and wild grass and trees. As soon as they entered the forest, they could see bright purple and red flowers on the branches far and near. In this fake scenery, there were many beautiful figures. The whispers and giggles of girls could be heard intermittently in the forest. Yu Shu held Xue Jinxuan's little hand as they strolled leisurely in search of a suitable place to hang flowers. From time to time, one or two young girls who were in the throes of love would stop in their tracks and sneak a peek at the figures behind them before shyly covering their handkerchiefs and running away. Yu Shu turned around to glance at Xue Rui and Feng Xiaomiao, who followed behind them from a distance, and she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at them. One was a man with a brilliant and heroic bearing, and the other was a young and lively youth that came for a stroll in spring, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. After wandering in the forest, Feng Xiaomiao found a small hibiscus by the side of the road, and encouraged Xue Jinxuan to hang the red flower paper on the branches. Yu Shu took a fancy to an old humpbacked elm. She stood on her tiptoes and hung the colorful string that Xue Xiaomei gave her. She tied a dead knot and put her palms together to worship the flower god, regardless of whether it worked or not. When Xue Rui saw Yu Shu take out the exquisitely woven colored rope, he glanced at his younger sister with slight surprise. He'd specially given this colored rope to her a while ago for today's use, and it was only a strand of it that was 60 grams in weight. He never imagined that she would give it to Yu Shu, who he'd only met once. "Well, I see that the sky is very clear today. Why don't we go to the spring river and watch the fun?" Feng Xiaomiao suggested when he saw that the two girls had worshipped the flower god. There were too many girls in the forest, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to wander around anymore. Xue Rui saw through his thoughts and asked his two sisters with his eyes. Xue Jinxuan naturally had no objection and turned to look at Yu Shu. Yu Shu didn't want to ruin Feng Xiaomiao's mood, so she nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of people retraced their steps out of the forest. He got on his horse and rode towards the Spring Wave River not far from here. Yu Shu originally thought that the number of people who came to the Twin Sun Association today would not be as many as the day of the dragon raises its head. It was still a sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Before getting off the carriage, Qing'er helped Xue Jinxuan put a short cloak over his head and covered his loose pockets, so that they wouldn't be seen by those lechers outside. Seeing Yu Shu's naked face, he tactfully took out a fragrant handkerchief from his bundle and handed it to her. Yu Shu shook her head with a smile and declined. She wasn't a precious person, but a guest. She was a person who had entered the world, and was particular about freedom. She didn't need to hide her face, and it wasn't like her face was shameful. Xue Rui and Feng Xiaomiao led the horses to a tree and tied them up. Leaving the coachman to look after them, they brought Yu Shu and the others to the riverbank. Yu Shu heard the beating of drums in the distance. She asked curiously, "Isn't it the flower dynasty today? There are still so many people here. Aren't they going to the outskirts for a walk in the spring?" Feng Xiaomiao looked up. Grinning, she said to her, "It's only today that it's lively. Don't you know that there's a subject's results from Taiching Bureau? The nobles are all betting at Qiongyu Pavilion, waiting for the top 3 to come out." Yu Shu was puzzled, so she looked at Xue Rui, and the latter explained to her in detail. It turned out that before the Twin Suns meeting began, the princes had already inquired about the examinees who were likely to pass the exam in every subject and drafted a name list. Only when these examinees showed themselves during the Twin Suns meeting would they send someone with an invitation card to invite them to Qiongyu. with the Qingquan 2 seats watching. At most 3 people would stay and place their name cards in Cheongju Pavilion to bet. On the day the results were announced, an official would go to Taichung Bureau to copy the results and then announce it at Cheongju Pavilion. It all depended on who had a unique eye and picked a good candidate. Then they would be able to show their face in front of that person in the palace. Yushu understood. Wasn't this gambling? Other people bet on football and horses, but here, they bet on people. Feng Xiaomiao couldn't help but interrupt. Lotus Room, you still don't know, right? The junior martial aunt whom His Ninth Highness invited to attend the meeting, on the day of the release of the rankings on the 3rd day of the new year. All 3 of them were on the list, and one of them was even in the top 3. Yushu was surprised. She's that powerful? Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, Miss Shui Yin is from the same sect as Daozi. She is a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. Her methods are extraordinary. As a student of Taisher Library, Feng Xiaomiao's face was full of envy. Isn't that so? I heard that in Cheongju Pavilion, she can use a mysterious black lot. She can tell whether a person is good or bad, and whether they have a future. Yushu stroked her chin, thinking that Jing Chun had inherited Taoist master Huaixian's turbid heaven divination art, and junior sister Shui Yin was his direct disciple, so it wasn't strange for her to have a mystical art. Thinking of this, Yushu couldn't help but remember her benefactor, Taoist Qingzheng, whom she had no fate with. Her heart ached slightly. Both of them had been apprenticed to an expert, but she had only learned half of it. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in front. Someone shouted, "They're coming, they're coming!" The crowd suddenly rushed in one direction. Yushu didn't know what was going on. She held Shui Jinshuan tightly to prevent him from getting separated. What's going on? Feng Xiaomiao tiptoed and said excitedly, "The person who reported the results is coming. I'll go and see." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly leaped out. Shui Rui, on the other hand, did not move. He continued to follow by Yushu and his younger sister's side. He avoided the crowd and walked to a willow tree by the riverside before he stood still. He said to them, "We'll wait for him here. There are many people in front of us, so you 2 girls shouldn't push forward." Yushu nodded. She saw an artist making clay figurines, and went to choose one with Shui Xiaomei. She didn't care about the situation in Cheongju Pavilion. In the evening, on the way back to the carriage, Yushu leaned against the window. She looked at Feng Xiaomiao, who was riding on a horse. Feng Xiaomiao was talking about what she saw in Cheongju Pavilion during the day. The officials copied the results and came back. They reported on the platform downstairs. There were a total of 60 people in Feng Shui who were promoted. They were from the last to the first. The officials took several name cards from Cheongju Pavilion and compared them one by one. Guess what? Feng Xiaomiao suddenly raised his voice. His Ninth Highness actually came up with a number 1. At that time, Cheongju Pavilion was in an uproar. That number 1 happened to be outside the pavilion. He was invited to the platform to talk. Because only His Ninth Highness hung his name card, he became His Ninth Highness disciple on the spot according to the ancestral rules. I saw that the other nobles' eyes were red with envy. How could they not be envious? There was a test every 3 years in Dian. The position of number 1 in 6 subjects was like that of a visiting flower man in the same hall. As a disciple of the current dynasty, if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a celestial commissioner in the future. He would be able to openly recruit him for his own use. Wasn't this a big bargain? Yushu muttered. She guessed that this was most likely due to junior sister Shui Yin. She had to admit that the little girl was indeed capable. With a flash of inspiration, she thought of something else. Her eyebrows suddenly smiled. With a gem like Shui Yin in front of them, Ji Xingxuan, who was by Lu Hao's side, would most likely be disappointed if she wanted to use this twin sun gathering to make a name for herself. Shui Rui rode at the side. Even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. The group returned to Wangji Tower to rest. Before the food and wine had arrived, Shui Rui found an excuse to leave first. Before he left, he asked Feng Xiaomiao to escort Yushu and little sister Shui back. Before the sun set, the twin sun gathering on the spring river dispersed. The nobles all returned to their own residences. Those who went back to their residences, those who went to eat wine. As night fell, in Ningguang Fu, the long corridor that led to the study was silent. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground. It startled a few wild sparrows under the eaves. Trash! Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. Stepping on the broken pieces of the vase, he glared angrily at the scout kneeling a few steps away. You can't even do a small thing. I spent so much time investigating the list, but the higher-ups don't even have a candidate for the top 3. What's the use of keeping you? It was no wonder that Lu Hao would be angry. The cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how good Ji Xingxuan's physiognomy was, it was hard to pick a crane out of a nest of chickens. Therefore, even though he had some complaints about Ji Xingxuan, what he was most angry about was this group of incompetent subordinates. He had never placed Lu Tan's hypocritical younger brother in his eyes. But these 2 times he had interfered and suppressed him. How could he not be angry? The scout leader was covered in cold sweat. He lowered his head and said respectfully, "Reporting to Wang Yi, there are too many guests participating in this year's De Yen examination." This subordinate was unable to investigate them one by one, and missed some. "Please forgive us, Wang Yi. You dare to quibble." Lu Hao grabbed the inkstone on the table, and was about to throw it again. The middle-aged man standing to the side advised, "Your Highness, please calm down. Listen to me." Lu Hao turned to look at the middle-aged man. His expression became much better. "Mister, please speak." The middle-aged man muttered, "Today's twin sons meeting was not only a missed opportunity for your Highness. Looking at it, the other princes also did not get what they wanted. Only the 9th prince stood out. According to this situation, I don't think there is any benefit to this." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to dismiss the irrelevant people in the study, leaving only the strategist. "Then according to Mr., is there a way to solve this situation?" The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear, "If I may be so bold, after today's incident, the 9th prince has already angered everyone. I'm afraid that everyone wants to remove his right-hand man, but they are just watching from the sidelines for fear of arousing suspicion. Your Highness, why don't you make the first move and redirect the disaster?" After whispering like this, a cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. After thinking for a while, he felt that this method was feasible. He looked at the strategist with approval and clapped his hands, shouting, "Men!" Asterisk 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 at the same time. At another place in the capital city, Xue Rui found the 9th Prince Lu Tan in a guest house. Lu Yi, who was drinking alone under the moonlight in the pavilion in the garden, noticed Xue Rui's arrival, and he couldn't help but raise his cup and invite Xue Rui. "Cousin brother, quickly come and have a drink with me. Have you heard about the incident in Xiongyu Pavilion today?" Xue Rui stepped into the pavilion, and when he saw this cousin brother of his who'd always been steady had a complacent expression at this moment, Xue Rui's face sank, and he shouted right away, "You still have the mood to drink wine? Do you know that others have already schemed against you?" Lu Tan was shocked and immediately sobered up. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Cousin, do you mean that I was in the limelight today? But didn't you tell me that this twin sons meeting is a good opportunity? If I can gain some influence in front of Imperial Father, no one will dare to look down on me. Isn't that good?" Chapter 343. After today's double sun meeting, Xue Yin didn't go to the guest house with Lu Tan. Instead, she went back to the princess's residence with Jing Chun as usual. Lu Tan would come to pick her up the next morning. After the 2 of them had dinner together, the steward of the residence asked at the entrance of the dining hall, "Young master, the object you ordered people to make has been made. Do you want to have someone bring it over for you to see?" Jing Chun said, "There's no need to move it around. Where is it now? I'll go over and see." "It's placed in the west wing of the courtyard." Xue Yin asked curiously, "What did senior brother order people to do?" Jing Chun didn't mind letting her know. "I ordered people to copy Master's Universe Astrolabe." Xue Yin was stunned at first, but then she understood and revealed a surprised expression. She was very clever, so how could she not guess why her senior brother would spend so much effort to make the universe astrolabe? She knew that her senior brother wanted to teach the unique skill of their Tai sect to Miss Yu, but who would have thought that he would teach martial uncle Huaixian's chaotic heaven divination technique? Such a great skill, to a secular person. In a hurry, Shui Yun blushed and stammered, "Senior brother, this. Jing Chen seemed to be aware of Shui Yun's thoughts. He flicked his sleeve and stopped her words. His handsome face had an indifferent expression. "I know the rules of the sect. In the future, when I see the sect leader and master, I will ask for forgiveness. It's just that this is something on my mind. If I can't resolve it, it will hinder my Dao heart." Shui Yun swallowed her words. Although they were fellow cultivators in terms of state of mind, she was far inferior to Jing Chen. She could only guess one or two of his thoughts. She wanted to dissuade him, but for a moment, she couldn't open her mouth. Her watery eyes turned and she avoided the important point. "Since senior brother has a plan, I won't say anything more. But senior brother only ordered people to make the astrolabe. Has martial uncle's chaotic heaven divination technique been copied?" "I've copied it." "Then when do you plan to find Miss Yu?" "I'll be free tomorrow." Shui Yun nodded and said no more. She followed Jing Chen to look at the imitation astrolabe. Although her father was a Taoist master of the Greater One sect, martial uncle Huaixian was a loner. Other than his direct disciple, Jing Chen, he had never shown any respect to his disciples. She had only seen the universe astrolabe in the old man's hall a few times from afar. The next day, Shui Yun dressed up properly with the help of the maidservants of the princess mansion. Then, she took her fortune stick and went to the dining room in the front courtyard to have breakfast with Jing Chen. She was waiting for Lu Tan to pick her up. Jing Chen happened to be on the way. The Dao cultivators were in good health. Therefore, the two brothers and sisters didn't talk much at the dining table. They had only eaten half their fill when they heard the news that Lu Tan had arrived. Shui Yun watched as Lu Tan strode into the dining room and asked curiously, "Why aren't you waiting in the car? Senior brother and I are going out now." Lu Tan shook his head and raised his hand to greet Jing Chen. He respectfully called him martial uncle, and turned to Shui Yun saying, "I'm here to tell youngest martial aunt. I don't need to trouble you today. I'll go to the meeting alone. You can rest at home for a few days." Shui Yun was puzzled. Why? It was inconvenient for Lu Tan to tell the truth about how Shui Rui had advised him to temporarily avoid the sharp edge yesterday, so he tactfully changed the topic. "Thanks to junior martial aunt's help these past few days. It's just that the next subject's result will be the astrology. With 7th martial uncle in the capital, I don't lack this kind of talent, so you don't have to worry about it for the time being." Shui Yun didn't think much of it when she heard this. She smiled and said, "All right. It takes a lot of energy to sit in that building every day and smell the ambergris every night. I feel a headache. I'll rest for a few days and help you later." Lu Tan hurriedly agreed. Although he was a prince and was incomparably respected, the two people in front of him were his seniors, so he couldn't disrespect them. Shui Yun didn't go, so Jing Chen and Lu Tan went out together. Not long after they left, Shui Yun drank half a cup of morning tea, and was about to return to her room to take a bath so that she could burn incense and meditate. However, she bumped into Jing Chen, who had turned around and returned. "Oh, why didn't Xiang go?" Jing Chen said. "I just reached the door when I was stopped by people from the palace. I don't know when His Majesty will summon me to the palace, so I came back to change my clothes." The white robe that Jing Chen was wearing was not a big deal outside, but in front of the Son of Heaven, it was a loss of propriety. He originally didn't understand these rules. During his stay in the palace, a group of palace attendants intentionally or unintentionally reminded him, so he more or less knew about it. Shui Yun said, "You're going to see His Majesty? Then you won't be coming back tonight?" Even Shui Yun had heard of the emperor's love for Jing Chen. Ever since they moved into the princess's residence, Jing Chen went to see the emperor every 2 or 3 days. As long as he entered the palace to accompany the emperor, he would often stay for dinner. If the uncle and nephew chatted late, they would be directly arranged to sleep in the palace room in the front courtyard. "I don't know yet." Shui Yin wanted to see Yushu, so she had an idea and said, Shi Xiang may not be able to leave the palace today, but it's not that I can't send something to miss you. I happen to be free, so why don't I go on a trip for you? Jing Chen thought about it and felt that it was fine, so he let her send the astrolabe and the copy first. He also told her, when you see Xiaoyu, give her the copy of Master's Celestial Divination, and let her memorize the program first. The next time I see her, I can directly explain it. Okay, don't worry, Shi Xiang. I will tell Miss Yu. Shui Yun smiled and studied it. She followed Jing Chen back to the room and took out the 2 copies. She disassembled the astrolabe, wrapped it in a silk cover, and had the servants carry it away. The 13th day of the 2nd month was the day that Yushu had long predicted that there would be a calamity. Because of Shuirui's comfort yesterday, she had a rare good sleep. She stretched and got out of bed at dawn. Yin Do, go and tell my mother that I need to do morning exercises. I'll eat breakfast in the room, and don't go to the main room. Yushu held a basin of warm water to wash her face as she instructed Yin Do. She had made up her mind that in order to avoid the calamity today, she wouldn't go out of the house. She would stay at home to avoid the calamity. She wouldn't be able to see the pregnant Zhao Hui today. Yin Do obediently went and came back with Zhao Hui's words after a while. It was nothing more than telling Yushu not to work too hard and tire her body. The weather today was warm. After eating breakfast, Yushu opened a window on the east side and took out the golden abacus that Pei Jing had given her from the box. She leaned against the coffee table by the window and fiddled with the abacus. She seemed to be playing and practicing, but no one knew that she was looking forward to the sun setting so that she could get through the day. Aha! Hearing a little noise, Yushu lowered her eyelids and looked at Kim Bao, who was trying to climb up her skirt to her knees. She remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that he had given it a bath last night, so she didn't shake it off. She let the little guy jump onto her lap, jump onto the coffee table, and directly pounce on the abacus in her hand. It rubbed the gold beads with its black beady eyes, looking very greedy. Yushu rolled her eyes and threw away the abacus to let it have its fill. Anyway, such a big thing was not easy to carry, so she was not afraid of it thinking about it. There was a series of footsteps outside the door. Yushu turned sideways and looked out of the half-open door. She saw Yin Do standing on the threshold and whispering to someone, who seemed to be the gatekeeper. After a while, Yin Do ran in. Miss, a guest is here. Yushu only thought it was Shuirui. She looked down and saw that there was nothing wrong with her clothes, so she didn't need to change. As soon as she took a step, she felt something on her back. She heard a ha sound, and something hooked the collar of her clothes and jumped to her left shoulder. Yushu was not scared. She turned her face to look at Kim Bao, who was squatting on her shoulder, and reached out to take it down. Kim Bao noticed her intention. When she reached out, it took advantage of the gap and jumped into her loose sleeves. It showed its claws and hooked the material in her sleeves. No matter how many times she shook it, it didn't fall out. Ha. Yushu was puzzled. Why was this little guy willing to give up the golden abacus and suddenly stick to her? Because she didn't want the guests to wait for too long. Yushu didn't try to get rid of Kim Bao again. She was afraid that it would get angry and scratch her clothes. She folded her sleeves and took Yin Do to the front yard. When Yushu saw Shui Yun sitting alone in the living room, she was very surprised. Her footsteps paused for a moment before she walked in. Miss Shui. She looked around and saw a large wooden box on the ground. She was even more confused about Shui Yun's intentions. Shui Yun smiled and pointed at the box. She said to Yushu, Senior Marshal Brother went to the palace. This is a replica of the astrolabe that he asked someone to make. I have nothing to do, so I ran an errand to give it to you. Hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up. She thanked Shui Yun and walked into the box. She bent down to open it, but she heard Shui Yun stop her. This astrolabe is scattered. Later, Senior Marshal Brother will need to put it back together. Miss Yu, it's best if you don't look at it in a hurry, in case you lose the parts. Yushu withdrew her hand and embarrassedly said to Shui Yun, I was a bit impatient. When she heard Shui Yun's words, Yushu knew that the other person knew that Jing Chen wanted to teach her the secret technique of the sect. She must be familiar with the cloudy sky divination technique. She just didn't know if Shui Yin had learned this technique before. Yu Shu and Shui Yin didn't have much of a friendship. They had only met a few times, so there wasn't much to talk about. However, since the other person had come with good intentions to give her something, she couldn't just accept it and ask her to leave. Of course, she had to stay to drink a cup of tea and chat a bit. Thus, she personally poured a cup of tea and handed it over. She tried to find something to talk about. I heard that Miss Shui was invited by His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, as a guest to watch the twin sons gathering. Why are you free today? Shui Yin held the teacup in her hands but didn't sip it. She often drank the true dew tea before the rain at the mountain gate. Later, when she went down the mountain to the capital, Lu Tan was attentive and considerate, and served her the imperial tribute tea. Thus, she didn't like the tea that Yu Shu casually brewed here. I'm not free. If I have nothing to do, then I must have a request. I came to see Miss Yu today not only to run an errand for Senior Marshal Brother, but also to ask Miss Yu for a favor. Yu Shu took a sip of tea and raised her head to look at the elegant young maiden. Her eyelids twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt that it wasn't something good. Miss Shui, please speak. Chapter 344. Knowing that there would be a big disaster today, Yu Shu really didn't want to go out. However, looking at Shui Yun's expression, it seemed that there was a secret that she wanted to talk about. It was related to Jing Chen and couldn't be heard by others, which made her curious. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Shu still felt that her life was more important, so she tactfully suggested, if Miss Shui feels that it's not convenient to talk here, why don't we talk in the bedroom in the backyard? Her suggestion was good, but Shui Yun's pair of black and white eyes looked at her deeply and said bluntly, the walls have ears. It's not that I don't believe you, but the matter of me being the senior brother is of great importance. Even he himself may not know it. What I'm telling you today must not fall into the ears of a third person, not even your family. Hearing this, Yu Shu was even more surprised. What kind of secret was it that even Jing Chen didn't know? She wasn't interested in Shui Yun's request, but she really wanted to hear this secret. This, to tell you the truth, it's really inconvenient for me to go out. Yu Shu hesitated and added, I calculated that there will be a disaster today, so I'm hiding at home. Why don't we talk in private another day? Hee. Shui Yun heard that it was because of Yu Shu, but she smiled and said indifferently, it's really a disaster. How can it be avoided by hiding at home? In that case, I will also have a disaster in the near future, but I'm not as careful as Mississippi. Hearing the ridicule in her words, implying that she was afraid of the slightest thing, Yu Shu curled her lips. So what if she was afraid of death? It didn't affect anyone. If Miss Yu doesn't want to talk to me, I can't force you. I was rash. As Shui Yun spoke, she suddenly stood up and was about to leave. Yu Shu hurriedly sent her off. When the two of them walked to the door, Shui Yun stopped and looked back at Yu Shu. She said with a hidden meaning, I'm willing to talk to you today, but maybe I'll regret it tomorrow. Yu Shu was stunned for a moment but quickly understood what she meant. About the secret of Jing Chen, if she didn't listen to it today, she would never have the chance to know. Yu Shu felt as if there were two mice in her heart, scratching and scratching. She opened her mouth and held back, watching Shui Yin get into the carriage and be escorted away by two guards. Wait. The carriage stopped not too far away. Shui Yin opened her eyes. Her eyes, which should have been pure and untainted, were somewhat dark and gloomy. In the end, Yu Shu couldn't resist her curiosity, so she braced herself and sat in Shui Yun's carriage. Where are we going? The carriage passed a few streets. Yu Shu sat by the window and looked out. Kim Bao, who was hanging in her sleeve, seemed to be asleep. He didn't make a sound. The soft little ball with warmth made her feel at ease. There's a tea house with a quiet environment and good soundproofing. Shui Yun's voice was pleasant to the ear. There was a gentleness in her words. Yu Shu couldn't help but look back at her. This girl seemed to be a year older than her. The first time they met at Forgotten Opportunity Tower, she still had some of the liveliness of a young girl in front of Jing Chen. Now that she looked carefully, there was a sense of steadiness inside and out. It was probably because her facial features weren't very beautiful. She didn't look like what Yushu had imagined. A female cultivator would have an otherworldly beauty. Why are you looking at me like that? Shui Yin met Yushu's gaze. Yushu said heartlessly, I see that Miss Shui is different from the cultivator I imagined. A cultivator shouldn't have no distracting thoughts in their heart. Based on her experience of reading countless people, this junior sister's thoughts weren't simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lured her out with just a few words. Shui Yin blinked. Oh, then what do you think a cultivator should be like? Yushu said, like Jingchen. She had seen all kinds of people, some good and some evil. But in terms of being clean from the inside out, Jingchen was the only one. Shui Yin seemed to have guessed who Yushu would say. She didn't look surprised at all. She smiled faintly and said with pride, I can't compare with senior brother he. What about him? Shui Yin didn't continue. Yushu didn't care, and turned her head to continue looking at the road. After driving through another street, they actually came to the downtown area. The carriage stopped in front of a tea house. Yushu jumped out of the carriage first. Looking at the crowded and messy scene inside, she looked back at Shui Yin suspiciously. Could this place be called a quiet environment? Shui Yin didn't explain. After getting out of the carriage, she said to the two guards following the carriage, You wait for me downstairs. You don't have to follow me. The two guards were sent by Lu Tan to protect Shui Yin early in the morning. They looked very embarrassed. Miss Shui, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. If His Highness knows that we are neglecting our duties, he will definitely punish us. Shui Yin said, It's broad daylight here. There won't be any danger. Besides, I've been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship since childhood. My skills aren't inferior to yours. If something really happens, you can't stop me. The two guards looked around. It was indeed safe. Seeing Shui Yin's firm attitude, they hesitated and agreed. Then we'll wait here. If you need anything, please call us immediately. After saying that, they looked at Yushu worriedly, for fear that she would be a burden. Yushu felt depressed for a moment, then followed Shui Yin into the tea house. When they entered, they attracted the attention of many customers. Two young women coming in and out of such a crowded place without any cover on their heads could easily be thought of as having a poor upbringing. Being stared at by so many eyes, Yushu was thick-skinned enough and didn't feel unhappy. Shui Yin ignored them and called for the waiter to lead the way to the second floor. The second floor was full of small rooms. Yushu quickly discovered that Shui Yin wasn't lying. The waiter opened the door to a private room. They walked in. They could hear the noise downstairs a moment ago, but when the door was closed, it instantly quieted down. On second thought, the room was quiet and it was so chaotic downstairs. Even if someone stood outside the door to eavesdrop, it would be difficult to hear because of the noise. This was indeed a good place to talk in private. Brew a pot of your best tea. Shui Yin casually handed something to the waiter. Yushu glanced at it and secretly clicked her tongue. It was actually a golden bean the size of a peanut. Ladies, please take a seat. Please wait. The waiter immediately put on a flattering expression and bowed before leaving. Yushu walked a few steps in the study-sized room and tilted her head to Shui Yin. This place is not bad. How did you know? Shui Yin voiced out Yushu's doubts. I asked Chongyin if there was a good place to talk a few days ago, and he brought me here. Yushu raised her eyebrows and thought that Shui Yin was already prepared to talk to her. She became more and more curious about the secret she was about to tell her, and what she wanted from her. It's quiet enough here. What do you want to say to me? Can you say it now? Shui Yin walked in front of Yushu and sat down on a four-cornered chair with a soft green silk cushion. She put her hands on her knees and raised her head to look at her. After looking at her for a while, she said with a somewhat complicated expression, Senior Apprentice Brother's destiny is to rush to K to Star. This time, he came down the mountain to find the person who broke his destiny. You should know all of this, right? Yushu's expression changed slightly. She did know what Shui Yin said. This could be said to be the biggest secret she knew about Jing Chen. Shui Yin clearly also knew. However, based on what she knew before, based on Jing Chen's behavior, His little junior apprentice sister should not know these things. Yushu immediately became cautious. She was afraid that Shui Yun was saying this to trick her, so she kept her mouth shut and frowned at her. Chapter 345. Yushu vaguely saw her confused face from Shui Yun's faint pupils. Her throat moved up and down before she heard her own voice. Great in disaster? What do you mean? Shui Yun sighed and said, Do you know why my senior brother was sent to my Tai sect to be raised? Didn't the emperor announce to the world that Jing Chun inherited his mother's will to worship the three pure ones patriarchs and pray for the people of Daran? So he was sent to cultivate? This was the official statement. Yushu only wanted to know some things from Shui Yun, but she didn't want to be foolishly tricked by her, so she answered perfunctorily. In fact, the real reason, Jing Chun had told her in the grove. Who knew that Shui Yun could see through her? You don't have to hide it from me. I know my senior brother's character very well. He disdains lying. You saved him on the way, and he has gone through thick and thin with you. He trusts you, so he will not deceive you. If I'm not mistaken, he should have told you everything about his life as soon as he regained his memory, including the fact that an imperial family sent him to Mount Longhu to protect his life more than 10 years ago, because Katastar didn't rise early. With her words so accurate, Yushu awkwardly cleared her throat and whispered, Since you know, why are you asking me? Shui Yun smiled faintly. I just want you to understand that I know everything you know. I don't need to lie to you. Moreover, what I want to tell you today is something you don't know. Yushu nodded and let down half of her guard. Her legs were sore from standing and talking, so she took 2 steps back and sat on the chair opposite Shui Yun. She asked, You haven't told me, what is the meaning of great and disaster? Disaster, disaster. It sounded inauspicious. Once this disaster is mentioned, it involves a lot of things. I can't tell you the specifics. Shui Yun frowned slightly. You only need to know my senior brother's fate. It is inextricably linked to the rise and fall of the Yin dynasty, so the Daran imperial family must not let him die early. More than 10 years ago, with the agreement with my sect's grand elder, the sect leader and several elders changed his fate. Only then did they save senior brother. Miss Shui really likes to joke. With a hollow laugh, Yushu managed to maintain her composure on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She thought to herself that if what Shui Yun said was true, then she had really heard a great secret. A person's fate could affect the rise and fall of a country? Logically speaking, this statement was clearly groundless. If it was the true dragon son of heaven, the life and death of an emperor could indeed shake the imperial court. However, Jing Chun was just the son of a princess in an dynasty. He didn't have any power in his hands. How could his fate affect the entire imperial court? Shui Yun looked at Yushu's face of disbelief, and did not intend to explain. He said coldly, This is the heavenly Tao. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Yushu was deep in thought. She stared at Shui Yun's delicate and pretty face, trying to discern the slightest trace of guilt or nonsense. However, it was all in vain. Shui Yun's gaze was at the same level as hers. She didn't evade or blink and was extremely magnanimous. Regardless of whether what you said is true or false. What is your purpose in telling me this secret? Shui Yun said. As I said, I have a favor to ask of you. Yushu's intuition told her that it wasn't something good. To be honest, she had already begun to regret going out with Shui Yun. She heard another secret that she didn't know was true or false. She made up her mind that no matter what Shui Yun asked of her later, she couldn't easily agree. Go ahead, I'm listening. Shui Yun lightly pursed her lips and suddenly stood up from the chair. She raised her hand and bowed to Yushu. She solemnly said, I want to ask Miss Yu not to have any contact with my senior brother in the future. Yushu expressionlessly looked at Shui Yun's solemn expression. She endured it and didn't stand up to leave. Instead, she asked, why? Shui Yun looked at her deeply and said, Miss Yu is a smart person. Since you know these secrets of my senior brother, you should know how dangerous it is for him. Before senior brother left the mountain, martial uncle repeatedly told him to remember not to rashly move his Tao heart, and to maintain his nature in order to avoid Kidustar causing chaos and harming the innocent. However, he treats you differently. According to my observation, every time he thinks about you, his heart can't be as calm as still water. His Tao heart is shaken and is in imminent danger. Senior brother himself also noticed this, so he repeatedly restrained himself. However, he was reluctant to cut off his relationship with you. He even violated the sex rules and deliberately taught you martial uncle's lifelong secret knowledge. It is enough to show that he already has fetters in his heart. Senior brother doesn't know that he himself is a great calamity, so he naturally doesn't know that one wrong thought of his can destroy countless people. If this relationship can't be broken, it will cause great harm. People of the Tao can't go against heaven and reason and damage merit. Therefore, I beg you to take the initiative to cut off your relationship with him and return him a clear mind. Only then can everyone be safe. At this point, Shui Yun acted as if she didn't see Yushu's dark face. She took a step forward, took out 2 copies from her bosom, and handed them to her. She said earnestly, "This is the celestial divination that my martial uncle Huai Xianjinren spent 30 years to write." Coupled with the imitation of the universe astrolabe, even without my senior brother's guidance, you can still comprehend the truth on your own. In less than 10 years, there will be progress. I see that your root of wisdom is insufficient and your aptitude is limited, so I advise you not to be greedy. This secret knowledge is enough for you to comprehend for a lifetime, and it is enough to repay you for saving my senior brother. I hope that you will take care of yourself and don't pester him anymore, lest you harm others and yourself. These words were spoken clearly. It was reasonable, righteous, threatening, and enticing, and it was like a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing one to be unable to avoid it. Agreeing to it was the best of both worlds, and if one didn't agree, then one would be shameless. Yushu's hands grabbed onto the armrests of the chair while her face was tense, and her gaze was locked onto the beautiful and elegant words on the cover of the book. She endured it over and over again, yet she was unable to endure it in the end, causing a trace of a crack to appear on her face. Her temper was bad to begin with, so how could she be willing to endure this kind of humiliation? She sneered right away and went straight to the point. I actually didn't know when I became a vile person that seeks to repay kindness. Miss Shui really thinks too highly of me. Shui Yun's beautiful brows knit together when she heard Yushu's ridicule, and she was just about to say something when the voice of the waiter that was serving tea sounded out from outside the door. She paused for a moment, then placed the 2 copies of the book on the tea table beside Yushu's hand before turning around to open the door. The waiter came in with the tea, but he seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere in the room wasn't right, so he placed the tea down and said, "Please enjoy your meal," before retreating. Shui Yun closed the door and returned to the tea table. She skillfully set up the tea set, washed the cups, smelled the fragrance, and filtered the water before pouring out a cup of fragrant tea and placing it in front of Yushu. Then, she poured another cup for herself before sitting down in front of her again. She lowered her head and blew on the tea before saying apologetically, "It was my slip of the tongue. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way. Drink a cup of tea and cool down your anger, then we can have a good talk." In her heart, she thought, it was indeed her who looked down on her. Seeing this, the expression on Yushu's face softened a little. She calmly thought about it. After all, this person was Jing Chen's junior sister who grew up with him. For her to mock her like this, it must be for Jing Chen's sake. Furthermore, she still had some questions that she didn't understand, so it wasn't good to fall out with her. Thus, she suppressed the idea of leaving, snorted, picked up the cup of tea, and brought it to her mouth. At this moment, Kim Bao, who was in her other sleeve, suddenly became restless and bit her through her clothes. Yushu felt the pain and her hand trembled, almost spilling the tea. She put her hand down and touched her sleeve under the table to warn Kim Bao not to cause trouble. However, the little fellow didn't calm down and instead scratched around in her sleeve, making her feel a little annoyed. "Miss you." Yushu didn't want Shui Yun to see that she was acting strangely, so she tightened her sleeve and picked up the teacup again. However, who knew that Kim Bao, who was in her sleeve, became more and more restless and moved around, wanting to come out. This abnormal behavior made Yushu feel a little strange. A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly thought of an unimportant matter. She followed the caravan north on a ship and saw through Qiu Biao's true colors on the way. That Bai Qing had put a knockout drug in the food that she prepared for them. At that time, they didn't notice it. Only Kim Bao's behavior was abnormal, and he was as restless as he was now. Yushu lowered her head and looked at the teacup in her hand, and her pupils contracted. Could it be that there was a problem with this tea? Thinking of this possibility, Yushu instantly became vigilant. She still brought the tea to her mouth and pretended to drink it. At the same time, she quietly peeked at Shui Yun's action of drinking tea. In her heart, she didn't believe that this younger martial sister would drug her. It wasn't until Shui Yun finished the cup of tea in her hand and went to the pot to add more that Yushu secretly scolded herself for being overly suspicious. However, she put down the cup and didn't dare to take any risks. "Miss Yu, please keep what I just said to you a secret. For the sake of senior martial brother's safety, remember not to reveal." Her voice stopped abruptly. Yushu's eyes widened as she watched Shui Yun, who had been talking to her a moment ago, go limp in front of her in the next moment with a stiff expression. She fell on the table with a bang and fainted motionless. Miss Shui?" After being stunned for a moment, the hairs on the back of Yushu's neck stood up, as if she sensed danger approaching. In the face of this sudden change, she didn't move Shui Yun. Instead, she hurriedly stood up from the chair. Without thinking much, her first reaction was to open the window and shout for the 2 bodyguards downstairs to come up. However, looking around the room, the 2 windows facing the street turned out to be skylights, which couldn't be reached at all. The soundproofing in this room was too good, and it was chaotic downstairs. Even if she went out and stood in the corridor and shouted for help, no one might be able to hear her. Yushu looked at the door of the room 20 feet away, and then turned back to look at Shui Yun, who had fainted on the table. Her heart swayed. If she ran down and shouted for help, it was difficult to guarantee that Shui Yun wouldn't be in danger. However, if she carried Shui Yun along, she was afraid that she would miss the opportunity to escape. She might be stopped when she went out. Damn it! Yushu took 2 steps forward and then turned back. She gritted her teeth and dragged Shui Yun out of the chair. She struggled to carry Shui Yun on her back. She glanced at the 2 manuscripts on the table from the corner of her eyes. She grabbed them and put them in her bosom. Carrying a person on her back, she rushed to the door and listened for any movements. She took a deep breath, kicked the door open and jumped out. She was a step too slow. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she bumped into the people squatting outside the door. Her head hit the wall, and she fell backward. With a scream, she fell into a ball with Shui Yun. Yushu lay on her back on the ground with the back of her head hitting the ground. She saw stars and was dizzy. She saw 2 men carrying sacks outside the door, and they were obviously shocked. Why is there still one awake? Chapter 346. Shui Rui went to the Supreme Court early in the morning. Thinking that there was nothing important, he excused himself and went back home to change into his official clothes. He took out a wooden box from the secret compartment at the head of the bed and hid it in his clothes. Then he asked Lao Chui to drive the carriage to the west of the city to find Yushu. Shui Rui knew that Yushu would not go out today and would stay at home to avoid trouble. So when they went out for a walk yesterday, he didn't tell Yushu that he would come to find her today. But when he arrived at He Mansion, he didn't see her. "Mr. Shui, our young miss is not here. She went out." Yundo, Yushu's maid, stood at the door and told him. Shui Rui was surprised. He hurriedly asked about Yushu's whereabouts. "Do you know where she went?" "It's the young miss who came with young Master Jing. She came to give something to young miss. The 2 of them went out together. I don't know where they went." "With Jing Chun? Shui Yin?" Shui Rui was very confused. He couldn't figure out why Jing Chen's junior sister was looking for Yushu. He also couldn't figure out why Yushu went out with someone on such a dangerous day. How long have they been gone? Is there anyone with them? Worried, Shui Rui asked a few more questions. When he knew that Shui Yun brought some guards with her, he was more or less relieved. He thought that they might not be gone for long, so he went to the door and waited for Yushu to come back. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yushu still hadn't returned. As he watched the sun rise higher and higher, Shuirui grew more and more impatient as he waited. Right at this moment, a crow descended outside the living room and cawed a few times, and it was extremely unlucky. Shuirui couldn't help but feel a wave of palpitation in his heart, and he couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and bid his farewells before hastily rushing to the princess estate. When he arrived at the princess mansion, he happened to encounter a mess in front of the gate. 7 or 8 guards were gathered together like headless flies, all of them looking nervous. Shuirui got out of the car and vaguely heard the words disappeared and can't be found. His intuition told him that something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and asked with a straight face, "What are you all crowding around here for?" Some of the guards in the princess mansion recognized the eldest son of the Shui family. One of them immediately stepped forward and answered, Reporting to Mr. Shui. Miss Shui from our mansion has disappeared. Daoist child has yet to return from the palace, and there is no one to take charge of the situation. Everyone is discussing how to split up and look for him." Hearing this, Shuirui's heart skipped a beat. Shui Yun is missing, then what about Yushu? Vaguely guessing a possibility, Shuirui's face immediately darkened. Who followed Miss Shui out today? Come out and tell me. Shuirui was now working in the Supreme Court. He was an experienced person, so he asked the whole story in a few sentences. It turned out that after Shui Yun and Yushu left the He family, they went to a tea house in the downtown of the city. After dismissing the servants, they went upstairs to talk. 2 guards were waiting downstairs, but they didn't come down even after a long time. When they went upstairs to look for them, they didn't expect that the 2 girls seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Shuirui's face turned gloomy and clear. With a hint of anger, his pitch-black eyes swept over the faces of the 2 imperial bodyguards on duty. Immediately, the back of their necks turned cold, and their heads swelled up. They regretted leaving Shui Yun's side, and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. If Yushu disappeared alone, it would be fine. However, it was Shui Yun who disappeared with her. Shuirui couldn't help but think that it was bad. Last night, he had advised Lu Tan that a tall tree would attract the wind, and let him avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Today, something happened to them. They were said to have disappeared. There was an 80% chance that they were kidnapped by one of the masters of Cheongyu Tower. Shuirui was burning with anxiety. He knew that it was not the time to act up. With a cold face, he quickly arranged for them to act separately. You quickly go to Cheongyu Tower and ask the 9th prince to come back. Don't alarm others. Wait in the mansion for Daozi to come back and tell him what happened. Old Chui, take the token back to the mansion and bring a few experts out. The 2 of you, and the rest of the people, follow me to that tea house. Worried about Yushu's safety, Shuirui felt that the carriage was too slow. He pulled a guard over and mounted a horse. Then he brought 4 or 5 people and galloped to the downtown area. Shuirui found the tea house with his men and showed them the Supreme Court's token. Without saying anything, he ordered his men to seal the tea house. He also sent 2 men to guard the front and back doors. He flashed a few shiny sabers. He didn't let any of the guests and odd job workers in the tea house escape. He led the guard who had followed Shui Yun this morning into the tea house. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he led the way up to the 2nd floor. The 2 guards were not stupid. When they realized that the 2 people had disappeared, they asked the shopkeeper to lock the tea house. No one was allowed to enter. Therefore, the tea house was still the same as when Shui Yun and Yushu had left. Shuirui had investigated many cases, so he had a lot of means. After checking the tea house for a week, he found that there was something wrong with the cold tea on the table. He immediately asked someone to catch a rooster from the kitchen and drink it. After drinking the cold tea, the rooster staggered for 2 steps, then fell to the ground and fainted. Shuirui's face was as ugly as it could be. He slammed his palm on the tea house heavily, showing his official power. The shopkeeper and the waiter were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Excellency, please investigate clearly. How could there be something wrong with the tea? Our tea house is clean and has never done anything against reason and nature. Someone must have framed us. The guard kicked the waiter to the ground. Shui Rui ignored him. He pressed his hand on the table and stared at the 2 cups of tea. From the position of the tea set, he found some clues. The tea was poured by the person sitting on the right. Only 1 cup of water was missing from the teapot. The cup on the right on the table was empty. However, the cup he fed the rooster just now was not much empty. The cup was clean and there were no tea stains on the rim. Obviously, the person who poured the tea knew the tea etiquette very well. It must not be Yushu. Shui Rui racked his brains, and it wasn't long before he came to a conclusion that he didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. That little girl, Yushu, has never drunk this tea that was drugged. Shui Rui looked around the room and didn't find any traces of struggle. He frowned in confusion. While speculating, he slowly walked to the door and squatted down. With the light coming in from the skylight, he wiped the floor in front of the door and found that a layer of dust was gone. He then turned around and looked at the high windows in the room. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a general idea in his mind. He gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. This troublesome girl, when did she learn to be so kind? Young master, I have brought some people here. Lao Chui stood at the door and reported to Shui Rui. Shui Rui stood up and pointed at the shopkeeper and the waiter on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Take them away and interrogate them. Leave some people in the tea house to check the customers. Send some people to the back door to see where it leads to. Ask if there are any carriages or sedans passing by. Go now." "Yes, Your Excellency." Yu Shu and Shui Yun were taken away, tied up, put in a sack, and sent away from the back door of the tea house. Unlike Shui Yun, who was unconscious, Yu Shu fainted when she bumped into the 2 strange men at the door. She knew that she was no match for them, so she bit the tip of her tongue all the way to a carriage. She smelled the stench, but obviously she didn't throw up. The sack couldn't see the light, so Yu Shu didn't dare to move. She touched Kim Bao, who was curled up in her sleeve, and pricked up her ears to listen to the movements outside. However, the driver was very cautious and didn't talk, so she couldn't pry. In this current situation, after the panic, Yu Shu became much more clear-headed due to the stench. She calmed down a little and was able to think. Drugging the tea. It was obvious that the other party had planned this beforehand and was well prepared. They were definitely not human traffickers. So the other party didn't come for her, but for Shui Yun. The first thing that came to Yu Shu's mind was that she had offended the 11th prince at the princess residence's banquet. However, she wasn't so sure after thinking about it. Shui Rui had once guaranteed her that Lu Hao and Lu Yi wouldn't do anything to her. Why would they want to capture her out of nowhere? Moreover, they even dragged Shui Yun along. Capturing her was not a big deal. After all, she was just a prostitute, and it was pointless to kill her. But Shui Yun was different. She was a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. She was Jing Chen's junior sister, and the 9th Prince Lu Tan's martial aunt. Recently, she had been in the limelight at the Double Suns meeting. Capturing her was like poking the hornet's nest. If the target was her from the beginning, they should have picked a time when she was alone. Why did they have to catch her with Shui Yun? Yu Shu thought about it and still felt that it was more likely that the other party was targeting Shui Yun, and she was just the unlucky one incidentally. The carriage didn't move smoothly, swaying back and forth. Behind her, she could bump into another sack, knowing that Shui Yun was inside. She was angry and hateful. It was really a blessing, not a curse, and if it was a curse, she couldn't avoid it. She could only blame her curiosity. She didn't hide at home, and actually ran into the muzzle of a gun. But fortunately, Shui Yun was caught, and someone would be anxious to find her. Presumably, by now, Jing Chen and Lu Tin already knew that they were missing and would definitely send people to rescue them. Yu Shu's heart calmed down a little, but the back of her head hurt. She closed her eyes for a while, then opened them again. She blamed herself for entrusting her own safety to others. The more she lived, the more she regressed. Immediately, he mustered all of his energy and thought of a way to escape. On the 13th day of the 2nd month, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In Xiongyu Tower, the princes were all seated. Looking around, only the 9th prince Lu Tan was missing a seat. When someone asked in the morning, Lu Tin only said that she had caught a cold yesterday and was bedridden. When the other princes heard this, they said a few words of concern on the surface, but in reality, they were sneering behind their backs, secretly thinking that Lu Tan was still tactful. When it was almost noon, the competition below the stage temporarily stopped. Everyone was planning to enter the tower to eat when a guard holding a waist token walked to the corridor with his head lowered. He moved in front of Lu Tan and whispered a few words. Lu Tan's expression changed instantly. Excellent Prince Lu Si was walking beside him and asked when he saw him, "What happened to 11th younger brother?" Hearing this, Ning Wang, Lu Du and the others also turned to look at Lu Tan. Lu Tan forced a smile and held his forehead. "I had a cold wind in the morning and now have a headache. I don't think there will be anything interesting in the afternoon. I will go back and rest first." The princes who were older than him said a few symbolic words of concern and let him go. Chapter 347. Shui Rui arranged people to investigate near the tea house, and then went to Wang Jilu to wait for news. It was inconvenient to speak in the Princess Fu, and Wang Jilu was Shui Rui's territory, so there were no outsiders. When Lu Tan heard the news, he rushed over and was led to the elegant room. As soon as he entered the door, he asked eagerly, "Brother Rui, why is my Xiao Shirgu missing? Have you sent people to look for her?" Shui Rui held a cup of tea in his hand and shook his head without taking a sip. He said, "I have already sent people to investigate. Don't be impatient. Sit down and listen to me." When Lu Tan came, he was sweating profusely, but when he saw Shui Rui's calm appearance, he calmed down a little and sat down next to him. "Quickly tell me, what is going on?" Thus, Shui Rui narrated the situation that he had discovered in the restaurant to him in a concise and comprehensive manner. "In the morning, Miss Shui went to look for my sworn sister. I don't know why, but she asked her out on a date. The two of them probably wanted to have a private conversation in the tea house. According to the imperial bodyguards, Miss Shui avoided them. The two of them went up to the second floor for less than an hour, but when the imperial bodyguards went upstairs to look for them, they had already disappeared without a trace. I went to see. The tea they drank was spiked with a strong knockout drug. Even martial artists would find it difficult to resist. Miss Shui drank this tea, so she did not have the strength to resist and was taken away." Lu Tan's expression changed. His left hand on the table clenched into a fist. He was so angry that he laughed. "I'm afraid this is the doing of one of my brothers." After saying that, he was annoyed and slammed the table, saying in a low voice, "It's all my carelessness. I thought that they did not dare to do anything serious, so I did not send more people to protect Xiao Shirgu. Now that she has been taken away, if anything happens to her, even 10,000 deaths cannot absolve me." When Shui Rui saw him blaming himself, he was also very regretful. If he had gone to find Yushu earlier in the morning, he could have stopped her at home and escaped this disaster. "Calm down first. The most important thing now is to find them," Shui Rui speculated hesitantly. "I'm afraid that if we delay too long, they'll be in trouble." "How can that be?" Lu Tan was startled. "If Xiao Shirgu is really captured by one of them, she won't be able to help me at the Shuangyang meeting. At most, she will be locked up for a while, but her life shouldn't be in danger. Otherwise, wouldn't this matter be blown up? Aren't they afraid that I'll report this to Imperial Father?" Hearing his naive thoughts, Shui Rui smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, have you ever thought about how His Majesty would view you if you reported this to His Majesty?" Lu Tan's face turned cold. Yes, if Father Emperor knew that he couldn't even protect a single person, and wanted to go to the palace to ask him to make a decision, he would definitely think that he was incompetent. Shui Rui continued. "Moreover, they picked this time to make a move against Miss Shui, so they surely have the intention of throwing our attention away. I'm only afraid that in the end, the person they uncover isn't the person we're looking for." Lu Tan was bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Shift the blame to others." Shui Rui's eyes turned sharp. Lu Tan's heart sank. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said hoarsely, "What a good plan. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm destined to suffer this loss in silence." After revealing the crux of the matter, both of them were silent. Not long after, Lu Tan raised his head to look at Shui Rui. His eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of hope in his expression. "Brother Rui, do you have a plan?" Shui Rui glanced at him and sighed to himself that he was still a young man who had yet to experience hardships in the end, and he lightly tapped his knees with his fingers. His fingers tapped on his knee as he said, "Daozi is currently in the palace." At first, Lu Tan didn't understand and had a suspicious look on his face. Shui Rui could only clarify. Miss Shui is Daozi's junior sister from the same sect. Since she's been captured, Daozi is the most worried about her. Let him go and ask His Majesty to make a decision. That's the best. Lu Tan suddenly realized. Yes, there's also Martial Uncle. Shui Rui nodded, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. Doesn't the mastermind want you to make a big deal out of it? You might as well follow his wishes. Lu Tan quickly understood what he meant. His eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, "That's good. I'll take this opportunity to drag a few more people into the water. No one should think about watching the fire from the other side. Otherwise, they'll get used to stepping on me and look down on me." Shui Rui looked at him approvingly. As a prince, although his cousin had many shortcomings, he didn't lack intelligence and courage. In the future, it might not be impossible for him to get what he wanted. There's no time to lose. I'll go back to the palace now and discuss with Martial Uncle. Lu Tan stood up. Shui Rui reached out and stopped him. Wait, you can't go. There are many eyes and ears in the palace. It's better to wait for him to come out so as not to alert the enemy. Lu Tan anxiously said. Then wouldn't my Shirgu and the others be in danger? It'll only be one night. Tomorrow, His Majesty will have morning court, and Daozi will come back. Shui Rui's worries weren't any less than his, but he was calmer. He knew that no matter how anxious he was, it would be useless. Shui Rui raised his hand to touch his chest. There was a treasure box there. The thing inside was something he asked his grandfather for last night. He originally wanted to lend it to Yushu to avoid this disaster. Who knew that he was a step too late, and she was already in danger? Thinking of Yushu, Shui Rui's mood became restless again. He restrained himself from thinking about the worst and comforted himself. Her luck is very bad, but she's also very lucky. She's managed to escape several death traps, so there's no reason for her to die this time. But then he frowned and thought, when I save her and come back, I'll teach her a good lesson. If she continues to act tough, sooner or later she'll lose her life. Yushu didn't know how long she was tied up in the sack. On the way, the car stopped several times, but they didn't put them down. She had a splitting headache and didn't dare to fall asleep on the way. She was afraid that she would lose her life in her sleep and die without knowing why. The car stopped again. Yushu looked through the sack and squinted her eyes to see that it was dark outside. She heard someone whispering, "The goods are here, unload them. Put them in the cellar first. It's so smelly you do it." Then there was a wave of shaking. She was carried up and walked a short distance. She heard the sound of a lock being unlocked, and was thrown face down on the ground. The sack under her feet was opened. She heard the sound of a knife cutting, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. She thought that someone cut the sack open and let her out so that they wouldn't suffocate to death. Tie them up. Be careful that they wake up. There's no need. My drug is very strong. They will sleep until tomorrow. They won't wake up even if they beat the drum. I told you to tie them up. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry. Yushu secretly scolded them for being careful, but she still didn't dare to move. She was tied up by her arms, gagged and carried to a corner. Let's go. You guard outside. I'll go back and report. The footsteps left. It wasn't until the sound of a lock was heard that Yushu dared to open her eyes. She turned over and leaned her head against the wall. She looked around. Speaking of which, this was the second time she was kidnapped, including the time when she was captured by a group of wild Taoists in Yiyang City. She had experienced it once, so she didn't panic. She just thought about how to escape. She was in a cellar with a skylight above her. It was dark outside, it should be evening. There were some miscellaneous things piled up in the cellar. A few steps away from her, there was a person lying on the ground. She couldn't see it clearly, but she knew it was Shui Yun. Yushu moved closer to her, stretched out her foot, and kicked her leg. Shui Yun didn't move. Obviously, it was the effect of the knockout drug. With something in her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. Yushu twisted her body. Kim Bao, who had been hiding in her sleeve, squeezed out tremblingly. He tumbled on the ground and climbed out from behind her. Huh? Kim Bao stood on 2 feet, raised a pair of front paws, and tilted his head to look at Yushu. Perhaps he saw that his master was in a difficult situation. Yushu used the light to look at the blurry lump on the ground. Her heart skipped a beat. With great effort, she used the tip of her tongue to push against the lump of cloth in her mouth. She shook her head and spat it out. She took a few deep breaths and with her tongue hanging out, she whispered, Jinbao, Jinbao. Ha! I know you can understand people. If you can understand what I'm saying, then go back and find someone to save me. Once I escape, I'll build a nest for you with gold. Yushu used the tip of her foot to rub the fluffy ball, and coaxed it with uncertainty. But she was destined to be disappointed. Kim Bao listened to her words, but he just circled around her feet and did not leave. Obviously, he didn't understand Yushu's call for help. With a wry smile, Yushu secretly scolded herself for being silly and whimsical. Leaning against the wall to rest, Yushu slowly regained her strength. It was quiet all around. The darker it was, the more frightening it was. Just when she was about to fall asleep, Kim Bao suddenly called a few times. Yushu immediately woke up. Vaguely hearing footsteps outside, she quickly bowed her head, bit the cloth on the ground in her mouth, and moved to the original place to lie down. The person opened the door. Through her eyelids, Yushu saw the light in the cellar. Listening to the footsteps, 3 people came in, one more than before. Lord Bear, look, everyone is here. Rest assured, this subordinate is handling the matter. Huh? Why is there an extra person? Who is that? She is with the little fairy. This subordinate caught her in passing. I don't know which one it is. Do you want to identify her? Bring her over for me to see. In a few words, Yushu already understood. Her previous guess was right. This group of people really came for Shui Yun. Knowing that she was implicated by Shui Yun, Yushu felt complicated. Hearing someone approaching, she did not dare to breathe too loudly. She pretended to be dead, and was picked up and carried to the light. Hiss, why is it her? Lord Bear, do you know this little girl? Yes, I've seen her. This person is. TSK, you two look after her. I have to go back and report to His Highness. Yes. Thus, Yushu was thrown back to the ground. She was bewildered. This Lord Bear's voice was unfamiliar to her, but he said he had seen her and said he would go back and report to His Highness. Could it be that the His Highness they were talking about was also someone she knew? She only knew 3 Wangye in the capital. One was Xiang Wang, one was Jia Wang, and one was Ning Wang. Who could it be? These 3 people stayed for a while and then left. Yushu opened her eyes in the darkness. She tossed and turned, thinking about the reason why Shui Yun was captured. Gradually, she figured out something. Shui Yun was captured most likely because she was in the limelight at the Double Suns meeting. According to this, that Wang Ye could only be one of the people who participated in the Double Suns meeting. If it was not Jia Wang, then it was Ning Wang. Shui Yun's little life could be preserved. If the other party wanted to take her life, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to delay. But what about herself? If she heard something she shouldn't hear or see something she shouldn't see, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be silenced. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.